When I heard the voice, 3 hours, 31 minutes and 13 seconds left until the end of the world, from my Bluetooth headset, I thought it was some silly prank, until I accidentally touched the screen of my mobile phone, and an AK-47 suddenly appeared between my legs. Who would have thought that an ordinary delivery man would become the only hope in the end times? As night falls, Hua'an City is like a shining pearl, illuminating the dark night sky. Young people dressed boldly are bustling on both sides of the street. I put down my phone and looked at the traffic light ahead. I felt a little tired today and decided not to take the takeout order. Suddenly, a roar exploded in my ears. The Lamborghini parked next to me roared like a beast. I turned my head and saw a beautiful and fresh young lady sitting in the passenger seat. The man driving the car raised his eyebrows at me proudly, as if showing off. I snorted contemptuously. "Why are you so arrogant? Is it a big deal to be rich? Even if I had money, I would buy a Wuling Hongguang and drag it around." Suddenly, a strange voice came from the Bluetooth headset. "There are 3 hours, 31 minutes and 13 seconds left until the end of the world. Sending the Doomsday Gift Pack 1.0. Hearing these inexplicable words, I was confused and asked, "Who is playing a trick on me?" However, the screen displayed a message. "Do you want to open the End of the World Gift Pack 1.0? I thought to myself, it must be a virus. Suddenly, the car behind me honked its horn, and I accidentally touched the receive button. At this time, Infinite Supplies has been received. Strengthen the Body has been received. Weapons and Equipment version 1.0 has been received. Note: extract items with the mind. Extracting the Doomsday Gift Pack 2.0 requires upgrading the energy tank." Hearing the cold voice, I couldn't help but shudder. Could it be true? I muttered casually, "Give me an AK-47 if you can." Before I could finish my words, a damaged AK-47 suddenly appeared between my legs. I was so scared that I almost jumped up and quickly thought of something and made the weapon disappear. As the weapon disappeared, I breathed a sigh of relief, but my heartbeat quickened. This sudden change caught me off guard, so I turned around and drove towards my rental house. Jinyuan community is a bit far from the city center, and the rent of 2,000 yuan a month makes me feel painful every month. I set up my electric scooter to charge and headed home without stopping. The small 50 square meter room was still spacious for me. I took off my helmet, revealing my sunny and handsome face. I am 22 years old this year and have been working for several years. I have worked as a security guard and a waiter. I don't have many relatives at home. After washing my face, I sat on the sofa and decided to brush up on the rules of survival in the apocalypse. I opened a series of browsers and quickly browsed. After 2 hours, I realized a truth. In the last days, your own interests are the most important. I opened the armory, which contained a variety of pistols, automatic rifles, sniper rifles, and a number of bullets. Although there was no greater firepower output, these light weapons were enough. To test the body strengthening effect, I took out a kitchen knife and found that I could easily bend it. Also, I can even stick my fingers into concrete walls. Looking at the dust on my fingers, a satisfied smile appeared on my face. I picked up a pistol, took a deep breath, and said confidently, "Come on, Moshi. I'm tired of this kind of life. I'm not a little brother. I'm a big brother." In the early hours of the morning, the sound of raindrops could be heard outside the house, gradually turning into a light rain. The horrifying screams instantly resounded throughout the neighborhood, and I immediately walked to the balcony. There were already several bodies lying on the street. Some people who were hiding from the rain tried to rescue them, but were eroded by the rain and screams were heard everywhere. At the same time, the lights in the entire community gradually lit up, and the residents stood on the balconies looking at the scene outside in confusion, not knowing what was happening at all. Everyone's cell phone received an emergency notification at the same time. "All residents, please do not leave your homes. Do not get wet in the rain. Wait for rescue." I frowned and turned to look at the balcony next door. A beautiful girl was also looking at me. Having lived here for a year, I naturally knew that this girl was a female anchor. She was very pretty, with a curvy figure, but a bit arrogant. "What are you looking at, you loser?" the girl said and turned back to her room. I smiled disapprovingly and thought to myself, "It's the end of the world. Who do you think you are? In the end of the world, women are just exchangeable commodities." I thought to myself, I haven't been in a relationship for more than 20 years, and now that the end of the world is approaching, it can be considered a kind of freedom. I was planning to make a bowl of braised beef instant noodles to calm my nerves, but suddenly I remembered that I had unlimited supplies, so I might as well get some Buddha jumps over the wall to treat myself. While tasting the delicacies of the rich, I took out my phone and watched TikTok and found that the whole world was in panic. Emergency messages indicated that all water sources were contaminated, but I shrugged it off. After a few days, can a glass of water make the woman next door kneel down? I sneered in my heart, haha, call me a stinky loser. I decided to go downstairs to see what was going on. As soon as I got to the first floor, I saw a huge crowd of people, all queuing outside the convenience store to buy water. People had terrified expressions on their faces, and there were several bodies lying outside the convenience store. The atmosphere was tense and violent. Suddenly, the two men started fighting, and the women stood by in panic. Taking advantage of the chaos, many men rushed into the convenience store to grab supplies, and the boss was unable to stop them. After a few minutes, all the supplies were looted and the women were unable to help. "Don't you men know that ladies first?" A middle-aged woman wearing glasses shouted. "Fuck you." A strong man growled disdainfully. There were dead bodies lying outside, and he was still shouting such words. When the end of the world comes, the advantages of men are suddenly revealed. The men who failed to grab supplies began to think of other ways. Some wanted to drive out to buy food, but looking at the corpses outside, no one dared to take a step forward. Moreover, the rain has corroded the tires. Some people tried to use umbrellas to block them and found that the umbrellas were fine, but who would dare to take the risk? I leaned against the wall and breathed a sigh of relief. In less than an hour, order began to fall into chaos. This amount of water source cannot last long. It is okay if you have bottled water at home, but when all the food is consumed, the evil side of human nature will erupt. At this moment, a beautiful figure caught my attention. Her name is Bai. She has bright eyes, like crystal gems. Delicate eyebrows outline exquisite lines. Red lips are like cherry blossoms, exuding a charming look. Her slender and graceful neck is as elegant and soft as a work of art, like the stem of a lily, which makes people love her. I know that this beauty is one of the top ones in the neighborhood and seems to be a flight attendant. I met her in the elevator several times, wearing her uniform and dragging her small suitcase. At this moment, she was also particularly eye-catching among the crowd on the first floor. Ningu said to Bai disapprovingly, "Let's go and buy. There's still half a bucket of water at home. The rain won't last long." Bai's face was a little pale, but she still nodded, glanced at me, and went upstairs with her boyfriend. I smiled and went back home. I planned to relax and open TikTok, but found that TikTok was closed. All the apps were closed except WeChat. The property management group was very lively, with voices of accusation and abuse rising one after another. No one could sleep well that night, and everyone hoped that the rain outside would stop soon. However, it continued to rain the next day. On the third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, and the sixth day, the rain continued to fall. During these days, there were occasional sounds of smashing and looting late at night, accompanied by some screams. This depressing atmosphere could drive people crazy. I never stepped out of the house and indulged in delicacies from land and sea every day, thinking that when the rain outside stopped, I would find a big villa and enjoy myself. On the seventh day, I decided to go to the underground garage to take a look. All the material transactions in the entire community were carried out in the underground garage. As the elevator door opened, the noise came into my ears, and the entire underground garage was like a market. Women took out their brand name bags and cosmetics to exchange for food, while men took out their brand name watches, and some even took out their 4090 TL computers to exchange for water. I observed for a while and found that one computer quickly exchanged 5 bottles of mineral water and a bag of potato chips. I was deeply saddened. This set of funds was worth at least 40,000 renminbi, but it was exchanged just like that. However, there are still normal transactions now, but in 3 days, I am afraid that it will not be the same anymore. Suddenly, I saw my neighbor, Anchor Sun Ting, also selling cosmetics at a stall. I took out a bottle of mineral water and drank it as I walked over. When Sun Ting saw me, her expression looked a little unnatural. It was obvious that she knew that I must have a lot of food at home. Sun Ting stared at the water in my hand, her desire evident in her words. Soon, I saw Bai also setting up a stall. Due to her outstanding appearance, many people patronized her stall. In response to this, some men offered to sleep with Bai as a bargain and auctioned her off, which made Bai so angry that her face turned red. Shameless! Bai cursed harshly, packed up his stall, and walked towards the elevator, glaring at me. One of the men leaned over and said, "Why are you pretending? Just have a drink of water at the red light district over there." Red light district? I looked around curiously, and it turned out that the so-called red light district was a warning light. There were many women standing around in scantily clad clothes, with heavy makeup, and their quality was questionable. Suddenly, a burst of dense footsteps sounded. More than 20 young men appeared. The man in the lead had a face full of flesh and tattoos on his arms. The younger brothers behind him were ferocious, each holding a steel pipe or even a fruit knife. This sudden scene made the surroundings quiet all of a sudden. Grab them all. The leading man gave an order, and his younger brothers rushed over with grim smiles. The leading man sneered, hand over the supplies, so you don't have to suffer. Is there any law left? Robbery in broad daylight. A man in his 50s stood up and shouted, "The law? I, Ding Feng, am the law. Break his legs for me." There was a loud bang as the bone broke, shocking everyone. The other side was so brutal that no one dared to resist. They could only hand over the supplies obediently to avoid being beaten in vain. Take those women standing over there away. Ding Feng looked towards the red light district with a teasing smile. His younger brothers laughed. Most people were scared by the end of the world, but these people enjoyed it. They came quickly and left quickly. After they left, the men cursed. We didn't have much supplies to begin with, and they robbed us. Why didn't you resist? Then why don't you resist instead of saying such sarcastic things? Mutual accusations immediately began, and I shook my head. At this time, a gentleman wearing glasses came out and said, "There is a rolling door between each floor. I suggest that we seal our building to prevent it from being looted again. Even if we need to exchange supplies, we can do so through the gap in the rolling door." The man's words immediately attracted approval, and without saying a word, he pulled down the surrounding rolling shutters and locked them with iron wrenches. When people in the nearby building saw this, their eyes lit up and they immediately followed suit and lowered their rolling shutters. The entire community's 5 floors were immediately separated. I have another suggestion. Comrades, if we unite and search for supplies, we will be able to resist those villains. The man with glasses showed leadership and everyone responded immediately. But I have no interest in working for others. It's the end of the world. Why would I still work for others? You must be crazy. When I returned to my floor, I saw the internet celebrity host Sun Ting squatting at the door of the room and teased, "So you were hiding." Although this host was not as good looking as the stewardess, she was also a pretty woman. Sun Ting was not stupid. When she saw those people appear, she immediately ran into the emergency passage and walked up the stairs. Seeing my joking look, Sun Ting snorted coldly and then asked, "Do you still have water at home? What does it have to do with you whether there is water in my house or not?" I leaned against the door and joked with my arms around my chest. "A loser is a loser," Sun Ting said, then opened the door and slammed it shut. I couldn't help but laugh. I am a loser to begin with. Now that the end of the world has come, I just want to live a good life and live in peace with everyone. I won't cause trouble for you, and you don't cause trouble for me. 3 days passed again, and the rain still showed no sign of stopping. The 5 buildings were divided into 5 major factions, and a certain agreement was reached. This building was also planning to hold a meeting tonight. Although I was reluctant, I decided to attend. The meeting place was in the underground garage. I found that everyone looked much more haggard. The beautiful girl Anbai had chapped lips, and the female anchor Sun Ting was not much better. The man with glasses stood on the hood of a car with a megaphone and said, "Dear owners, my name is Dong Fei. I used to be a senior executive of a company. I am grateful to everyone for taking the lead." The man with glasses then said, "The crisis has lasted for more than a week. There has been no rescue, and no official news has been issued. Therefore," the man with glasses said, "our supplies in Building 3 are almost exhausted. Yesterday, people from Building 4 ventured out to grab supplies. Although one person died, at least they brought back food." Dong Fei's words made everyone present nod their heads repeatedly. They also saw the news in the community group yesterday that it was Ding Feng who took his younger brothers out. Although there were no tires, there were wheels, so they were a little slow and slipped a little. I heard that one of the guys got caught in a little rain and then he died. So I suggest that we also form a convoy to go out and search for supplies. However, no one answered after Dong Fei finished speaking. After all, this was a life-threatening job. Dong Fei seemed to have anticipated everything. He adjusted his glasses and glanced around fiercely. "It's okay if you don't want to contribute, but don't expect to get a single cent of the supplies we bring back." Hearing this, some men with family responsibilities stepped forward and expressed their willingness to join. 2 teams were quickly formed, and Dong Fei also personally joined the team. "Everyone go back and wait for news. I will notify you in the group. But remember, if you want to get something for nothing, then be prepared to exchange it for something." Anbai whispered to her boyfriend Ninggu, "We have no food left at home." Ninggu waved his hands impatiently. "Why are you in such a hurry? My dad said he is trying to find a way to send us food. Do you want me to die?" Anbai quickly explained, No, that's not what I meant. Ninggu asked coldly. What do you mean? These words made Bai's face turn pale, because she really wanted Ninggu to go out and search for materials. 3 hours later, the two cars returned in a mess with sparks coming out of their wheels, and only 4 of the 6 people who had set out were left. The waiting family members burst into tears when they saw that their loved ones did not return. Soon, Dong Fei said in a deep voice, "It's a mess outside. People are everywhere looting supplies. Your relatives were beaten to death, not killed by the rain." After hearing this, everyone looked at each other with fear on their faces, but when they saw the car full of food and water, fear was instantly replaced by desire. "I want water. I want water." A skinny man rushed over desperately. Dong Fei picked up the blood-stained baseball bat at hand and swung it hard, knocking the skinny man's jaw off. But Dong Fei did not stop and continued to hit the man's head until his head was smashed. Dong Fei turned around and looked at everyone with blood all over his face. Who else dares to rob? A man was beaten to death, and everyone was so scared that they dared not say a word. Listen carefully. If men want to exchange for supplies, they must go out and fight for their lives. If women want to exchange for supplies, they must exchange for their bodies. Dong Fei's words completely destroyed everyone's 3 views. But this is also the law of survival in the end times. That night, there was a slight knock on the door. Tang Ze put down the pizza in his hand, wiped his hands and went to open the door, but he still checked through the peephole first. When Tang Ze saw that familiar face, the corners of his mouth gradually rose. As expected, you couldn't help it. Sun Ting stood at the door, wearing a little white dress and delicate makeup, looking almost like a flight attendant. Nowadays, no one watches live broadcasts, and even if there is income, it cannot be exchanged for supplies. Sun Ting just heard a sister in the same profession tell about the painful experience of exchanging her body for supplies. Several men took turns to violate her, and in the end she only got a glass of water and an Oreo. So Sun Ting had no choice but to come to Tang Ze. This loser delivery guy must have a lot of food hidden at home. Sun Ting dressed up carefully, hoping to get some benefits from Tang Ze. As soon as the door opened, Sun Ting smelled a familiar yet unfamiliar smell: New Orleans pizza. Seeing the hot pizza on the coffee table, Sun Ting couldn't believe it. At this time, Tang Ze actually had pizza to eat. "Is there anything wrong?" Tang Ze asked lightly, opening a bottle of mineral water and taking a sip. Although Sun Ting's red lips were painted with lipstick, they were already chapped. She had some food at home, but no water, and instant noodles were useless. "Brother, can you give me some water?" The arrogant Sun Ting saw the water flowing from the corner of Tang Ze's mouth and wanted to open her mouth to catch it immediately. Tang Ze smiled even more. "I still like your arrogant look. Come back to your original look and call me a stinky loser." "Brother, you misunderstood. I am blind." Sun Ting apologized quickly and threw the original plan out of her mind completely. What seduction? As long as she drinks a sip of water, she can do anything. Tang Ze let out a long "oh" and slowly lowered the bottle. The water slowly flowed onto the floor. Sun Ting reflexively lay on the ground and licked the floor with her dry tongue. Tang Ze slowly stepped back, and Sun Ting knelt down and licked the floor as he walked into the house. The door was slowly closed. It turns out that licking the boots is not an adjective. Tang Ze put away the mineral water, sat on the sofa and looked at Sun Ting. Sun Ting slowly raised her head and looked at the bottle of mineral water in Tang Ze's hand. The desire she felt was hard to suppress. "Do you still want it?" Tang Ze shook it. Sun Ting lay at Tang Ze's feet and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I want it." Tang Ze said, "Then I'll give you a little more." Sun Ting was about to get the cup, but Tang Ze still poured it on the floor. Even so, Sun Ting licked it obediently. "You've licked the floor so bright, so I'll give you a piece of pizza as a reward." Tang Ze threw a piece of pizza on the ground. In the past, Sun Ting would never eat this kind of junk food for fear of getting fat, but now she treats it as a treasure and eats it with big mouthfuls without caring about her image. Then, Tang Ze said, "Hey, you look dirty, go take a shower." Sun Ting asked in surprise, "You still have water for bathing here?" Tang Ze, "Of course, wash it clean and apply more shower gel." Sun Ting immediately ran into the bathroom and found clean water. She didn't even have time to close the door before she started to wash herself. For her, not taking a shower for a day was uncomfortable, let alone it had been almost a week. This scene is a good thing for Tang Ze. A woman who can become a host must not be too bad. After taking a shower, Sun Ting realized that the door was not closed, so she closed it immediately and came out after a while, dressed neatly. "Well, I'll go back first." "Thank you." Sun Ting didn't want to give herself to him for nothing. Besides, Tang Zei was not like that group of people and couldn't do anything to her. The licking just now was considered as compensation for food. Tang Zei smiled faintly and said, "You ate my food and just want to leave after patting your butt? I just did that and showed it to you." Sun Ting regained her original pride. Tang Zei expressed his satisfaction and took out a black pistol. Seeing the pistol, Sun Ting was stunned, but soon smiled and said, "Is this a lighter or a water gun? Who are you trying to scare?" Following a gunshot, the sensor lights in the entire building lit up, and everyone in the community was startled by the sound. At this time, Sun Ting's face was pale and the broken decorations fell to the ground. This was a real gun. That group of people can make women do whatever they want with just a glass of water, and you even ate a piece of my pizza. How about I treat you to a peanut? Tang Zei said with a contemptuous smile. Sun Ting collapsed to the ground, trembling with fear. She thought this was a sheepfold, but it turned out to be a tiger's den. How did he get the gun? Come here.
Tang Ze waved.
Sun Ting dared not resist. She supported herself on the ground with her arms and slowly crawled towards Tang Zei, who was lying on the sofa. "Brother, please forgive me. I will never lie to you again." Sun Ting begged for mercy in a crying voice. She looked harmless with a smile on her face, but in fact she was a devil. Tang Zei raised the muzzle of the gun and slid it across her delicate face. Sun Ting opened her eyes wide and felt that she was about to die. She regretted it very much. It wouldn't cost her anything to agree to him. If you had been so obedient earlier, you wouldn't have suffered. Tang Zei smiled kindly, but no one knew that the shot just now actually missed. Sun Ting nodded vigorously and made a whimpering sound. However, Tang Zei's eyes were cold, and the muzzle of the gun was already on the back of Sun Ting's head. There was only one outcome for lying to him: death. After all, there were so many beauties in the end times that he could choose from. However, Tang Zei suddenly found that his progress increased by 1%, which was a little slow. So Tang Zei just left Sun Ting aside and sat on the sofa to cook hot pot to replenish his energy. This is much higher quality than 998, and it was only exchanged for a bottle of mineral water and a pizza. Have mercy. Sun Ting pleaded softly. Tang Zei was stunned for a moment. Then he grabbed Sun Ting's hair and pulled her up, only to find that her face was pale and her skin had become extremely dry. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and it seemed that the energy tank was causing trouble. Eat something, Tang Zei said lightly, with a plate filled with blanched pork belly and beef at his feet. Sun Ting, who was extremely hungry, ignored the pain and quickly crawled to Tang Zei's feet to eat the delicious food. Yes, water. This time Tang Zei changed to a big bowl, the kind that was enough for everyone. Sun Ting chewed the meat and said incoherently, "Thank you, thank you. No need to thank me, you will be mine from now on," Tang Zei said casually. Sun Ting, who was lying on the ground drinking water, was stunned, but did not dare to resist. Tang Zei didn't explain too much and smiled. "You have two choices now, either eat peanuts or be obedient." "I'll be obedient." Sun Ting chose the latter without hesitation. Only a fool would choose to eat peanuts. As long as you are full and satisfied, it's fine. Tang Zei touched Sun Ting's head and said with a smile, "You will be mine from now on." "Yeah." Sun Ting nodded.
Tang Ze was stunned.
She was actually much smarter than before. At the same time, there were 7 or 8 men sitting in Dong Fei's house, and supplies filled the entire living room, half of which were mineral water. A bald man seemed very anxious. "Damn, don't come out, or you'll kill someone." Dong Fei glanced at him while drinking red wine. "Why are you in such a hurry? There aren't many women." The bald man smiled bitterly and said, "There are so few beautiful women. It's so hard to find a good-looking one, but it took so long. Compared to women, the gunshot just now is what we need to deal with," Dong Fei said in a deep voice. A gun has threatened his position, and he felt that the muzzle of the gun was right in front of his head. If he could snatch this gun, Dong Fei would be able to control the entire community and become the emperor here. A yellow-haired man next to him said seriously, "I feel like the gunshots are coming from our building." "It does look alike," another man agreed. Dong Fei put the red wine glass on the table and said, "Bald, you and Huang Mao check every household." The bald man and the yellow-haired man looked at each other, and knowing that the other had a gun, they looked very scared. Then Dong Fei said, "A box of bread and mineral water for each person." Seeing this reward, the bald man and the yellow-haired man nodded in agreement. After getting up, the bald man shouted towards the bedroom, "Take it easy, save your breath and wait for me to come back." Dong Fei said helplessly, "You like an old woman who is almost 40 years old so much." The bald man said, "Brother Dong, You don't know. I have always coveted this woman. If it weren't for the end of the world, I really wouldn't be able to play with her. I have to thank the end of the world. Everyone grinned. This was much more interesting than going to work. After they left, the yellow-haired man chuckled and said, Brother Baldhead, there's a hostess at number 701 who has a great body, and there's a stewardess at number 603 who looks like that. The bald man patted the yellow-haired man on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, women in this world are easy to please. As they were talking, the two of them had forgotten about looking for a gun and went straight to room 603 to find the flight attendant. Inside the house, Ninggu seemed particularly irritable, fidgeting, thirsty and hungry, and almost unconscious. His beautiful girlfriend and Baiwan sat on the sofa, looking pitiful. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, which scared the two of them. Ninggu came to the door and saw the bald man and the yellow-haired man through the peephole. He didn't dare to open the door at all. I know you are in the house, open the door, the yellow-haired man shouted. Ninggu still had a trace of rationality left. Once the door was opened, and Bai would become their plaything. The bald man held down the yellow-haired man and shouted, Brother, you must have been hungry for many days. The supplies were abundant yesterday. Come to room 201 to chat when you have time. After that, he left with the yellow-haired man who looked confused. Ninggu breathed a sigh of relief, and Mbai also breathed a sigh of relief. However, the bald man's words kept echoing in Ninggu's mind, eroding his last will. Soon, the two came to the door of number 701 and knocked. The bald man shouted in the same tone, We have a lot of food. Come to number 201 to chat when you have time. Being alive is better than starving to death at home. The door suddenly opened, but it was not number 701, but the door next door. Tangze said in a deep voice, Knock softly, it's too noisy. The bald man and the yellow-haired man were stunned for a moment. After all the men had been very respectful to them recently. When had anyone dared to speak like that? Are you looking for death? How dare you talk to me, bald brother? The yellow-haired man walked towards Tangze, but when he saw the scene inside the house, he was stunned. The bald man walked over with a puzzled look and was also stunned when he looked into the room. There were chicken stewed with mushrooms, braised pig's trotters, and stir-fried lettuce on the table. There was also a woman eating at the table. Bald brother, this seems to be the female anchor. The yellow-haired man stuttered. The female anchor in front of him looked like a fairy. You kid have some connections. You won't have to worry about food and drink, and there are beautiful women at home. The bald man said sarcastically and walked straight into Tangze's house, with the yellow-haired man following closely behind him. Tangze smiled and closed the door. The yellow-haired man couldn't wait to grab the pig's trotter and eat it. Bald brother, pig's trotter, it's delicious. When Sun Ting saw the two men enter the room, she was not panicked at all. She walked to the sofa and sat down. The bald man looked at Sun Ting, revealing his greed. Boy, if you know what's best for you, take out the food and hand over this woman so you don't have to suffer so much. This is mine. How can I give it to you? No, Tangze said with a harmless look. Sun Ting thought to herself, these two idiots are doomed. If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink for it. Bald brother, please stand away from me to avoid getting blood splashed on you. After saying that, the yellow-haired man took out a fruit knife and stabbed directly at Tangze. However, he missed the target and felt a dark shadow covering him. With a bang, he felt dizzy and flew backwards, his face sunken. The bald man looked terrified, and Sun Ting on the sofa was also stunned. She knew Tangze had a gun, but she didn't expect him to be so strong. If she had a little bit of thought before, now she has no more of it. She doesn't want to be beaten like this by Tangze. Shouting, Ting, go open the window. Tangze chuckled and lifted the yellow-haired man up. The yellow-haired man weighed 130 pounds, but Tangze could easily lift him with one hand. At this time, the bald man's body began to tremble. Sun Ting obediently opened the window, and Tangze threw the yellow-haired man out. There was a dull thud. However, no one paid attention to it. Every day, people could not stand the mental torture and chose to jump off the building to commit suicide. Tangze clapped his hands and sat down again, saying with a smile, Sit down, eat together, and add a set of bowls and chopsticks for this big brother. Sun Ting's well-behaved appearance frightened the bald man. He wondered what inhuman things this young man had done to her. Looking at the graceful Sun Ting approaching, the bald man felt no desire at all, and fear surged in his heart. Brother, how is it? Is mine okay? Tangze picked up the chopsticks and started eating slowly. The bald man didn't dare to pick up his chopsticks. Look down on me? Tangze narrowed his eyes slightly. The bald man quickly picked up the chopsticks and said, Brother, It's a misunderstanding. It's not true. Tangze, that's good. What's the situation outside now? The bald man dared not lie, and immediately said, It's very chaotic outside now. People are killing people everywhere to grab supplies. The surrounding convenience stores and supermarkets have been looted by several communities. Tangze, what is your boss's plan? The bald man immediately replied, The boss said that after this batch of supplies is finished, we will go and rob those in the surrounding communities. Tangze, how much supplies do you have left? The bald man thought for a moment and said, If we use it sparingly, it should last a month. By the way, is your boss looking for this? Tangze took out his gun. The bald man was so frightened that his scalp went numb. For bread and mineral water, he had given his life. But soon, he nodded. Tangze put down his chopsticks. He was already full. Why are you standing there? Eat. This is your last meal. I'll send you off. The bald man shed tears. Brother, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I will give you all my supplies, please. Eat quickly, don't waste it, and remember to say thank you to me. Tangze's eyes turned cold, and the bald man stuffed the food into his mouth desperately. It was the first time he found it so unpalatable. The bald man originally thought that Dong Fei was ruthless enough, but he didn't expect that the young man in front of him was even better. Thank you, big brother. Tangze, come on, jump down by yourself, don't let me shoot. It will be bloody everywhere. It will be hard to clean, right? The bald man kept backing away, begging with his hands, and soon leaned against the wall. Brother, we have no grudges, you. With a bang, before he could finish his words, a gunshot rang out. A red dot appeared between the bald man's eyebrows, and he fell backwards and fell out of the window. Sun Ting swallowed her saliva. This man was moody and ruthless. Downstairs, Dong Fei and others heard gunshots again, and their faces changed suddenly. Brother Dong, it's the bald man who fell down, a younger brother on the balcony shouted. Dong Fei immediately ran to the balcony and saw the bald man's body with a gloomy face. Dong Fei's henchman said, Boss, if he doesn't come looking for us, there's no need for us to cause trouble for him, lest we become enemies. Although Dong Fei was not convinced, he still believed that what his younger brother said made sense. If the man with the gun took revenge on him, several lives would not be enough to compensate him. Dong Fei immediately sent a message in the number 3 building group, Brother, we have food and drinks here, come and have a seat when you are free. This was obviously a concession and an attempt to reconcile, but Dong Fei had other plans in mind. If someone really came, he would hold a Hongmin banquet. Tangze, who was sitting on the sofa, smiled and said that there was plenty of time to deal with them. The focus now was on the food issue. Looking at Sun Ting massaging his feet, Tangze decided to let her rest for a night to avoid sudden death on the spot. Aren't you a dancing anchor? Go and dance for a while. Sun Ting immediately replied, What kind is the master like? Tangze said in a cold tone, What do you think? Sun Ting understood what he meant, turned on the music, and began to sway her charming figure. You, little anchor, dance very well. Tangze lit a cigarette, and Sun Ting sat next to him holding an ashtray. Sun Ting curled her lips in dissatisfaction. Who is a small anchor? I am one of the top 3 anchors on the platform, and my monthly income starts at 6 figures. No wonder you call me a loser. Tangze chuckled. Sun Ting remained silent, with a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. In Dong Fei's home, 6 men sat around, drinking beer, frowning. The death of the bald man and the yellow-haired man dealt a heavy blow to their confidence. They thought they could cover the sky with one hand in this building, but they didn't expect that there was a ruthless character in the dark. Dong Fei, standing on the balcony, stared at the bodies downstairs, and suddenly his eyes focused. Judging from the position where the 2 people fell, they should have been thrown down from a floor above his own. Guzi, check the information of the owners upstairs in my building and see how many of them have not reported in. Dong Fei ordered. The man called Guzi was about 30 years old, with a pointed face and sunken eyes, and it was obvious that he had indulged in excessive sexual activities in the past 2 days. Soon, Guzi got the result, Brother Dong. There are only 2 families upstairs who have not reported in yet. There's a lady called Mbai on the 6th floor, a flight attendant. There's a lady called Tangze on the 7th floor, a food delivery man. The fat guy sitting next to him slapped his thigh and said, I've met that stewardess in the elevator before. She's very pretty, with fair skin, and she has a tall, rich, and handsome boyfriend. Could it be that her boyfriend has a gun? Someone asked puzzledly. Dong Fei had also seen Mbai's boyfriend, and he didn't look like someone with a gun. Could it be the delivery man? How could a delivery man carry a gun? But who else could it be besides the 2 of them? Could he have guessed wrong? Suddenly the cell phone rang. Dong Fei frowned even more when he saw the voice call indication. It was Ding Feng, the boss of building number 4 next door. Adjusting his glasses, Dong Fei answered the phone with a professional smile. Boss Ding, why are you still awake so late? Isn't Boss Dong asleep either? It seems he couldn't sleep because of the gunshots. Ding Feng said jokingly. After all, they were not in building number 4, so he was not worried about any accidents. Dong Fei laughed softly and said, Don't bother Boss Ding to worry about it. I can handle it. Ding Feng smiled and replied, Okay then, I wanted to help Boss Dong. If you have any trouble, come to me. I'm happy to help. Thank you for your kindness, Boss Ding. I have something else to do, so I'll hang up first. After saying that, Dong Fei hung up the call, secretly cursing Ding Feng in his heart. How could the gun fall into your hands? On the other side, Ding Feng snorted and put down his phone. The woman sitting next to Ding Feng was in her 30s. She was Ding Feng's girlfriend, and she was pretty. Brother Feng, you still have to find a way to get a gun. With a gun, you will be the emperor of this neighborhood, and maybe you can control several surrounding neighborhoods. The woman's words made Ding Feng's heart beat fast. A building was not his goal. He wanted to control greater power. Also, I heard from the sisters in the group that there is a very good-looking flight attendant and anchor in building number 3. I have their photos here. The woman opened her cell phone and showed Ding Feng the photos of Anbai and Sun Ting. Ding Feng's eyes suddenly showed greed, and he became more determined in his thoughts. He grinned and said, Hold a meeting tomorrow, make preparations, and have someone take down building number 3. The woman was delighted and knew how to please a man. Brother Feng, I also prepared a midnight snack for you. As the woman yelled, a girl was brought in by a man grabbing her hair. However, this kind of thing gradually became the norm in the community. The boss who had the supplies controlled life and death, and everyone had to bow their heads to save their lives. In room 603, building 3, Anbai, wearing black haute couture silk pajamas, cut open a bottle of mineral water. Her tongue, which should have been rosy, turned slightly pale as she licked the bottle cap. Ninggu walked out of the bedroom at this time and glanced at Anbai on the sofa. I'm going to go out first. Where are you going? Anbai asked hurriedly, afraid that Ninggu would leave her alone. Seeing that Ninggu didn't say anything, Anbai walked over and grabbed his sleeve. Are you going to go find them? Are you annoying? If I don't go find them, who else should I go to? I just exchanged my Porsche for a bottle of water and 2 loaves of bread, but you just do nothing and enjoy the food I brought back. After saying that, Ninggu swung his right hand, and the weak Anbai fell to the ground with a pale face. Ninggu saw that Anbai had lost her former beauty and her mentality completely changed. To tell you the truth, I have reached a cooperation with Brother Dong. If you go to accompany them once a day, we can survive. You asked me to accompany those beasts. Anbai looked at Ninggu in disbelief. Is this what a boyfriend should say? Ninggu said angrily, Do you want to starve to death? Do you have the heart to let me starve to death? Didn't you say before that you could die for me? Now I am not asking you to die. I am just asking you to sacrifice your body. A feeling of powerlessness filled Anbai's whole body. You should think about how I treated you in the past. Brand name bags, brand name jewelry, various high-end restaurants. Which one doesn't cost money? I paid before, now it's your turn. After saying that, Ninggu went out to negotiate the price with Dong Fei. After all, his girlfriend is the most beautiful in this building. Although she is a little exhausted from hunger, she will recover after a few days of rest. Hearing the door closing, Anbai's eyes were filled with despair. Dong Fei and his gang were so cruel that the girl would rather die than live in their hands. Looking at this home, Anbai felt that it no longer had the warmth of the past and even felt disgusting. He didn't want to stay here for a moment. Anbai opened the door and walked out. The air outside made her mind much clearer, and she couldn't help but reveal a self-deprecating smile on her face. Looking at the window of the emergency passage, Anbai made up his mind. Even if he died, he would not be abused by those beasts. Walking into the emergency passage, Anbai heard voices coming from upstairs. Puzzled, she walked up the stairs and saw Tang Zhe and Sun Ting also outside for some fresh air. Tang Zhe also saw the weak Anbai and said with a smile, Good afternoon, little sister. Sun Ting glanced at Anbai in confusion. She didn't expect that after not seeing him for a few days, he became so weak, even weaker than herself. Although Anbai was not familiar with Sun Ting, he had heard that she was a big anchor and earned more than himself. Sister, why are you looking at us like that? Go home quickly. Tang Zhe raised his hand and said with a smile, Do you have any food at home? Anbai finally asked. If there were other ways, she didn't want to die. Who wants to die? They are forced to do so. Sun Ting stood up and walked towards Anbai, her delicate hands running across her dry skin and hair. Of course there is food. Do you want to eat? I want to. Anbai nodded repeatedly, envying Sun Ting's condition in his heart. He used to be more beautiful than her. Sun Ting picked up the half-filled bottle of mineral water on the stairs. Anbai was overjoyed when he saw it, thinking that female compatriots could still be relied on at critical moments. Thank you, thank you. Anbai reached out to take it, and Sun Ting stepped back. Tangze couldn't help but laugh softly. It was a bit bad. He actually teased people. Anbai looked at Sun Ting in confusion, not knowing what she meant. Sun Ting unscrewed the bottle cap and actually poured some water onto the ground.
Tengze's mouth twitched.
Wow, she used this trick on someone else. Drink it this way. Sun Ting demonstrated in front of Anbai. As the water dripped onto the ground, Anbai gently bit her dry red lips and drank the water according to Sun Ting's instructions. Slurp, slurp, was heard in the stairwell. Tangze didn't expect that the girl who was once so arrogant would also humble herself. Sun Ting sprinkled water as she went upstairs, and Anbai followed her and drank it, and was led all the way home. As the door closed, Anbai seemed to come back to her senses, but soon, she saw KFC on the coffee table. Anbai's eyes were filled with horror. How could this be possible? Thinking that Tangze was a delivery man, he was probably hiding at home. No wonder the female anchor was willing to follow him. I smelled a fragrance. Can I? Sun Ting asked Tangze. After all, she also wanted to play, but was afraid of making Tangze unhappy. Tangze smiled and nodded. Let's see what tricks you can come up with. With Tangze's permission, Sun Ting felt much more at ease. She picked up a chicken leg bone and threw it in front of Anbai. Looking down at the chicken leg bone, Anbai's arms were shaking. She thought about not eating the bone, but her brain didn't listen to her at all, and her slender hands slowly approached. Finally, hunger triumphed over dignity. The chewing sound slowly rose, accompanied by Anbai's tears. She had never thought that one day she would be lying on the ground eating bones. Why was she so useless? I heard that your boyfriend wants to sell you out? Tangze took out a cigarette, and Sun Ting immediately lit it. Anbai shuddered, turned his head slightly and said, He didn't. You probably don't know yet, but there's a group of men in our building. You were auctioned off in there yesterday, and the price was quite high. There were 4 reservations for a bottle of water for half an hour. Tangze's words bombarded Anbai's heart, and his hands had no strength to support him. Impossible. He just asked me to accompany Dong Fei. Dong Fei is just your first client. Take a look. Tangze put the phone in front of Anbai. Anbai picked it up and took a look. The content inside was shocking. There were even sexy photos of herself. Ninggu was even introducing her advantages. Tangze put away his phone and flicked the ash. Sun Ting, who was standing beside him, caught the ash with both hands. This action made Tangze exclaim, Hey, 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 hey. Why not come with me? You'll have food and drink every day. Sun Ting sat next to Anbai, stroking her cheek, and her voice invaded Anbai's brain like a devil. This way, I can have 3 meals a day, with all kinds of delicious food from all over the world, and I can also wash away the dirt on my body and survive in this chaotic world. Sun Ting continued. Tangze suddenly realized that it would be a good idea to let Sun Ting be a pimp in the future, as she is definitely a potential stock. Do you want to stay here, or choose to be a plaything? It's up to you. Sun Ting patted Anbai's shoulder and could only help her up to this point. She should be a smart woman and know what is important. If you fall into those people's hands, the end result will be a miserable death. If you fall into Tangze's hands, you may be killed by him in the future, but at least you will have enough food and drink. Those people will let you have enough food and drink? Anbai is not a naive person, so she whispered, I choose to stay. Louder. Sun Ting showed a satisfied smile and madly trampled on Anbai's dignity. Anbai gritted his teeth and shouted, I choose to stay. Tangze even wants to pay Sun Ting a salary. Talented people like this must be kept. This is a reward for you. Tangze threw all the bones in front of Anbai. Anbai didn't resist at all and stuffed them into his mouth frantically. To Sun Ting, Tangze handed over a bucket of spicy wings. Well done. Thank you, master. Sun Ting was overjoyed. Now she could eat authentic food. Tangze nodded. Holding the bucket of spicy wings, Sun Ting ate with big mouthfuls and gave some to Anbai casually. Anbai also quickly stuffed it into his mouth to replenish his energy. She needs nourishment too. Sun Ting suddenly realized something. She couldn't let Anbai die. She had finally found someone to take his place. Up to you. Although Sun Ting was reluctant to give up the spicy wings, she still had to make a choice for the future. You two are eating so much that your mouths are full of oil. Go wash them quickly. Wash her too. Don't worry, it's clean. Sun Ting is now adept at making Tang Ze happy. Entering the bathroom, Sun Ting closed the door. The bathroom was not very big, just enough for 2 women to stand. Sun Ting pulled out her own tail first and couldn't help but hiss. Why are you like this? And Bai looked at Sun Ting in confusion, wondering why she was humiliating herself like this. Sun Ting smiled bitterly. Do we have any other choice? We must choose a strong one. But he doesn't look very strong either. Sister, he has a gun. Sun Ting tapped and Bai, which was also a warning. It was okay to say this to herself. If Tang Ze heard it, he would be in trouble. And Bai suddenly realized that he was the one who fired the gunshots in the past few days. Sun Ting slowly took off in Bai's pajamas and chuckled. You have a nice figure. He will like it. Being stared at like this, and Bai still seemed uncomfortable, biting her red lips and said, Can I still go back? Go back? Where to? Since you've agreed, don't go back on your word. He's not a good man. I almost died in his hands. Sun Ting warned seriously that it's okay to humiliate yourself, but don't commit suicide. Listening to Sun Ting's words, and Bai felt like he had entered a tiger's den, but at least there was only one man. Now that we are here, we must make the best of it. We don't know how long this kind of life will last. If we want to stay alive, we must put our dignity under our feet and flush our values down the toilet. As she said this, Sun Ting turned on the shower head. When the hot water poured over in Bai's delicate body, the long-lost warmth enveloped her entire body. Wow. At this moment, Bai cried in grievance. Sun Ting sighed and comforted Bai, saying that life is too difficult for women in the last days, and we should still be lucky. After a while, the two walked out. Looking at Bai, Tang Ze suddenly chuckled. Such a beautiful stewardess. Probably every man would fantasize about her. Almost everyone in this building would have fantasized about her. And now she was standing there, with that delicate look as if she was waiting for a man to love her. Bai understood what he meant and walked towards Tang Ze, but he still felt a little hesitant. It's indeed charming, but this face is a bit creepy. Tang Ze's words left Bai stunned. My face is creepy? Tang Ze was of course exaggerating a bit. She was just weak and not as beautiful as before. But this was too much of a blow to Bai. Sun Ting, who was standing next to him, smiled and reminded him, Why don't you apologize?
I'm sorry.
Bai said with his head down without confidence. Unlike Sun Ting, Bai looks weak and fragile, just like a little kitten. Let's rest for 2 days and replenish our body. Tang Ze certainly wanted to try something new, but he really felt that Bai was too weak. After all, there aren't that many beauties, and there are only 2 of them in this building. However, at this moment, a roar was heard outside. Bitch, where have you been hiding? Come out. Don't force me to beat you to death. Ninggu's angry voice was heard outside. When Ninggu returned home, he found that Bai was missing. This made him very angry. He had already negotiated the price with the customer, but the man actually ran away. If I had known this would happen, I should have locked the door as soon as I left the house. Tang Ze whispered, What would your boyfriend do if he saw you here with me?
No.
Bai looked at Tang Ze pleadingly. However, Tang Ze signaled Sun Ting, who understood and walked over to open the door. Handsome here. Ninggu was stunned when he found this floor. Are you the female anchor? Yes. Ninggu thought, how come this female anchor is so charming and attractive, and dressed so sexily? Damn, I'll fuck her as soon as I enter the room. However, when Ninggu entered the room, his expression immediately froze. My girlfriend was actually standing there, and the person sitting on the sofa was the delivery man. But when Ninggu saw the KFC on the coffee table, the corners of his mouth trembled. Bitch, you're eating alone. These words stunned the 3 of them. After all, in such a situation, the first sentence was about food. Ninggu grabbed the French fries on the table and stuffed them into his mouth, while Tang Ze watched with a smile and flirted with Bai's cheek in front of Ninggu. Ninggu ate while watching. Although he was angry, it was nothing compared to the food. It was not a joke no matter who gave it to him. After being satisfied, Ninggu wiped his mouth and said, These KFCs are all mine, as well as the water here. Listening to Ninggu's words, Bai shed tears and didn't care about himself at all. Seeing that Tang Ze didn't say anything, he thought he had agreed. Bai, what are you standing there for? Come here. My woman is charged by the minute. Sorry, your woman is mine now. Tang Ze said calmly. You slut, come here. As he said this, he walked towards Tang Ze, ready to pull Bai away. However, Tang Ze took out a desert eagle from the gap in the sofa. Ninggu stared in amazement. This stinky delivery man actually had a gun. No wonder Bai didn't dare to move. Brother, let's talk it out. You can play with her as long as you want. Ninggu apologized immediately. Why didn't this bitch say it earlier? Tang Ze smiled kindly. You ate so much of my food, and you don't want to say thank you? Yes, thank you. Ninggu apologized quickly. With a bang, blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 9. It's time to show up. Ninggu couldn't understand why Tang Ze wanted to beat him to death when he had done everything he wanted. Tang Ze said that he would not let the threat grow in the cradle, but would strangle it in the cradle. However, this loud noise once again caused the community leaders to panic. Obviously, the gunshots are slightly different. If you know a little bit, you will know that they are from 2 different calibers. This means there are 2 guns in the community. Are they from the same person or 2 people? The bosses were so scared that they held a meeting in the group. If there were 2 people, and if they joined forces, their side would have no chance of winning. In the room, Sun Ting was still calm, but Enbai had fainted from fright, but was woken up by Tang Ze. After waking up, Enbai went to the toilet and vomited violently. He came out after a long while. When he saw Ninggu lying in a pool of blood, Enbai found that he felt no emotion at all. Shouldn't he be sad? Give me a hand. Sun Ting shouted. Oh! The 2 women dragged the body to the window and threw it down the stairs with all their might. Sun Ting gasped for breath, looked at Enbai and asked, Are you okay? Enbai nodded, but his face was still pale. After all, this time he was dying in front of him. I killed your boyfriend. You won't be angry, right? Tang Ze asked with a smile, handing over a glass of water. Enbai found that although Tang Ze's smile was kind, it made his back feel cold and scary. Enbai shook his head. That's good. Take good care of your health. This is what you should do now. Tang Ze felt better in her heart. The 2 of them could now take turns. In terms of progress, it was twice as fast. But I always feel that it is still too slow, and I can't bring myself to put on those rouge and powder. Are there any other beauties in our community? Tang Ze asked curiously. After all, he goes out early and comes back late. So maybe there are some who have slipped through the net. Sun Ting shook her head. How could she know that Enbai, who was sitting at home and live streaming every day, was flying all over the world? He wouldn't stay here for long. Even if he did, he would just stay at home and not go out. So Tang Ze's question was in vain. Come here, both of you, and rub my legs. The 2 girls sat obediently on both sides for massage, and Tang Ze opened his mobile phone to check the messages in the community group. Building 5. Fuck, the gunman showed up and took my wife away. Building 2. There was a gunman on my side too, and my wife was taken away. Building 1. How many gunmen are there? Building 3. The shooter is in our building. You have all been deceived. Everyone, please be careful. Building 5. What? Then my wife was fucked for nothing. Tang Ze sighed to himself. Someone actually pretended to be him and took advantage of him. TSK, 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 TSK. Both women saw the news, but did not express their opinions. Smart women will not make themselves appear to be very opinionated, especially in Tongza, where women with opinions die quickly. Go wash some fruit, Tang Ze said while looking at his phone. Enbai immediately stood up to prepare. Sun Ting was stunned. Did he get it? Not long after, the fruit plate prepared by Enbai arrived. I have to say, the presentation of the dish was quite skillful. Don't use your interests to challenge other people's careers. Professional matters should be left to professionals. It's almost time for me, the gunman, to show up, Tang Ze said lightly. The 2 women looked at each other. Sun Ting said worriedly, there are so many of them. It might not be safe to go out rashly. If anything happened to Tang Ze, Sun Ting felt that she would not be much better off. Enbai didn't say anything. Perhaps he hadn't realized the problem yet. The next day, the rain became heavier, and there were more and more corpses on the green belt in the middle of the community. Some jumped from the building, and some were thrown out, but at least half of them were naked women. This kind of scene shocks people's nerves, despair is spreading, and human nature is distorted. But in Tang Ze's house, no change could be felt. Sitting at the dining table enjoying the Hunan cuisine, Sun Ting and Enbai knelt on the ground, waiting for Tang Ze to finish eating. After all, what they ate were what Tang Ze had left over. After a burp, Tang Ze laughed and said, 5 dishes are a bit too much. After saying that, he poured the leftovers into 2 plates next to him. Although they were called leftovers, Tang Ze actually didn't eat much at all. Eat. After placing the food in front of the 2 girls, Tang Ze also touched their heads. I took out my cell phone and saw that Dong Fei had sent a message to the group, asking everyone to go to the underground garage for a meeting in the evening. I'll take you guys out to play tonight. Hearing Tang Ze's words, Sun Ting immediately showed a look of panic. After all, Tang Ze was alone, and he was with 2 women. How could he possibly cope with it? But at this time, Sun Ting did not dare to refute Tang Ze and could only meow obediently. Seeing this, Bai had no choice but to follow suit. The good times haven't even lasted 2 days. Are they going to end? Why did he bring us 2 along? Are you going out to show off? Tang Ze said that showing off is one thing, but on the other hand, it can cause trouble. In this doomsday, taking 2 beauties out is tantamount to seeking death, and wishing life is too long. After all, I am a gentleman. If you don't take action, how can I have the reason to beat you to death? Night fell quickly, and people began to appear in the parking lot of building number 3 one after another. Everyone was in a low mood and looked around vigilantly, especially Dong Fei and his group. At the same time, several surrounding buildings seemed to be holding meetings tonight, so the underground parking lot was lively, but no one was talking. Those who had a good relationship stood together and looked at others vigilantly from time to time. Fuck it, that Ninggu actually disappeared and even took the deposit for a piece of bread from me. A middle-aged Mediterranean man couldn't help but start cursing when he saw that Ninggu didn't show up. He thought he'd have good luck, but now it seems he's been fooled. That guy even took a deposit from me for a boiled egg. I'm going to chop him up right now. Those who paid the deposit started to curse. Dong Fei sat on the hood of the car, eating melon seeds. The younger brothers next to him were holding kitchen knives and fruit knives. The machete was probably the one that caused the most damage. Dong Fei kept his eyes on the elevator. Was the disappeared Ninggu the gunman, or the delivery boy? Or was there someone else hiding in the dark? There must be something fishy about one of these two. Chapter 10. I never pretend. Suddenly, a thin man came to Dong Fei with his wife and said with a flattering smile, "Brother Dong, this is my wife. I want to exchange 2 bottles of water." As soon as these words came out, the men around laughed. One of them pointed at his daughter-in-law and said, "You yellow-faced woman want to sell 2 bottles of mineral water. Bullshit. That bottle, 1 bottle is enough. My wife is clean and no one has touched her." The man excitedly stretched out his index finger, his dry lips trembling, and pulled his wife in front of Dong Fei. The woman's hair was very dirty and messy. After all, it hadn't been washed for more than 10 days, and it also exuded a strange smell. Dong Fei shouted coldly, "Get lost. If you want to eat or drink, go out and rob it yourself." This frail man would probably be beaten to death if he went out. "It's all your fault. Why didn't you follow us to grab food?" the daughter-in-law suddenly whispered. This sentence ignited the man's anger, and he grabbed his wife's hair and said, "What's the point of me marrying you? You can't even buy a bottle of water. Are you still a man? You have no conscience and I will bite you to death." The woman bit her husband's arm, causing him to kick hard in pain. She then chased after him and kicked him hard in the head. "You still blame me for being heartless. It's already this time, and you're still thinking about washing your face. I told you to wash it, and I'll wash it for you." Suddenly, the daughter-in-law's face was stained red with blood. She had been struggling, but now she was motionless and was kicked to death. The man looked at his wife's pale face and suddenly seemed to come to his senses. He immediately knelt beside the body and said, Wife, I didn't mean it. I was wrong." However, no one around had any sympathy. They had seen all kinds of people being beaten to death in the past few days. In the rolling shutter door of building number 4 next to them, Ding Feng and his team gathered more than 20 young and strong men, basically all the owners. Each of them was smoking, waiting for the right time. The pliers next to them were ready. As long as Ding Feng gave the order, they could break into building number 3, knock down Dong Fei's group, and seize the supplies. But if this is done, the order of the community will be disrupted again, and other buildings will also be on guard, and then there will be no chance to even drive out. Forget it, let me say a few words. Seeing that Ninggu and Tang Ze were not there, Dong Fei jumped off the hood and spoke to everyone. Just as he finished speaking, there was a ding in the elevator, and the elevator door slowly opened. Tang Ze walked out wearing casual clothes. Dong Fei had never had the chance to look at Tang Ze before, but now he looked at him carefully and felt that he was just an ordinary young man. No one would dare to kill such a person. Suddenly, Dong Fei saw Tang Ze following someone. In the next scene, everyone slightly opened their cracked lips, and some even rubbed their eyes, thinking they were dreaming. I saw 2 women with exquisite faces walking out slowly in high heels. There was no sign of weakness on their pretty faces. They were even white and rosy. Their white bodies seemed to have been washed every day, like ripe peaches. Looking at the 2 women's clothes and appearance, the men were drooling. They all wear cat-decorated headbands and Cat Pure Desire series. Their captivating slender waists are always bombarding the nerves of all men, and their white stockings show off their long and beautiful legs to the fullest. It was such a late hour, and suddenly two such stunning women appeared. The scene was silent, and the women around them were eclipsed. In front of them, they were not even qualified to carry shoes. However, these two women, who looked like fairies from heaven, were actually following a delivery man. This is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Looking at the woman next to me, and then comparing her with Sun Ting and Bai, they are completely on a different level. Look how smooth their hair is, and how shiny their skin is, while the woman next to me is so dirty. Today's Sun Ting and Bai are indeed charming. Sun Ting wore the white version and Bai wore the pink version. The impact is extraordinary. You should know that Sun Ting is 168 centimeters tall, and her legs are really amazing. And Bai is 169 centimeters tall too, showing off her smooth legs. Especially with the catwalk, before the end of the world, it would definitely attract onlookers, but in the end of the world, it would still be surrounded, but it was not just a spectacle. Sun Ting's steps are now very confident, showing off her proud body and enjoying the greedy and silly looks of men. And Bai next to her is much more shy, with nervousness and fear in his beautiful eyes, but it is this pitiful look that drives the men around her crazy. Isn't this the female anchor? She's actually with this delivery guy. This delivery guy must have a lot of stuff stored at home. Why didn't I think of that? Stewardess. This is that stewardess. Damn, her rich boyfriend must be dead. Everyone finally understood that you had brought out the only good-looking person in our building. Dong Fei looked at Tang Zhe and couldn't help laughing. If you hide it, no one will know. Have you thought about the consequences of bringing him out to show off like this? Consequences? What consequences? Show me. Tang Zhe looked at Dong Fei and said with a smile. People from the two buildings next door came to watch the fun, whistling in a circle, and some men even shouted loudly. Brother, how do you sell women? Will you sell 3 bottles of water? 3 bottles of water? I'll give you a box of water, and give me this pair. Suddenly, a wretched man walked up to Sun Ting and touched her arm with his hand, with a playful look on his dirty face. Tang Zhe directly drew out the saber from his waist and chopped it down with a smile. The evil black hand fell to the ground, and the body gradually slid down from the waist. The whole person was cut into 2 pieces, and his internal organs fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked by Tang Zhe's ruthless method. How much arm strength does it take to cut something in half with just 1 blow? He's quite capable. No wonder he dares to show off by taking 2 beauties out with him. Tang Zhe swung his hand, and the blood on the saber blade splashed onto the ground, forming a line. He then said seriously, "If you touch my food, you are cutting off my life, and the only outcome is death." Everyone looked at each other, and finally their eyes fell on Dong Fei. If we get rid of this delivery man, those 2 women would be happy even if they died because, after all, being a playboy is like dying of starvation. Sun Ting breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Tang Zhe was not the kind of person who liked to show off. If he really liked her, he would have taken her out a long time ago. Looking at the pile of rotten meat next to her, she felt really disgusted. Chapter 11. It's the end of the world, but we still talk about reason. It was also the first time that Bai saw Tang Zhe's martial arts skills. He was greatly shocked. His previous worries and fears gradually disappeared, and a confident and well-behaved smile slowly appeared on his beautiful face. Tang Zhe was seen sitting at the front of the car, while Sun Ting and Bai were sitting sideways on the ground, their sexy bodies pressed against Tang Zhe's calves, looking very satisfied and enjoying themselves. This is undoubtedly a stab in the hearts of male compatriots. It is difficult to find clean women in the end times, and you can actually do this. They are so cooperative, and look at their expressions. It seems that they are not pretending. Tang Zhe gently stroked the 2 girls' heads with both hands. It's just a small episode. Don't we have a meeting? Let's continue. Dong Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the knife in Tang Zhe's hand, thinking in his mind. The key point was whether Tang Zhe had a gun. Dong Fei smiled, adjusted his glasses and said, "Then let's have a meeting and make a summary of the incidents of people pretending to be gunmen in the past few days. By the way, do you have a gun?" Tang Zhe raised his eyebrows slightly and laughed softly. "I am a good citizen. How could I have such a thing?" Dong Fei breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the delivery man really didn't have a gun. If he had a gun, he would take it out now to scare everyone. Tang Zhe certainly knew it, but the main point was just to have fun. I've worked all my life. Can't I just let go and have fun? There is also the matter of supplies. We will organize an expedition together in a few days. Brother, I see that you are good at swordsmanship. Do you want to come with us? Not interested. Tang Zhe said lightly while lifting Sun Ting's hair. Dong Fei felt that the looks from the people around him were a little different. This delivery man was challenging his authority. If he didn't establish his prestige, these people would no longer be afraid of him. Come to think of it, you should have a lot of it stored at home, little brother. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Tang Ze. With beauties, food, and water, his life was even more carefree than before the apocalypse. Everyone was jealous and envious. We have indeed stockpiled a lot. Otherwise, how can we feed them? Tang Ze pinched the two girls' faces, and the two girls moaned in comfort. A fat man who was starving next to him said immediately, "Damn, why didn't you tell me earlier that you don't even know how to share your food with your neighbors? How selfish. Didn't I say it now? That's the score. Come and grab it." Tang Ze laughed and said, "I won't give it to you." The hungry fat man hesitated, looking at the saber clamped on Anbai's chest and the body chopped into two pieces over there. He became scared. Tang Ze spread his hands and curled his lips and said, "Since you don't want to rob me, I will kill you." A sharp flying knife was thrown out, and the fat man stood there blankly, while a man behind him slowly fell down with the flying knife stuck in his forehead. He was the man who asked for 3 bottles of water to buy Anbai. "Well, it's a little embarrassing, but give me another chance and I promise I won't miss," Tang Ze said with a smile and pulled out another flying knife. Everyone around was shocked. Killing people while chatting and laughing, not even Dong Fei could do it. The starving fat man knelt directly on the ground, and urine flowed out of the ground. "Little brother." "No, big brother, I was kidding. I never joke." Tang Ze laughed, and this time the flying knife firmly stabbed into the fat man's forehead. Seeing that everything around him was quiet, Tang Ze lit a cigarette and blew out smoke rings. "Are there any others who want to grab it? If you can grab it, everything I have will be yours, including my big cat." Meow. However, no one dared to move, and everyone placed their hopes on Dong Fei. Dong Fei knew that if he didn't do something, his prestige would be gone after tonight. "Hey young man, you are this." Dong Fei gave a thumbs up and praised. Tang Ze accepted it with pleasure. "But you may not know that the stewardess next to you, her boyfriend has sold her ownership to me," Dong Fei said to Anbai. Anbai, who was sitting sideways on the ground, was trembling with fear. She didn't expect that Ninggu would sell her out directly and said that he was just accompanying her every day. Anbai wanted to run out and stab the corpse a few more times. Tang Ze nodded. "Really? How could I not know? Ask her boyfriend to come out." Dong Fei's mouth twitched. "Where can I find it? Maybe he has already been killed by you." Dong Fei took out a piece of paper and said, "This is a sales brochure written by her boyfriend. Who knows if you wrote it?"
Tang Ze snorted.
"There is also her boyfriend's fingerprint." Dong Fei pointed at the bright red handprint, which was obviously not the red of a seal, but blood. Tang Ze shrugged and said, "Then how can you prove that this handprint belongs to her boyfriend? I think we should find an institution to check it." Dong Fei was so angry that his hands were shaking, and he said coldly, "I'm trying to reason with you now. Don't force me. It's the end of the world. Who's still talking about reason? Ha ha ha." Tang Ze couldn't help laughing. Ding Feng and others in building number 4 who were lying on the rolling shutter door also laughed, thinking that Dong Fei was doomed for being teased like this. "You're kidding me." Dong Fei took off his glasses and shouted angrily. Tang Ze lifted the two girls' chins with his hands and laughed. He actually didn't know I was teasing him. Both women couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. This sentence instantly made Dong Fei lose his mind. "Kill him. A box of mineral water, no? 2 boxes of mineral water, plus 10 packs of beef jerky.
Then the hypots.
20 packs of instant noodles. This is simply a huge investment. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward." Even Dong Fei's little brothers picked up knives and started to approach step by step. Tang Ze stood up, pulled the saber from Anbai's chest, twisted his neck, and started killing. With a leap and slash, Dong Fei's military advisor was cut into 2 pieces. With a flip of his wrist, he immediately slashed upwards. "Ah!" The man next to him screamed in pain, and his internal organs fell to the ground from his crotch. With just 2 hands, they scared everyone away and dared not approach. But Tang Ze rushed in again with a saber in hand. "Catch those 2 women!" Dong Fei shouted angrily. Maybe if he caught those 2 women, he could control the delivery man. How could the delivery man be so strong? Could he be from Shaolin? As expected, there were some fearless people who ran towards the 2 women, but Sun Ting and Anbai had no intention of escaping and were caught standing where they were. Seeing that a hand was about to grab Anbai's arm and the flying knife was directly inserted into her forehead, Tang Ze, who was not far away, said coldly, "Touching my rations is more serious than touching me." The 2 girls were very scared before, but when they saw the man fall down, They realized their worries were unnecessary, and they both clenched their pink fists and meowed at Tang Zhe. Whenever he got close to the two women, he would be shot in the forehead by Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe had practiced throwing knives at home, so his shots didn't really miss. He just wanted to find a chance to practice his shooting skills. Soon, four men were lying next to the two women, and now no one could get close to them. Chapter 12 Say Thank You to Me. There were more than 10 corpses around Tang Zhe, and blood was flowing like a river. There were even some bloodstains on Tang Zhe's clothes. The remaining 3 men saw Tang Zuan like a killing god and immediately ran towards the elevator. "Wanna run?" Tang Zhe swung his saber hard, piercing 3 people with one blow, leaving everyone stunned. He was so strong. This must be the Shaolin disciple hidden in Matewan. Seeing how powerful Tang Zhe was, Ding Feng changed his plan. This guy was too strong and he couldn't just use force to defeat him, so he had to outsmart him. At this time, the garage was filled with the smell of blood and stench, and the only men left were Tang Zhe and Dong Fei. In just 5 minutes, Tang Zhe had killed all the men in building number 3. Of course, those who didn't make it were lucky. Dong Fei looked at the devilish Tang Zhe and took out a cigarette from his pocket with trembling hands. The hand holding the lighter was shaking violently, and he failed to light the cigarette several times. Tang Zhe smiled and took out a lighter. "No gas here. I have one." Dong Fei watched in horror as Tang Zhe slowly stretched his head out and lit his cigarette with a few puffs. "You didn't even stop me with your hand, and you didn't even say thank you. That's very rude." Tang Zhe said helplessly. "Why is everyone so rude? When I light a cigarette, you should stop me with your hand. You don't even know basic common sense." Dong Fei was stunned and said with a stutter, Thank you." After saying, "Just thank you," Tang Zhe's fist hit Dong Fei's heart hard, and his entire chest caved in. Dong Fei hit the Porsche 718 hard, and the car glass shattered to the ground. "I hate impolite people the most." Tang Zhe lit a cigarette and looked around. People from the 2 buildings next door were watching. When they saw Tang Zhe's eyes, some people subconsciously dodged. Sun Ting and Inbai looked at the powerful Tang Zhe and were glad that they had made the choice and obediently handed the chain to Tang Zhe. In the corner, 12 women hid and trembled, fearing that Tang Zhe would kill them too. Almost all the men in building number 3 were dead. Tang Zhe stopped and looked at the group of women. "Lift your heads. Whoever dares to disobey will raise his head." Tang Zhe sighed in his heart. "None of them are good-looking. They are all old women. Pick up the intestines, livers, and other things on the ground. Each person should get a bottle of water and come to Dong Fei's house to get it." After hearing this, the women immediately became motivated. Even though they found their husbands' bodies among the men and cleaned them up without any expression, some of them cried quietly. Seeing Tang Zhe leaving, Ding Feng turned around with a gloomy expression. "Boss, what should we do?" All of Dong Fei's group were chopped down. "It's okay to chop them down. The main thing is supplies." "Well, with fewer people, we don't have to consume supplies." Ding Feng showed an evil smile, thinking that Tang Zhe was doing him a favor in disguise. When the time comes, he can kill Tang Zhe and take over Dong Fei's supplies. On the other side, Tang Zhe came to Dong Fei's house, which was full of supplies, but Tang Zhe didn't care much. Just came to see the supplies he had looted, see what's in the bedroom. The 2 women hummed and opened their bedroom doors. When Sun Ting opened a bedroom door, a foul odor hit her in the face. Sun Ting turned on the light and looked at the corpse on the bed in surprise. "Isn't this my good sister?" When I got closer, I saw corpse spots all over the body and the pupils were dilated. This group of people didn't even let go of the corpse. Sun Ting clenched her fists tightly, thinking of the scene where Tang Zhe had just hacked and killed them, and she felt relieved. And Bai walked in and took a look. Her eyebrows knitted tightly and she said softly, if she was sold by Ninggu, her ending would be similar to hers. "Me too. Go look for it in the bedroom over there." "Good. What's wrong?" Tang Zhe walked in and asked, frowning when he saw the corpse on the bed. "Nothing, just a friend of mine." "Oh, throw it away, it stinks." Tang Zhe covered his nose. "These people are so perverted. They are still playing with the dead body several days ago." Sun Ting hummed, opened the window, and threw the body out. "Master, there are a lot of cigarettes and alcohol here." And Bai shouted in the master bedroom. Tang Zhe walked over and took a look. "Oh, this Dong Fei is amazing. He has hoarded so many things, yet he is still so stingy." He took out a bottle of red wine and walked out of the bedroom. He saw Sun Ting coming out and said, "Go prepare some mineral water. Let them take it later. Keep your word."
Okowo.
After saying that, Tang Zhe lay down in the rocking chair, opened the red wine and took a sip. Then can I do something? And Bai squatted beside Tang Zhe and asked obediently. He wanted to do something to make Tang Zhe feel useful. He just saw the body of Sun Ting's friend and was afraid of being abandoned and suffering the same fate. Tang Zhe smiled and patted his legs. And Bai was slightly stunned and sat astride Tang Zhe with a sense of shyness. This red wine is for you. Tang Zhe handed over the red wine. And Bai took the red wine and put it into her red lips. Her white neck raised up and the red wine slowly flowed out from the corner of her mouth. She was really a sexy beauty. At this time, the women appeared at the door. When they saw Tang Zhe and Bai sitting in the rocking chairs, they were stunned for a moment, but they were not too surprised. They had seen too much in these days and became numb. But as a woman, I was jealous of their beauty, their fair bodies, and even the scent of their shower gel. They can even take a shower. Looking at these women, their hands are now covered in blood and are dirty, even worse than when they were picking up garbage. This is your reward, take it and go. Sun Ting had already arranged it, a bottle of water for each person. Everyone received their own reward. When I saw the room full of food and the boxes of mineral water stacked in the corner, different ideas suddenly popped up in my mind. One of the women called the other women over and began to discuss in a low voice. All the supplies in there were stolen by Dong Fei before. Isn't it too little for us to take just this little? A 40-year-old woman immediately agreed. That's right. We were so tired from moving the corpse just now, but they just gave us a bottle of water. It's like sending away beggars. Yeah, those 3 of them can't eat it all, and the men are dead, so there's more than enough for us to eat. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if he had returned to the time before the end of the world. After a while, the 12 women selected a representative and came to the door again. Hello, we should have met before. One of the women smiled at Sun Ting. Sun Ting looked at the woman in front of her, but couldn't figure out who she was after looking for a long time. Who are you? Chapter 13. You rob me. I rob you. That's fair. I'm Zhou Min from the Community Property Management Department. Sun Ting remembered that it was indeed a bit similar. So who cares? What's the matter? It's like this. We are all women. We have just used up too much energy moving the corpses. Dong Fei has been exploiting us before. We have had nothing to eat. Can you give us something to eat? After saying this, Zhou Min waited nervously for Sun Ting's answer. But Sun Ting couldn't decide this and turned to look at Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe held the snow-white waist with both hands, and Bai closed her beautiful eyes and leaned back slightly, unable to help making a sound. 1 piece of bread for each person. Tang Zhe, in a good mood, was also very merciful. Sun Ting nodded and opened a box of 3 squirrels bread next to her, the kind with egg yolk filling. 1 piece per person. Okay, let's go. Sun Ting's eyes gradually became impatient. Don't delay me from trying to please Tang Zhe. Look at how hard this little girl in Bai is working. However, Zhou Min pressed the door to close and shamelessly said, Can we have both boxes? Sun Ting's face suddenly darkened. Tang Zhe frowned and subconsciously tightened his hands. And Bai hissed and opened her beautiful eyes. Xiao Bai, take a rest first. And Bai thought something was wrong and got startled. Then he gently lay on Tang Zhe's chest. Tang Zhe looked towards the door and asked, What did you just say? Zhou Min was still very scared when facing Tang Zhe, but when she thought that he didn't seem to kill women, she became a little braver. Your name is Tang Zhe, right? You've come to my house to deliver takeout. Zhou Min approached him immediately, but he was totally unaware that he was flattering her. Oh, you are from that property. Tang Zhe smiled kindly again. Seeing Tang Zhe being so honest, he became bolder and said, It's like this. There are so many supplies here. Can you give me 2 more boxes? You can't finish all of them. That makes sense. Tang Zhe nodded, which made Zhou Min very happy. We'll just take a little, not too much. Tang Zhe didn't say anything. Zhou Min thought Tang Zhe agreed and pushed Sun Ting away. Sun Ting lost her balance and fell. She wanted to cry in pain, but turned to look at Tang Zhe and found that Tang Zhe was just looking at her with a smile. Loudly, there are some spicy noodles here. Move them out. There are actually French fries. Help me. And duck neck chicken wings. Too many. Take this box away too. A group of women began to carry supplies endlessly.
Tang Ye Patet An Bai.
And Bai bit her red lips and looked at Tang Zhe, with tears in her eyes about to fall out. Tang Zhe walked up and said with a smile, Are you still moving? Hey, you can't finish so much anyway. There's a box here. Hurry up. Zhou Min answered Tang Zhe while asking her sisters to move things. Her greedy face made Sun Ting want to vomit. And Bai and I have to pay a price to have food and drink, but you women only know how to get something for nothing. How despicable. Half of the supplies in the house were piled up outside the door. Zhoumin clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Young man, don't worry, we will remember your concern in our hearts. When it is safe, we will definitely help you conceal the murder." "Then I should thank you." Tangze couldn't help laughing. "No need to thank me, no need to thank me. It's fate that we live in the same neighborhood. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first." Tangze scratched the back of his head and said depressedly, "You stole so many things from me, and you just leave like that. That's not appropriate, auntie. How can you talk like that, kid? You didn't rob, you took." Zhoumin immediately put on the look of an elder and scolded. "First of all, I don't agree with you taking it. My cats can testify to that." Sun Ting nodded immediately, and Bai, who was sitting on the ground, nodded as well. You are simply unreasonable. Let's go and ignore them." Zhoumin raised his hand, not wanting to say more to Tangze, as if he had forgotten how Tangze had just swung his knife. Tangze sighed, silently took out his pistol, and said with a smile, "Okay, now it's my turn to rob you." With a bang, the back of Zhoumin's head was pierced directly, and he fell forward, blood slowly flowing out, and his pupils dilated. The women outside the house were waiting for the elevator with smiles on their faces. Suddenly, they heard a gunshot, and then saw Zhoumin fall down with a horrifying blow to the back of his head. Then he saw Tangze walking out with a smile on his face, a black pistol in his hand, and instantly became as quiet as death. "You rob me, I rob you. The main thing is fairness." Finally, a woman reacted. The first thing she did was not to run away, but to scream.
Ah! Bang 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 bang.
Continuous gunshots rang out in building number 3. Everyone in the community looked panicked, not knowing what was going on. Building number 4. Boss, there was a gunshot in building 3. "I'm not deaf, I heard it," Ding Feng said in a deep voice while hugging his girlfriend. The girlfriend laughed and said, "I don't know if it was the delivery guy who was killed." Ding Feng guessed, "It's very likely that the man with the gun has been waiting for the right opportunity. He probably doesn't have too many bullets." Just when the delivery man killed Dong Fei's group of men, he jumped out immediately. Ding Feng's guess was agreed upon by many people and is very likely. "Brother Feng, why don't we go and take a look?" suggested the girlfriend. "Wait 2 days." Ding Feng was still very calm. "At this time, we are in room 2801 on the 28th floor of building 1. Sister, there were gunshots again. I saw a 25-year-old woman standing by the window, looking out with panic in her bright eyes. This woman has a self-evident beauty. Her facial features seem to be carefully carved by nature. She has both the subtlety of an Oriental woman and the three-dimensionality of a Western woman. There is wisdom and gentleness between her eyebrows. Although it has been many days, the white dress she wears is still as clean as new. As the breeze swayed, the hem of her skirt fluttered gently, and a melancholy temperament came over her. It was a pity that her beautiful figure was covered by the white skirt, but one could still see her charming waist and perky buttocks.
Ye Vinky.
The woman in the kitchen was probably in her 50s, with many wrinkles on her face and a bit of weight, but from her appearance, one could tell that she was as pretty as her sister when she was young, but now she was old and ugly. The elder sister is named Yi Yuling, and the younger sister is named Yi Qing. The two are biological sisters, but their parents wanted a son when they were older, but ended up having a daughter, which is why the sisters are twice as old as each other. Chapter 14. This is probably the Shaolin disciple. Since the end of the world, Yi Qingyi has never gone out, especially during the riots. She has been hiding in her bedroom. Even now, the whole community doesn't know Yi Qingyi's existence. She just came to her sister and brother-in-law's house to have a meal, and then prepare to take a plane back to Hua'an City. As a result, the whole world was in chaos, especially when seeing the female corpses downstairs. Yi Qingyi knew that if she let others know of her existence, the end would not be good. Yi Yuling also heard it, of course, and quickly pulled her sister away from the window, scolding her, "You are going to die. These bullets have no eyes." "Sister, when will this end?" Yi Qingyi was about to collapse. Sometimes she really wanted to jump down and end it all, but she simply couldn't do it. Yi Yuling sighed, "Our building number 1 is relatively stable. Your brother-in-law is in control, and it won't get chaotic. Look at the other buildings. They've already been in chaos." Beep, beep, beep. The sound of entering a password rang out at the door. Yi Yuling immediately pulled Yi Qingyi behind her and watched vigilantly. When she saw that it was her husband who came back, she felt relieved. "Honey, how was the meeting? Why were there gunshots in building number 3 again?" Yi Yuling asked curiously as she helped take off the man's coat. Yi Qingyi also hurried over to pour a sip of water. "Brother-in-law, drink some water." Xie Yuhong hummed and took the cup of water, but she didn't dare to drink it in one gulp. She just took a sip and then put it on the coffee table. The next sentence made the two sisters' faces change drastically. All the men in Building 3 should be dead. What? What? The two sisters looked at each other, wondering how could they all die suddenly? They had never heard of this before. Xie Yuhong felt in her trouser pockets for cigarettes, but found that they were all gone. She had no choice but to give up. They were all killed by a delivery man. Delivering takeout? The two sisters couldn't believe it. They had heard that there were many hidden talents among the delivery people. They thought it was a joke before, but now it seems very real. I have a video here. Do you want to see it? It's a bit bloody. Xie Yuhong took out her cell phone. There are a pile of corpses on the grass below, so what is there to be afraid of? The two sisters sat on the sofa and looked at their phones. When she saw Tang Zhe, Yuling frowned slightly. This delivery man looks familiar. He should have delivered to our house before. Yes, I have. Xie Yuhong nodded. Yi Qingyi immediately noticed Sun Ting and Bai. Their attire made Yi Qingyi blush. Why did they go out dressed like that? But they were all so clean, and their hair was so soft. Even if she used conditioner every day, her hair was still not clean. Even in the end times, these beautiful women still have a comparative mind. Yi Qingyi feels that she is no worse than them. Brother-in-law, why are they being held by this delivery man? Are they threatened? Yi Qingyi asked curiously. How could this happen to two such beautiful women? Xie Yuhong asked back, look at their expressions. Do you think they are threatening? Yi Qingyi had indeed noticed it. Seeing how well-behaved they were, some even meowing like cats, there was no disgust in her eyes at all, and she even seemed proud of it. These two women must have been brainwashed and turned into pet cats delivering food. Xie Yuhong felt that this must be the case. I also feel that your brother-in-law is right. Yi Qingyi expressed her doubts. How come they are so clean? Unless they took a shower, but now the water has stopped. The couple looked at each other, confused and unable to understand. When seeing Tang Zhe killing everyone, Yi Qingyi covered her mouth and Yi Yuling was also stunned. This is too fierce. It would probably take a few days to digest a 3-minute video. Hubby, he should be the national martial arts champion, Yi Yuling said blankly. Anyway, he was almost the only man left in Building 3. The gunshots just now were either from the delivery man or the women in Building 3. There was no other reason. I have to say that Xie Yuhong's IQ is still online. At least she guessed half of it right. After a while, Yi Yuling asked softly, how was the meeting today? Xie Yuhong did not answer directly and said to Yi Qingyi, Qingyi, go to the bedroom and get a piece of bread. Oh, okay. Yi Qingyi stood up and walked towards the bedroom and closed the door, but immediately lay on the door to eavesdrop, knowing that her brother-in-law was trying to get her away. Xie Yuhong said in a deep voice, although our building number 1 is safe for the time being, it will be in chaos sooner or later. I found that a few people started to exchange food for women. They probably saw that other buildings were doing this, so they started to do it without telling me. Then it must be stopped. How can I stop them? There are many people who put pressure on me. Fortunately, Gongzi has always supported me. If I hadn't taken them out to find food, they would have ignored me a long time ago. Yi Yuling was extremely anxious. What should I do then? You have to let Qingyi be mentally prepared. After all, she has outstanding looks and will be discovered sooner or later. By then, Xie Yuhong did not continue. There were too many living examples lying on the lawn outside. Yi Yuling clasped her hands together, hoping that God would let this disaster pass quickly. Yi Qingyi, who was eavesdropping, slowly sat down on the floor. Her face turned pale. Her mind was full of those naked women who jumped off the building, and she sobbed slightly helplessly. Is my daughter okay? Xie Yuhong asked in a deep voice. Yi Yuling nodded. Nothing to do today. The school cafeteria has enough food and drink. College students have a high overall quality, unlike those who live here, most of whom are tenants, working at the bottom of society and carrying a sense of resentment about injustice, so they lose their humanity in such a short time. After saying this, Xie Yuhong sighed repeatedly, wondering what was wrong with this world and whether they could work together to resist disasters. However, Xie Yuhong knew clearly that once the food was finished, no matter how high the quality was, they would revert to their animal nature. At this time, the sound of Tang Zhe vomiting was heard from the stairwell of building number 3. Holding the railing, Tang Zhe gasped heavily. It was the first time he killed so many people, and he couldn't ignore them at all. These days, all Tang Zhe has been thinking about is the law of doomsday. Perhaps he himself doesn't even know that he is hypnotizing himself, using the law of doomsday to cover up his own human nature, so that he feels that what he does is justified. However, when this self-hypnosis stopped and I recalled the shocking scene, I suddenly felt nauseous. But Tangze soon calmed down and thought of the law of doomsday. Don't think that you are wrong. There is no fixed right or wrong in the last days. Defending your own interests comes first. Thinking of this, Tangze's eyes immediately became determined. Obey the laws of the end times and have a clear conscience. When he came downstairs, Tangze saw Bai and Sun Ting dragging the corpse down. The stairs were full of blood and blood kept flowing down the steps, which was shocking. Chapter 15. Supplies for Beauty. Be careful, don't slip.
Tangsha warned.
The two girls looked up and smiled. Their slender hands were stained with bright red blood, and even their pure white bodies were stained with a hint of blood red. Suddenly, they were filled with a different kind of beauty. Looking at the room full of food and water, Tangze was wondering what to do with them and how to maximize the benefits of these supplies. Barter? No point. What else can I change? Change player? There aren't any beauties in this neighborhood worth exchanging. Looking at the rain falling outside the window, Tangze felt helpless. He wanted to go out to find food, but the rain wouldn't stop. It looked like it was going to be windy. The two women dragged the corpse until the early morning before returning. They were exhausted and took a hot bath. Tangze did not treat them badly and prepared a meal for them. The food was naturally much richer than before. The two women had worked hard all night, so they naturally needed to be nourished. Soon, a table of barbecue was placed on the table. If people from other buildings saw it, they would probably go crazy, but for Tangze, it was just an ordinary daily life. I opened WeChat and found that no one was talking in the group of this building. I guess everyone was dead except me and them. Everyone in the community group was talking about the murder they had committed, especially those in Building 1. They were criticizing him from a moral high ground and wanted to drag him out and shoot him. It's just that many functions of WeChat have been deleted now. You can't download videos and photos, send videos, repost, join groups, make video calls, or even search for people nearby. However, some people have groups in other communities from the beginning, and the situation is similar to here. Tangze looked up and smiled. Don't you two need a rest? They had been busy all night, and he wanted to give them a break. Sun Ting's coquettish look is indeed getting better and better. Look at Bai standing beside her. He seems a little embarrassed. Sun Ting stood up and sat on Tangze. Tangze smiled bitterly in his heart. I was just thinking about something, and then you came up with this trick. Help me think of a solution first, and then I'll reward you. Tangze stretched out his hands and hugged Sun Ting's waist, which was soft and slender. What method? Bai asked curiously. What do you think is the best way to exchange the supplies in this room? Sun Ting blurted out, of course, I will change the beauty. Bai paused and thought, if we replace it with a beautiful woman, what will we do if Tangze doesn't want us in the future? But Sun Ting knew Tangze's ability. Only by getting more food rations could her own safety be guaranteed. Besides, this was also what Tangze meant. I've been observing for a long time. Apart from you two, there are no good people in our community. Tangze still has some requirements. Not everyone is worthy of being his food. How do you know if you don't try? After saying that, Sun Ting stood up and picked up her mobile phone. Tangze asked curiously, what are you going to do? Promote it in the community group. How much supplies do we want to exchange? Sun Ting secretly called herself an idiot and made the decision without even asking Tangze. Tangze didn't take it to heart this time, but he actually had the same idea. Half. Tangze said lightly. Sun Ting raised her eyebrows slightly. Isn't half too much? Bai said softly, if I can blow up a beauty with half of the supplies, I think it's still worth it. I like what Bai said. Tangze patted Bai's head and gave him praise. Sun Ting shrugged her shoulders and said, you little rookie, I've taught you so many unique skills, and now you're competing for my favor. Sun Ting immediately sent a voice message in the community group. Hello everyone. I'm Sun Ting from building number 3. Are you worried about hunger? Are you going crazy because of dry mouth? I can help you solve this problem. Bostong's supplies can be exchanged for authentic, beautiful kittens. If you are interested, please chat with me privately, meow. After saying that, she took a photo of the supplies and sent it to the group. As soon as I sent the message, a lot of friends asked me to add me on my phone. The three of them looked at it with great interest, and it turned out to be all artistic calligraphy, which was definitely a lie. Sun Ting and Bai knew too much about this, and the three of them immediately lost interest. This method didn't work. There is even a 50-year-old woman who claims to be the reincarnation of Daji and says that she can become younger immediately just by drinking water. Tangze laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. Forget it. Forget it. I guess I won't be able to find a beauty. I should just gain some experience first and then look for it slowly. The thing I have the most is time. Ding Feng's bedroom in building number 4. This female anchor actually wants to exchange goods for a beautiful woman. Is that delivery man dead or not? Ding Feng's brows formed a chan shape. The delivery man made him feel timid. The girlfriend next to him whispered, maybe the man with the gun shot the delivery man, and these two women may have turned to the gunman. But there are definitely not many bullets left. Ding Feng said in a deep voice. Don't forget, there is another gun. The girlfriend reminded him, while the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Building number 3 is really weird. Ding Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Aren't they looking for beautiful women? Go find one and take a look. I have asked those women to add me on WeChat, but they all rejected me. Ding Feng rubbed his forehead. It was not easy to find a beauty like the female anchor. I think we should attack at night, suggested the girlfriend. Ding Feng nodded. Those supplies were more tempting than women and must be taken. In room 2801 of building 1, Yiqingyi tossed and turned but couldn't fall asleep. She opened WeChat and found that she couldn't contact several of her best friends. It looked like they were in danger. Only her best friend who lived in a high-end community was slightly safer, but as her brother-in-law said before, safety was only temporary. After opening the community owners group, Yiqingyi found that many women were chatting. She scrolled up the chat history and immediately saw the advertisement sent by Sun Ting. Hello, all the owners. Have you ever been worried about hunger? Have you ever been crazy because of thirst? I can help you solve this problem. I will exchange these supplies for authentic, beautiful kittens. If you're interested, please chat with me privately, meow. Looking at Sun Ting's sweet smile and smooth skin, Yiqingyi was very envious, especially when she saw the photos. The boxes of water and various foods. Her lower abdomen couldn't help but rumble. However, the food at home can last for another month, so Yiqingyi would naturally not throw herself into a trap and become a big cat, and even learn to meow, unless she was crazy. At this time, a voice call came. Seeing the display, Yiqingyi showed a long-lost smile. Zihui, why haven't you slept yet so late? A gentle voice came from Yiqingyi's red lips. A magnetic male voice also rang out from my hand. I can't sleep. I miss you. I miss you as well. Everything became quiet at this moment. Although they were not yet husband and wife, they were already engaged. They had originally planned to get married at the end of the year, but unfortunately this kind of thing happened. Chapter 16. What dreams are there? How are you today? Zhang Zihui asked with concern. It's okay, don't worry. How are you doing today? Don't worry, this is a villa area. Since there are fewer people, there are plenty of supplies. The property management has stockpiled a lot of them. Yiqingyi breathed a sigh of relief and turned slightly. Where's Nana? This little girl is still in the mood to do yoga. What do you think? Zhang Zihui joked, also wanting Yiqingyi to relax. Very nice. Zhang Zihui paused, sighed and said, "Yi, you have to find a way to come here. I am worried about you."
Ye vingi similet bitterli.
Hua'an City is 400 kilometers away from Hua'an City. In the past, it could be reached in an instant, but now, it is difficult to move even a step. I'll find a way. Don't worry, my brother-in-law is still the boss. Yiqingyi said with a forced smile. My classmates told me that there were riots in many communities, killing people like killing chickens, and some perverts even spared the corpses of women. Yiqingyi was frightened, and fear appeared on her beautiful face. Zhang Zihui immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly changed the subject, talking about which country he would go to for his honeymoon and fantasizing about a beautiful future. As her phone was running out of battery, Yiqingyi put it down to charge it. She looked at the rain outside and felt that the wind was getting stronger tonight. Feeling tired, Yiqingyi fell asleep. But she had a horrible dream. She dreamed that she turned into a corpse, and countless men were sitting beside her, watching her, as if they were looking at grilled steaks, with greed in their eyes. They mutilated their own bodies and ate them until they were reduced to a pile of bones. Yiqingyi was awakened and sat up suddenly. Cold sweat soaked her black hair, and her face was pale and weak. She turned her head to look out the window. It was already morning. A feeling of powerlessness surged from the bottom of her heart. Could she still walk out of this community? Tears flowed from the corners of my eyes. Compared to Yiqingyi, Tang Zhe was full of energy. He stretched his body and looked out the window. It was another energetic day. I gained some experience last night, and now it has reached 10%. I only need 90% to get the Apocalypse Gift Pack 2.0. Looking at the 90% progress bar, Tang Zhe covered his forehead. Although the progress has doubled now, it is still too slow. At the door, 3 automatic rifles were pointed at the door, with ropes passing through the door and connected to the triggers. As long as the door is opened or broken open violently, The 3 automatic rifles will empty their magazines and kill anyone at the door. After packing up his weapons, Tang Zhe took out a bowl of Lanzhou ramen. The aroma of the noodles made the 2 girls open their beautiful eyes. Tang Zhe naturally prepared nutritious meals for the 2 women. After all, they were the source of his strength. At noon, bored Sun Ting sat on the balcony, with a piece of white paper on her black stockings and a 2B pencil in her slender hand, brushing on the white paper while looking downstairs. Tang Zhe came out of the bedroom and walked curiously behind Sun Ting. The painting is good. There was only a sketch on the white paper, which showed a pile of corpses below. It looked quite weird. Ah, please get up.
I'm sorry.
Sun Ting hurriedly stood up, but was held down by Tang Zhe. It's okay, just continue painting. Sun Ting smiled embarrassedly. Have you learned to paint? Tang Zhe asked curiously. I'm an art student. When I was little, I wanted to be a painter and have a national tour. Alas, dreams are good, but reality is cruel. I don't earn as much from dancing in the live broadcast room as I do from my creations in a month. Sun Ting smiled bitterly after saying this. What difference does the price she had to pay make from now? It's nothing more than sleeping with others. Bai came over after cutting the fruit and said helplessly, Sister's painting skills are actually very good, but she just didn't meet the right person. Tang Zhe picked up the peeled orange and stuffed it into his mouth. You know, I also have a dream. Sun Ting and Bai looked at Tang Zhe curiously. When I was a kid, I often looked at the blue sky. I wanted to be a great pilot and protect the skies of my country. But in the end, I had a hard time studying and failed. With a whoosh, the 2 girls couldn't help but giggle. Looking at Bai beside him, Tang Zhe raised his hand and slapped that peachy butt. Dare to laugh at me, I won't hit you. I really couldn't help it, Bai said aggrievedly, and 5 finger marks gradually appeared on the white buttocks. What about you, Bai? Why do you become a flight attendant? Tang Zhe asked. Bai looked at the sky outside and murmured, I like to travel around. Being a flight attendant means I can travel for free. It's free. Tang Zhe hugged Bai's slender waist and sat on the sofa while holding her. Bai pouted her red lips and said proudly, No way, I am just working here, okay? You are wrongly accusing me. Sun Ting put the sketchbook aside, sat next to him with a cat-like step and teased, Bai, not only are you a freeloader, you also want to marry into a wealthy family? He was my elementary school classmate, Bai had long since let go of it, and she didn't feel anything when talking about her dead ex-boyfriend. Sun Ting rolled up the newspaper and held it to Bai's lips. Please unfold your story. Oh, there's no story. We just met in first class one time and started chatting. He lied to me and said he was single at first. When I proposed marriage, he said he was married and asked me to wait. He said he would divorce me soon. That's it.
Tang Zhe was indignant. Scumbag.
That's too bad. Sun Ting also echoed. Bai also smiled foolishly and said, That's right. It's too bad. Tang Zhe suddenly asked, So tell me, is he a scumbag or am I a scumbag? The 2 women were stunned and looked at each other. Tell the truth, or you'll be hungry for 3 days. Tang Zhe looked stern, not like he was joking at all. Seeing the 2 girls' self-evident looks, Tang Zhe understood immediately. You said I'm a scumbag, right? Then I'll show you how scumbag I am. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Looking at the dwindling supplies and the heavy rain and strong wind outside, Ding Feng decided to attack Building 3 tonight. Brother Feng, the brothers are ready. Chapter 17 Attack on Building Number 1. Ding Feng opened the little beer left and more than a dozen men poured a little each, and at the same time handed each of them a cigarette, as if they were performing a final farewell ceremony. Brothers, as long as we get Dong Fei's supplies, we will have food and drinks, and we can also exchange them for women in the buildings next door. Ding Feng glanced at everyone. What he said was their motivation. If the pie is not drawn well, no one will work hard. Okay, follow Brother Feng. There will be endless delicious food to eat and enough women to play with. Cheers. 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 After taking a sip of the wine, I felt like I was back at the roadside barbecue stall. Why do I feel like it was back then? Because I have forgotten my previous normal life. It was clearly last month, but it seems like many years have passed. Brother Feng, a buddy of mine who works in Building Number 1 sent me a WeChat message today, saying that Building Number 1 is about to become chaotic. Ding Feng sneered, exhaled a puff of cigarette and said, That Xie Yuhong really thought he could control it. Without enough food, chaos is only a matter of time. Besides, he is such a pushover, he will regret it sooner or later. That's right. It's such a waste to share the food we snatched from outside with those old guys. Brother Feng, we robbed Building 3 today. When will we rob the other buildings? Ding Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, crossed his legs, and turned to look at the heavy rain outside. Feng Jin and Sun Yuqing have many subordinates, and they are quite united. If we really want to rob them, we will lose a lot of people. If we want to rob them, we must go to Building 1. While they are leaderless, kill all the men and leave only the women. The younger brothers nodded. This plan sounded good. At this time, Ding Feng's cell phone rang. When he saw the message, his brows furrowed deeply and he took a long puff of his cigarette. Brother Feng, what's wrong? Feng Jin and Sun Yuqing said that they would rob Building 1 together tonight. Ding Feng was very angry. All the plans he had just made were disrupted. The brothers looked at each other, and one of them asked, "So are we still going to rob Building 3 tonight?" Ding Feng's eyes turned fierce, and the younger brother shrank his head. They called me. If I didn't go, but instead robbed Building 3 to get the supplies, then the two of them would form an alliance to kill me, and then divide the supplies in Building 3. In the end, the two families would fight each other, and whoever wins will be the overlord of the community. But I must not let myself be burned by both of them. With this in mind, Ding Feng immediately said, "We won't rob Building 3 tonight. Let's rob Building 1 together. We'll act in half an hour." The boss made the decision, and all the younger brothers nodded. Some of them even breathed a sigh of relief. After all, there were guns in Building 3. Although they knew there were not many bullets, they all had to use their bodies. Whoever got shot would die. Medical supplies were also in extreme shortage. In room 2801, Building 1. "Husband, what are you doing?" Yi Yuling suddenly walked out of the kitchen and grabbed Xie Yuhong, who was about to go out. Yi Qingyi, who came out of the bedroom, looked at her in confusion. Xie Yuhong showed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Let's go to Gongzi's house to discuss something." Yi Yuling pulled open her husband's clothes and saw a bottle of mineral water stuck in his armpit. "Do you need some water to talk about something?" Yi Yuling said in a low voice. Her lips were chapped. The same was true for Yi Qingyi, who was standing at the bedroom door. The whole family was now very frugal with drinking water, and even only drank a little water to quench their thirst every day. Facing his wife's blame, Xie Yuhong forced a smile and explained, "In the past, when we talked about things, we either gave money or cigarettes and tea. Now it's normal to give water. But this is the last bottle of water in our house. What are we going to drink from now on?" Xie Yuhong didn't say anything, but her face darkened. "Isn't Gongzi your childhood friend? You two are such close friends. Do you really need to use water? Just tell me." Yi Yuling seemed to be a little emotionally broken and was shaking her husband frantically. Xie Yuhong seemed to be ignited at this moment and pushed his wife to the ground. Yi Qingyi cried out, ran over quickly, looked up and asked in confusion, "Brother-in-law, what are you doing?" "Sister is just asking you." Xie Yuhong suddenly laughed and then started crying. "For this family, I used to work hard in the company. I have to support the family, you, and my daughter. The mortgage and car loans are like a mountain on my shoulders." After this disaster, I felt relieved for a moment, but soon I realized that I still couldn't relax. I had to protect you, so I still had to fight hard outside. But what do I get? It used to be this month's salary, but now it's just water. Do you know how much pressure I'm under? They're going crazy now. Xie Yuhong almost roared, almost crushing his last nerve. The two sisters were confused and didn't know what to say. Yi Yuling suddenly started to sob, and Yi Qingyi could only comfort her. Xie Yuhong said nothing else. She took the water and walked out of the house. Before closing the door, she reminded everyone, "Don't open the door for anyone except me." Then she closed the door. Soon, Xie Yuhong came to the first floor and rang the doorbell. There were footsteps in the house, and a muscular man opened the door. He saw Xie Yuhong and smiled. "Brother Yu, have you figured it out?" Xie Yuhong walked into the house, took out the prepared mineral water and placed it on the dining table. "Gongzi, as long as you support me, our Building 1 will not be in chaos. When the strong wind passes, I will take you out to find food." Mao Gang covered his forehead and walked back and forth, then suddenly put his hands on the dining table and scolded, "Brother Yu, I know you are a good person. You want everyone to be safe. But that is impossible. You have done very well. For so many days, those people have turned into animals. Only we are fine. Then let's persevere, search for food and wait for rescue, Gongzi. We can't turn into animals like them." Xie Yuhong grabbed Mao Gang's shoulders with both hands and persuaded him loudly. Mao Gang laughed and said, "Brother Yu, you can't be a good guy these days. You've done a good job. I'll be the bad guy." Hearing that Mao Gang was unmoved, Xie Yuhong shouted, "Gongzi, wake up. We can't panic. If we panic, they will take advantage of us and sneak in. Brother Yu, you know this too. Then why do you oppose it? Why don't you support me? Do you still consider me a brother? Why didn't I treat you as a brother? You didn't have money to buy a house, so I lent you the money. That's because you wanted me to live downstairs from you. You lent me money, but the 3,000 mortgage is killing me. I originally just wanted to buy a cheaper neighborhood. It was you who asked me to come here. I'll listen to you, brother. Because I want to take care of you. Haha, you want to take care of those old men and women. When it comes to this issue, Mao Gang gets very excited and shouts, "What's the use of those old people? They are a complete waste of our resources. We get less, and they still have to lecture us. What's the point of keeping these people? Look at building 2, kill all the old ones. They won't live long anyway." Hearing her childhood friend's comments, Xie Yuhong couldn't believe it. Gongzi, don't let them brainwash you. Chapter 18. Brotherly Love. Brother Yu, I will listen to you all my life. Now I only have one request. Listen to me this time. Mao Gang looked at Xie Yuhong closely, and Xie Yuhong also stared at Mao Gang closely. Suddenly, Xie Yuhong found blood behind Mao Gang's ear and frowned. Where are your wife and children? In the bedroom. Xie Yuhong immediately walked towards the bedroom, opened the door, and found Mao Gang's wife and children huddled in the corner shivering. Seeing this situation, Xie Yuhong frowned even deeper. She closed the door and looked at Mao Gang in the living room, then suddenly opened another door. When Xie Yuhong saw the situation inside, she gasped. She saw a 70-year-old man lying on the ground with a kitchen knife stuck in the back of his head. This is Mao Gang's old father. Xie Yuhong turned to look at Mao Gang, and Mao Gang said in a deep voice, "The old man can't hold on any longer. Let me kill him." Gongzi, are you still a human being? That's your father. Xie Yuhong grabbed Mao Gang's collar, tears in her eyes. Mao Gang slapped Xie Yuhong's hand away. Brother Yu, I can even kill my own father. No one can stand in my way.
Men.
Xie Yuhong pushed Mao Gang away fiercely, picked up the mineral water on the table, and left. As soon as she opened the door and walked out, the 60-year-old lady opposite also walked out. She was stunned when she saw the water in Xie Yuhong's hand and smiled. Mr. Xie, you are so kind. You come to deliver water again. It's not for you, Xie Yuhong said in a deep voice. The old lady grabbed Xie Yuhong's arm and said, What do you mean? Didn't you say that we should share supplies? Then this bottle of water should be mine.
No.
Okay. I still have a few bottles anyway. How many bottles? Xie Yuhong looked at the ant in surprise, and the ant also knew that she had let the cat out of the bag. In fact, she was just playing the victim every time so that she could get more. What do you mean by a few bottles? How can there be a few bottles? You guys should go out and find something to eat. Don't always look for snacks. Find some vegetables or something so that your nutrition is balanced. I've been getting a sore throat lately, and my teeth are starting to hurt. Ouch, it comes again. I'll go back first. You should quickly gather people to go out and find something to eat. After saying that, the ant went back to the house. Xie Yuhong clenched her fists tightly. These words were undoubtedly bombarding her brain. But what Xie Yuhong was afraid of was not this, but that his wife would be defiled, bullied, and had a sister-in-law. It's me. Xie Yuhong shouted at the door. Yi Yuling looked through the peephole and unlocked the door. Honey, how was the talk? Yi Yuling asked curiously. Not so good. Isn't Gongzi the one who listens to you the most? Even that bottle of water won't work? Xie Yuhong put out the water, and Yi Yuling and Yi Qingyi paused. If the other party confiscated it, it meant rejection. The two sisters' faces were pale. The doorbell rang suddenly, and my nerves were immediately tense. Brother Yu, it's me, Gongzi. I've thought it through. You're right. Mao Gang's voice was heard outside. Yi Yuling was delighted. I'll go open the door. Wait. Xie Yuhong stopped him immediately. You two go to the bedroom. The sisters looked at each other and obediently went to the bedroom. Looking at Mao Gang outside the cat's eye, Xie Yuhong shouted, Gongzi, have you really figured it out? Brother Yu, Ingzi just scolded me, but I think what you said is not wrong. I still support you. I'm sorry for what happened just now. That's it. I'll go back first. Brother Yu, you should go to bed early. Mao Gang turned and walked towards the elevator. Xie Yuhong breathed a sigh of relief, opened the door and shouted, Gongzi, I'm very happy that you can figure it out. Mao Gang, who was facing away, said softly, Brother Yu, you better open the door. Xie Yuhong was stunned and was about to close the door, but Mao Gang's big hand pressed on it. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her arm. Her right hand fell to the ground, blood splattered everywhere, and then she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen and was kicked down in the house. Mao Gang walked into the room and closed the door, laughing crazily. Brother Yu, why did you force me? Why didn't you trust me once? Why did you want me to chop you up? Why? Gongzi, stop being stubborn. It's not me who is stubborn, it's you. Those people are going to attack the building tonight. We have no choice. Where is the key to the rolling door? Give it to me. Mao Gang stretched out his hand. His eyes became colder. Xie Yuhong stood up despite the severe pain and said in disbelief, You betrayed me. You became their traitor. Who told you to share all the food with those useless people? Do you know how much food those old immortals have hidden in their homes? Give me the key. I'd rather die than give it to you. Brother you, I will still be your brother in the next life. After saying that, he took out the prepared bone-cutting knife, and the sound of a scuffle suddenly broke out in the living room. The two sisters hiding in the bedroom were so frightened that they hid under the bed and could almost imagine that they were fighting outside. Yi Yuling was extremely worried. I want to go see your brother-in-law. Sister, don't go out. Brother-in-law will come to open the door when he wins. Yi Qingyi said in a low voice. What if it was Gongzi who opened the door? Not only would he find me, he would also find you. Yi Yuling stared at her sister closely. The noise of chores outside gradually faded away, and Yi Yuling said softly, if anything happens to me, I must find Yaya. Sister. Yi Qingyi just watched her sister crawl out from under the bed. She was unable to stop her sister's risky behavior, but she comforted herself in her heart that the brother Gongzi in her memory was honest and simple, with a smile on his face every day. When she was in school, she was harassed by gangsters, but brother Gongzi just beat them away, so nothing should happen. At this moment, the bedroom door was opened. Yi Qingyi covered her mouth because she saw that those were not her brother-in-law's feet, and the soles of the shoes were even covered in blood. The person who opened the door was naturally Mao Gang, his body covered in blood. Yi Yuling covered her mouth when she saw her husband lying on the ground in the living room, surrounded by blood. Mao Gang showed a blood-stained smile, like a devil. Sister-in-law, brother, you just said that you know where the key to the rolling door is. Yi Yuling was so frightened that she slowly raised her hand and pointed at the dressing table next to her. Mao Gang immediately went to look for it, and Yi Yuling murmured, Ingzi is giving birth. Your brother you will help you contact the hospital. You don't have a job, so your brother you will help you find one. If you don't have time to take care of the child, your sister-in-law will help you. Mao Gang quickly found the key, turned around and said with a smile, Sister-in-law, I will repay you and brother you for your kindness in my next life. How could you have the heart to do this to me? You're a beast. Yi Yuling beat Mao Gang madly. Mao Gang did not resist, but the bone-cutting knife in his hand was still dripping with blood. Sister-in-law, I know you and brother you are in love. Brother you will definitely be lonely now that he is going downstairs. Why don't you go down and accompany him? Things will soon be in chaos anyway. You might as well get killed by those men. Sister-in-law, I will give you a quick death. Brother you will thank me, yes, he will. After muttering, Mao Gang, who was in a trance, picked up the bone-cutting knife and chopped it directly on Yi Yuling's forehead. The skull suddenly caved in, and Yi Yuling slowly fell down with her eyes wide open. Chapter 19 Building Number 1 is full of weirdos. Yi Qingyi looked at the bone-chopping knife on her sister's forehead and covered her mouth tightly. Her whole body couldn't help shaking and her tears couldn't stop flowing. Looking at the look in her sister's eyes, she knew that this was asking her to find her daughter. Mao Gang bent down, pulled out the bone-cutting knife, and then chopped it down fiercely.
Bang bang bang.
Sister-in-law, I'm helping you. Don't blame me. Brother you, I sent my sister-in-law to accompany you. You and your wife are reunited. Yi Qingyi just watched her own sister being hacked to death. Her face was completely disfigured. She didn't dare to make a sound even though her brains were splattered in her eyes. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Yi Qingyi, who was hiding under the bed, finally couldn't suppress the fear and panic in her heart, but she could only cry quietly. At this moment, the sky fell. In the garage, the men from Building 2, Building 4, and Building 5 had gathered, a total of 53 men. Of course, there were some who did not participate. Perhaps they did not want to become animals that only knew how to kill, or they did not have the courage and were afraid of being caught and shot after the disaster. These 53 men were all holding knives, including kitchen knives and fruit knives from home. The three bosses, Feng Jin, Ding Feng, and Sun Yuqing, hold the 50-centimeter long machetes in their hands. The three of them at this time were smoking, with excitement about what was coming on their faces, like wild beasts. Boss Ding, Boss Sun, after we finish with Building 1, let's arrange a time to take Dong Fei's supplies from Building 3. As for the gunman, can he have as many bullets as we have? Feng Jin is a thin man, but he is about 1.8 meters tall, with a mole at the corner of his mouth, and the whole person looks very uncoordinated. This person is also a criminal and has been imprisoned for theft. He has done everything except murder. Ding Feng is at most a gangster, there to show off his skills. Sun Yuqing is a contractor, and he often comes into contact with ruthless people. Although he has a plump figure, he can be scary when he gets ruthless. It can be said that none of these three are good. Sun Yuqing took a long puff of his cigarette and squinted his eyes as he said, "What's there to discuss? Let's grab this side tonight and that side tomorrow night. Do you want to do it?" All three knew that building number 3 was more dangerous than building number 1, but it definitely had more supplies than building number 1. I agree. Ding Feng flicked the ash off his cigarette. I want those two women. Feng Jin's eyes lit up. He was also a lustful devil. Ding Feng and Sun Yuqing would not agree. Women like Mbai and Sun Ting are what every man wants. Ding Feng suggested, get the woman and auction it with supplies. That's interesting. Okay. Feng Jin did not object, and Sun Yuqing naturally would not object either, but the three of them were thinking in their hearts that they should find an opportunity to kill the other party. It would be best to find someone to join forces with first, which would make it much easier. At this time, Mao Gang ran out of the elevator, and his blood-stained face made people pause. Brush, brush, brush. The rolling shutter door was opened, and a group of demons were about to rush into the building. Three big brothers, you can't do anything about my family, Mao Gang said tremblingly, fearing that the three of them would go back on their word. Sun Yuqing patted Mao Gang on the shoulder and said, don't worry. Honesty is the most important thing for those who are out there. Charge brothers. Kill all the old ones, arrest all the young ones, and kill those who resist. Yes, boss. The group of people did not take the elevator, but all went up the stairs. The three bosses walked slowly behind. In less than a minute, the sounds of crying, howling, and begging for mercy resounded throughout the community, like a purgatory on earth, illuminating the butcher knives. The old lady who lived opposite Mao Gang heard someone knocking on the door, put down the remote control, and went to open the door cursing. It's late at night. Don't you let us rest? You don't want to think about getting supplies all day, but are just doing these useless things. Without even looking through the peephole, the old lady opened the door directly. When she saw two young men standing at the door with knives, she was not afraid at all. She even started to lecture them. What are you doing? If you have time to scare an old woman like me with a knife, go grab food from a takeaway shop. Young people nowadays don't respect the elderly or love the young. The two young men at the door were stunned. What kind of weird person lives in building 1? How come he is still alive today? What are you looking at? Get out of here, he said and prepared to close the door. But the young man's hand was already on the door. Ning smiled and said, old man, I've wanted to chop you for a long time. Then he raised the kitchen knife and chopped it down. The old lady was hit in the shoulder. She fell to the ground with a cry, still cursing. I was told to use the loudspeaker every day, but it's so noisy that I can't play games. He chopped the old lady with his knife. At this time, Mao just walked to the door of his house and looked at the old lady. Gongzi, please save me. The dying old lady looked at Mao Gang for help, but Mao Gang turned a blind eye to her and even had a smile on his face. It seemed that he wanted to kill the old lady. The old lady died after being chopped down by the sword, and the two men searched for supplies in the house. Fuck, this old guy actually stocked up a box of yogurt, 2 boxes of water, and even sugar-free happy water? The two young men were confused. How could an old lady hoard so many supplies? Of course I just asked for it. If the two young people knew about this, their worldviews would be shattered again. At this time, Tangze in building number 3 looked at building number 1 on the right and said with a smile, it's very lively tonight. Building number 1 was breached by the other buildings. And Bai said with a hint of worry, once building number 1 was breached, he would be the next one to be breached. Sunting wiped the floor and reminded Anbai, Xiao Bai, this is not something we should worry about. Anbai pursed her red lips, thinking of the female corpse in the bedroom before, and said firmly, even if I die, I don't want to fall into the hands of those people. Tangze smiled faintly and said confidently, I am not dead yet. How can you die? I will kill as many as you come. An hour later, the cleanup of building number 1 came to an end, and boxes of supplies were moved to the underground parking lot one after another. Looking at the mountain of supplies, the three bosses were a little confused. Next to them, the men and women in building number 1 were squatting on the ground separately. They were a little surprised to see so many supplies. Didn't they say they were gone? Xie Yuhong is great. She got so many supplies. Feng Jin opened a box of spicy strips, took out a bag, tore it open with his teeth, and took a big bite. A younger brother said with a flattering smile, Boss, Most of these supplies were looted from the homes of those old ladies and old men. Chapter 20 Beauty Auction. Haha, your boss is such a good man. He leaves all the good things to the old guys and lets you young people starve. Sun Yuqing couldn't help laughing wildly. It was really funny. At this time, several men stood up and scolded Xie Yuhong, demanding to join other teams. The three teams naturally need to recruit young male members. However, there were still a few men who had no choice but to keep their upright character. Feng Jin showed no mercy. Kill them. Husband. One of the women shouted and ran towards her husband, but was immediately pulled away by the younger brother. You bunch of beasts will definitely be shot to death soon, the woman cursed madly. But the three men didn't care. Not long after, several men were hacked to death on the spot. Looking at more than 20 women in their 30s, Sun Jin smiled and said, "What are you standing there for? Break up. To be fair, let's take turns choosing. I'm older, so it's okay for me to go first." Feng Jin took advantage of his seniority and had already taken a fancy to one of the young women, the one whose husband had just died. The other two certainly didn't want to. At this time, Yi Qingyi was hiding in the basement, hugging her legs with both hands, and her whole body was shaking, as if she was very cold. Just now, Yi Qingyi took advantage of the chaos to run here and hide. This was also what Xie Yuhong had reminded her of before. Suddenly a bright light shone over. It was the light from a mobile phone. "Boss, there is a woman hiding here." The younger brother was immediately excited. Yi Qingyi ran away immediately, not expecting to be discovered so quickly. But she couldn't outrun the young man, who grabbed her hair and said, "Bitch, you still want to run? Where can you run to?" Yi Qingyi screamed in pain and was dragged by her hair. When they arrived at the parking lot, the younger brother left Yi Qingyi in the middle and said, "Boss, this woman is very good at hiding. Fortunately, I looked for her." After saying this, he looked like he was going to collect the reward. Yi Qingyi, with her hair disheveled, did not attract the interest of the three bosses, but one of the younger brothers squatted down, lifted up her messy hair, and lifted up Yi Qingyi's chin. His expression froze in an instant, and he began to stutter, "Old, old, old, big, top-notch?" Sun Yuqing looked at his younger brother's silly look and kicked him to the ground. "What do you mean by top-notch or not? Look at what you have done." When Sun Yuqing saw it, he was also stunned. Ding Feng also stepped forward to take a look and finally understood. "It's really top-notch. I never expected that there would be such a beauty in this shabby community. She is no worse than those two. And her face has been clean for so many days, except that her skirt was a little dirty when she was dragging it just now. Let me go." Yi Qingyi shook off her younger brother's dirty hands and looked at the men around her vigilantly, as if a dream had come true. Feng Jin laughed. "It's still a little fierce horse. I wonder how it feels to ride it." The younger brothers around all looked over. "She is much better than those women. She is so beautiful even without makeup, and she looks even better after dressing up. This time she has gained a lot." Sun Yuqing directly took out a handful of cigarettes and threw them to the younger brother. "This is a reward for you." Holding a bunch of furong wong in his hand, the younger brother was overjoyed. Nowadays, a cigarette can make a smoker work hard for him. "Thank you, boss." "Boss Feng, Boss Ding, this woman was found by my younger brother. You are not here to rob her, are you?" Sun Yuqing's words were deeply threatening. Feng Jin chuckled. "Boss Sun, what you said was already agreed upon long ago. Everything in building number 1 will be divided equally." At this time, Ding Feng must be on Feng Jin's side and agreed. "Boss Feng is right. Boss Sun is not going to break the agreement between us, is he?" Sun Yuqing took a deep puff of his cigarette, and the smoke could not hide his vicious eyes. Suddenly, Sun Yuqing laughed and said, "It's just a joke. Look how nervous you are." Although he said this, he wanted to kill the two men in his heart. It has to be said that beautiful women are always a disaster. This one almost caused the three parties to tear up their fragile cooperative relationship. As Sun Yuqing laughed, Feng Jin and Ding Feng also laughed along. However, if Sun Yuqing disagreed, they would have hacked the people on Sun Yuqing's side to death without saying anything. However, Sun Yuqing smiled and said, "There is only one of this kind. Why don't we three take turns? Such a top-notch product would make people want to keep it for themselves, but who would want to share it?" Yi Qingyi, who was sitting on the ground, listened to the conversation between the three people with a pale face. She felt like a commodity being divided equally by them. Looking at the load-bearing wall next to her, Yi Qingyi suddenly stood up and ran forward. However, Feng Jin was quick-witted and grabbed Yi Qingyi's hair. "Want to die? How can it be that easy?" Yi Qingyi collapsed, waving her hands and cursing, "You bastards! You shall not die a good death." "Tie her up," Ding Feng shouted coldly. The younger brother took out a rope and tied Yiqingyi up. Tears as big as beans ran down her beautiful face. She had been hiding for so many days, but still couldn't escape the clutches of the devil. For such top-quality items, let's not take turns. Didn't we say before that we would auction it off? Feng Jin suggested. Okay, let's auction it. Sun Yuqing agreed, and Ding Feng was no problem. But Feng Jin suddenly revealed a sly look. Since it's an auction, I must take a good look at the goods to see if they are genuine. Once these words are spoken, all men understand. What are you doing? Don't come over here. Seeing the two younger brothers walking towards her, Yiqingyi shouted wildly. But this only increased the men's sense of excitement. The three bosses had bright eyes, not a bit of fat on their bodies, and their waists were abs, with a sense of strength in their softness. Their looks and figures were no different from those of the big stars on TV. Tie her to the roof of the car. The crying and helpless Yiqingyi was forcibly tied to the roof of the car, posing in a shameful posture for people to admire this item that was about to be auctioned. Feng Jin asked towards building number 1. Does anyone know him? Immediately, a woman replied, she seems to be Xie Yuhong's sister-in-law. Feng Jin laughed immediately. I didn't expect that there is such a rare talent hidden in Mr. Xie's house. This good old man didn't even touch it. He must have kept it for us brothers. Ha 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 ha. The men around them burst into laughter. Yiqingyi on the roof of the car seemed to have run out of tears. She was trembling all over as she listened to the evil laughter around her. She graduated from a 985 university, and I heard she's getting married soon. Her husband is the son of the CEO of a Fortune 500 company. Another woman broke the news. Sun Yuqing was very happy. With such a high level of education, if we were to meet before, we probably wouldn't even bother to pay any attention to us. That's right. Now we can only eat birds. Feng Jin laughed wildly. Sun Yuqing coughed lightly and said, Okay, let's start the auction. He seemed a little impatient. Chapter 21. Is he reasonable? Boss, how about I be the auctioneer? A younger brother volunteered. Oh, okay, let's see what you can come up with. The younger brother happily walked to the side of the car, coughed lightly and shouted, Dear owners, neighbors, brothers and sisters, tonight we have a unique auction item, which is this beautiful woman. What's it called?
Ye Yingyi.
Someone in the crowd reminded. Yes, our auction item is Miss Yiqingyi. This year. Mao Gang in the crowd reminded, 25 years old, vice president of an advertising company. The people around immediately made a sound of clicking their tongues. A woman like this used to be a goddess, and everyone only dared to watch from a distance. Although they were still watching from a distance now, they could see that snow-white body. Yiqingyi looked at Mao Gang in the crowd and gritted her teeth. Brother Gongzi is no longer the same Brother Gongzi as before. This Miss Yiqingyi is 25 years old this year. She is the vice president of an advertising company and the daughter-in-law of a Fortune 500 company's CEO. Just think about it. Isn't it great to buy the daughter-in-law of a Fortune 500 company's CEO? It's absolutely a good deal. Of course, this is just Miss Yiqingyi's identity. The focus is Miss Yiqingyi herself. Look at these exquisite facial features. There is no trace of artificiality. They are purely natural. Look at this skin that is so soft and tender that it feels like it could be blown away. The touch is absolutely top-notch. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the internal structure. The three bosses can go home and enjoy it slowly. I will not watch it later. Now it can still be interpreted that the saying, poor people will give you sweetness, rich people will give you saltiness. The bidding price starts from a bottle of mineral water. There is no upper limit. I'll offer you a bottle. A little brother suddenly shouted out the price excitedly, and his friends around him were shocked. They thought, you're crazy. You're trying to snatch a woman from the boss. Aren't you afraid that you'll have your life to snatch but not the fun? Ding Feng shouted calmly, 1 box. Boss Ding is too stingy. 5 boxes. Sun Yuqing stretched out his hand, determined to get it. Feng Jin said calmly, Boss Sun, are these 5 boxes yours for personal use, or do they belong to all of you brothers? Sun Yuqing's younger brothers were stunned. Yes, the boss used his own water to hit the women, but he himself had nothing to play with? Sun Yuqing cursed in his heart, trying to sow discord. Of course it's private, Sun Yuqing said in a deep voice. At this time, they can't snatch water from their brothers, which is equivalent to snatching their lives. The younger brothers immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, we'll use our own supplies. Ding Feng said and continued, 6 boxes of water. Feng Jin's face turned pale, but he still shouted, 7 boxes. It would be a huge sum of money for one person to own 7 boxes of mineral water, especially when supplies are so scarce nowadays. 7.5 boxes. Ding Feng gritted his teeth. At worst, he could save some drinks for himself and get some from his younger brother. After hearing this, Dian Yufeng went to look for supplies. 8 boxes. Sun Yuqing said disdainfully. The whole audience was in an uproar. 8 boxes of water could save countless lives. But now they were used to take a picture of a beautiful woman. Good-looking women are always more popular no matter what the environment is. But this makes many women around jealous. 10 boxes. Suddenly a laugh was heard. The 3 bosses were confused for a moment because it was not them who shouted, and looked behind them. Isn't this the delivery guy? He's not dead. Could it be the gunman who died? That's right. It was Tang Zhe who came. He had just gained some experience at home and was bored. So he came down to see how much supplies they had looted and to see if there were any good stuff. As soon as I got down, I heard the sound of an auction. When I got closer, I saw a woman tied up on the roof of the car. Tang Zhe was surprised. He had never seen such a woman in the community. This woman was very good, comparable to Anbai and the others, and even had a stronger aura. I'm really lucky today. Food rations are falling from the sky, and the triple speed is about to start. Yi Qingyi couldn't help but look up at Tang Zhe. Isn't this the delivery boy? No, the delivery boy who killed people like crazy. Tang Zhe's appearance made the entire underground garage silent. Isn't he afraid of being besieged by everyone? Why does he dare to show up alone? Feng Jin was the first to break the deadlock. Isn't this the boss of Building 3? Come downstairs and take a walk when you have time. I was bored and saw you guys were auctioning, so I couldn't help but want to get involved. Is that okay? Tang Zhe glanced at the 3 bosses with a casual smile, but the 3 bosses had seen this smile before. A smile that would kill people without blinking an eye. It seemed that he didn't bring the saber today. So did he bring a gun? Sun Yuqing was not afraid of Tang Zhe and said directly, "You want to share the spoils we won as soon as you get here. Isn't that inappropriate?" With a bang, a little smoke came out of the muzzle of the pistol, and a bloody hole appeared between Sun Yuqing's eyebrows, and blood flowed out from his eyebrows. He even reached out to wipe it, and then fell straight down in disbelief. Is it appropriate now? Tang Zhe looked at Feng Jin and Ding Feng with a smile. The composure of the 2 men disappeared in an instant, and they looked at Tang Zhe and the gun in Tang Zhe's hand vigilantly. He was even thinking about asking his brothers to rush up and kill him, but if they were so close to him, they would definitely be killed first. Of course he is lucky. This guy actually has a gun in his hand. Do you want to bet that his gun has no bullets? All the younger brothers around were frightened by Tang Zhe's ruthless methods. Last time, he used his saber to kill Dong Fei and his group. Today, as soon as he came out, he shot the boss of building number 5, Sun Yuyi, in the head. This delivery guy is horrible. Not only were the younger brothers scared, Yi Qingyi's delicate face became even less pale, and she even felt heat on her cheeks. Could it be blood? Of course it's suitable. What do you think, Boss Ding? Feng Jin reacted and immediately apologized with a smile. Ding Feng immediately agreed. It's perfect. It couldn't be more perfect. I am a reasonable person. The auction went smoothly. If I couldn't get the bid, that's my problem. Listening to Tang Zhe's words, everyone's mind flashed back to Tang Zhe's wild laughter that day. It's the end of the world. Who still cares about reason? So he's starting to make sense again now? So is he reasonable or not? No, it's not reasonable to just shoot people in the head at every turn. Auctioneer, what are you still standing there for? Tang Zhe reminded him. Hurry up and wait to go back to gain experience. The auctioneer said, "Oh, several times. Well, the boss of building number 3 bids 10 boxes of mineral water. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price?" 11 boxes. Feng Jin's face was throbbing with pain, as if he was contributing his family fortune. However, when Tang Zhe said in a low voice, "You really dare to raise the price with me?" Ding Feng was secretly happy, hoping that Tang Zhe would kill Feng Jin with one shot. Feng Jin was also startled and showed a panicked expression. Didn't you say it was a normal auction? Chapter 22. This beauty was picked up outside. The younger brother saw Feng Jin's frightened look and felt strange that his boss was frightened like a bird. Yeah, I'm just talking. Why are you so excited?
Tang Zhe shrugged.
Feng Jin's face was as dark as it could be, and Ding Feng thought to himself that it was a pity that this murderous delivery boy didn't play by the rules. However, Tang Zhe continued, "But I now doubt that you don't have 11 boxes of mineral water at all. How can it be? Then put it out for us to see." Feng Jin was about to say, "What about you?" But when he thought about the fact that someone had occupied Dong Fei's supplies, he didn't say that. "You guys, go to my house and bring the water over." I immediately ran to building 2, where a group of people were waiting, and Tang Zhe looked Yi Qingyi up and down. Yi Qingyi naturally felt Tang Zhe's gaze, and found that Tang Zhe's gaze was different from that of other men. Other men have lustful eyes, but his eyes are hard to describe. It's as if he sees something delicious. Soon, boxes of mineral water were brought over by the younger brother. Tang Zhe smiled and said, "You have less. I can divide the supplies I looted this time into 4 boxes, which makes a total of 11 boxes." Tang Zhe slapped his forehead and said, "You are bullying me because I am not good at math. You only have 6 boxes here. How is that possible? I clearly have 7 boxes at home." Feng Jin said in a low voice and started to count them immediately, but after counting again and again, the total was still 6. Then he shouted to his younger brother, "Maybe there's 1 box missing? Go find it quickly." The younger brothers ran back in a panic, while Tang Zhe waited with a smile and even winked at Yi Qingyi, which confused Yi Qingyi for a moment. What does he mean? Are you saving me? At this moment, Yi Qingyi felt that there was still light in the world, and righteous people like her brother-in-law had not disappeared. Soon the brothers came back again, one of them holding a box in his hand, but there was also a 30-year-old woman in pajamas who was running hurriedly. "Honey, what's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry?" The woman looked at Feng Jin and asked in confusion why he had moved all the water out. When she saw Yi Qingyi on the roof of the car, she immediately understood and became angry. "Boss, the water is here." "But I didn't know what to say."
What?
The younger brother turned the box with a strange look on his face, only to see that the box had been torn open, with only 2 bottles of mineral water left inside. Feng Jin was stunned and immediately shouted, "Who touched my water?" The woman rolled her eyes. "You think I stink, so I took a quick shower." "You woman." Feng Jin froze in place. People around him sighed. There was actually water for bathing. Tang Zhe let out a long sigh at this time. "You don't have 11 boxes, you only have 10 boxes and 2 bottles. I have some. I can borrow a few more bottles." "Wait a minute, right away," Feng Jin said as he was about to ask his younger brother to borrow some water. With a bang, the shell fell to the ground. Feng Jin seemed to be frozen in place, his eyes wide open, and then he fell down with blood oozing from his forehead. Tang Zhe blew air towards the muzzle of the gun and said calmly, "I hate it most when people lie to me." Ding Feng, who was standing by, felt happy and scared, but he was more scared and broke out in a cold sweat. In just a few minutes, he killed Feng Jin and Sun Yuqing, and he became the boss. Otherwise, would he kill himself too? With this thought in mind, Ding Feng began to become extremely worried. "Husband." Seeing her man being killed, the woman hurried over and found that her man was already dead. "What are you still standing there for? He killed your boss. Why don't you kill him?" Another bang. The woman also fell on Feng Jin, and she didn't seem to realize who had the final say here. Tang Zhe sighed, "Why are you fighting and killing each other? Can't we just live in peace?" This made everyone very angry. Who was fighting and killing each other? Who started it first? How shameless. But I only dare to think about it in my heart. No one dares to be the first to stand out, because whoever does so will die. Yi Qingyi felt that Tang Zhe was weird. He behaved like a cold-blooded killer, but spoke with a bit of humor. He was such a strange man, but she still had to thank him. "My name is Shixiang. Do you still want to follow me?" Tang Zhe looked at Ding Feng. Ding Feng quickly shook his head. If he continued to follow, he would be risking his life. "Is there anyone else who wants to follow? I am fair and just." Tang Zhe shouted, looking around, without making any sound, looking at Tang Zhe with fear. Tang Zhe shrugged his shoulders in boredom. "Okay then, don't announce it yet." Okay. Congratulations to the boss of building number 3 for winning the beautiful item." After saying that, he immediately ran over and handed the rope to Tang Zhe, as well as Yi Qingyi's pile of tattered clothes, which also contained her cell phone. Tang Zhe slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, right, I haven't given you any water yet. You can't eat a free meal. I killed 2 bosses, so their supplies should be considered mine, right? Is this understanding correct?" Tang Zhe looked at everyone. Ding Feng laughed and said, "No problem, of course no problem. In that case, let's take it from the 2 bosses. I'm in a good mood today, so if there's any extra water, I'll buy everyone some." An idea popped up in everyone's mind. I have never seen such a shameless person, who comes here and takes away the most beautiful woman without paying anything. No, it took 3 bullets. Suddenly remembering something, Tang Zhe turned around and looked at the group of people without a boss and reminded them, "If I were you, quickly choose a boss." The corner of Ding Feng's mouth twitched. Is he on guard against himself? Seeing those people from building number 2 and building number 5 gathered together, Ding Feng's forehead formed a Chan character. 2 of them had died with great difficulty, and now 2 new ones were going to pop up to compete with him. Damn delivery guy, I will make you pay the price. Arriving at the elevator, Yichingi said weakly, can I put on my clothes? Tang Zei turned around and smiled. It looks pretty good. Why do you want to wear it?
Ah,
They are all tattered. Wear them anyway. It's really troublesome. Can you untie it? Tang Zei clicked his tongue and said, am I here to serve you? Although she was wearing clothes, Tang Zei thought it was pretty good, and the torn beauty, Yichingi said gratefully, thank you for saving me. Tang Zei just said, oh, the elevator door opened. Tang Zei walked in. Yichingi pursed her red lips and also walked in. Soon they came into the house, and Tang Zei suddenly clapped his hands. Meow meows, get up, there's a newcomer. And Bai and Sun Ting opened their eyes tiredly, slowly sat up and looked at Yichingi. The original tiredness disappeared in an instant, and they became amazed. This? Where did you find this? And Bai asked blankly. There was actually a top-notch item of the same grade as his in this community. Chapter 23, Don't Treat Me Like a Hero. Tang Zei poured a glass of water and leaned against the wall, jokingly saying, I was walking outside and found it by chance. This is such luck. It's unstoppable. Sun Ting and Mbai stood up and walked to Yichingi and looked at her. Yichingi leaned back a little scared, thinking that the 2 of them were too weird. But Yichingi thanked him again. Thank you for saving me. Tang Zei replied helplessly, you said that before. Yichingi seemed a little embarrassed. After a pause, she shamelessly asked, you are so powerful. Is there any way to leave here? I'm not Superman, so I can't fly out. Tang Zei spread his hands. This woman really has a lot of demands. Tang Zei said directly, take her to take a bath first. Can you take a shower here? Yichingi couldn't believe it. No wonder they exuded fragrance. Sun Ting smiled and said, of course, if I don't take a bath, I will stink and my master will dislike me. As he said that, he pushed Yichingi to the bathroom. Yichingi hurriedly said, I can do it myself. We'll help you and tell you about our rules. Before Yichingi could say anything, she was pushed in by the 2 girls. Tang Zei didn't care because Sun Ting was the senior instructor and had powerful training methods. In the bathroom, Mbai ran some hot water, and the mist gradually enveloped the room. 3 blood-spurting bodies appeared and disappeared in the mist, causing one to bleed from the nose. Sister, you have a great figure. Sun Ting picked up the shower gel and applied it on Yichingi's body. Mbai smiled shyly. Yes, we can relax a little again. Yichingi was confused and said quickly, I can do it myself. Sun Ting sighed and said, from now on, we are a team. We need to take care of each other to survive in this apocalypse. Yes, we are in the same group. Mbai laughed secretly. Yichingi became more and more confused. What do you mean we are in the same group? We are all our master's little cats. Sun Ting tapped Yichingi's forehead. She was so pretty, but why was her reaction slower than Xiaobai's? Yichingi took a step back after hearing this, and her eyes changed a little. I'm not a kitten, and I won't become one. And Bai and Sun Ting were stunned for a moment, as if they saw themselves for the first time. Sister, don't get excited. This is just a formality. Our main task is to make the master happy. Sun Ting explained. However, Yichingi's tone suddenly changed. I am no one's slave. I don't need to make anyone happy, and I won't join you. Get out of the way. I want to go out. As she said that, she went to pick up the tattered skirt. And Bai and Sun Ting secretly thought that something bad had happened and that this was a sign of death. Tang Zei outside suddenly saw the bathroom door open. He wondered if she had finished washing so quickly, but he saw Yichingi coming out angrily, looking at him with disgust. What's the situation? After taking a step forward, Tang Zei stopped Yichingi. Get out of the way. I want to get out. You are the same as them. I misjudged you.
Tang Zei.
Beauty, what do you mean you misjudged me? What did you think I was? A hero?
Tang Zei was amused.
This woman's imagination was very comprehensive. Yichingi really thought so, but now it's not the case at all. She didn't want to say more and just walked around Tang Zei. Tang Zei couldn't help but let out a cry. If he hadn't been seriously short of food, he would have collapsed. Grabbed Yichingi's wet hair. Ah, let me go, you vile creature. Tang Zei grabbed Yichingi's long hair and pulled it down hard, then said in a deep voice, I spent 10 boxes of mineral water to take a picture of you, and you told me you were leaving? I'm not your cargo, so don't even think about succeeding. Enduring the pain, Yichingi angrily scolded Tang Zei. Tang Zei's face became extremely cold. He took out his pistol and pointed it towards Yichingi's forehead. Do you really think I can't bear to part with this top-quality food of yours? Looking at Tang Zei's cold eyes, Yi Qingyi knew that she had angered a devil. It would be better for her to die so that she would not be defiled. Zihui would only know that she was missing. No. At the critical moment, Anbai walked out of the bathroom and shouted subconsciously. Tang Zhe turned his gaze towards Anbai, as if to say, "You also want to die for her? I can help you do that." Anbai was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Sun Ting was relatively calm and immediately explained, "Xiaobai didn't mean that. Xiaobai felt that this sister still had a chance. Weren't we also very resistant at the beginning?" Tang Zhe narrowed his eyes slightly. Sun Ting continued, "It would be too easy for her to be beaten to death now. She doesn't know how to be grateful at all." Tang Zhe felt that this made some sense. It seemed that shooting her to death was indeed a bit too easy. But even if I don't shoot her to death, I have to let her know that I, Tang Zhe, am not a good man. The right fist landed hard on Yi Qingyi's soft belly. Although only a little force was used, it was more than a woman could bear. Yi Qingyi widened her beautiful eyes and covered her lower abdomen. She couldn't help but kneel on the ground and then fell down. The severe pain made her curl up and cold sweat kept coming out. "Okay, I'll give you a few days. If you continue to make a fuss, not only will she die, but you will also be punished." Sun Ting wanted to slap herself in the face. Why did she get herself involved? This woman is going to kill everyone. Why is she pretending? Take it inside and wash it clean. Tang Zhe lit a cigarette after saying this. Others said that he would repay his life-saving grace with his own body, but this was just calling himself shameless. Sun Ting and the frightened Anbai dragged Yi Qingyi into the bathroom. Sun Ting, who was so angry, took the shower and sprayed herself. Yi Qingyi, who was lying on the ground, was so pale with pain that she was like a piece of paper and didn't even have the strength to speak. "We spoke to you with good intentions, but you caused us to be punished." When they thought of that feeling, Sun Ting and Anbai's faces turned pale. They never wanted to experience that kind of horrible punishment in their lifetime. The more Sun Ting thought about it, the more frightened she became. She raised her jade feet and stepped on Yi Qingyi's delicate body. Yi Qingyi felt so uncomfortable that she could only make a muffled sound and curl up her body. "Xiaobai, why are you still standing there? You saved her, but she still hurt both of us." Anbai seemed to be struggling and said with trembling lips, "I dare not." "Xiaobai, do you know why your ex-boyfriend can control you? You are just a coward." "I'm not a coward, I just—" Anbai shook his head. Sun Ting held Anbai's chin and said in a low voice, "Xiaobai, we are on the same boat." "I know." "Then kick her." Anbai looked down at the painful Yi Qingyi, her face full of struggle, but she still slowly raised her legs and then stepped down with her eyes closed. "Ah!" Yi Qingyi wailed in pain. After all, the woman stepped on him with her eyes closed, so it was not light or heavy. It was much heavier than what Sun Ting had done. Chapter 24, worthy of being the chief instructor. Tang Zhe, who was sitting on the sofa, silently heard Yi Qingyi's screams. His face was calm. He was originally quite happy tonight, thinking that he had picked up a treasure, but in the end, does she think this is a charity? How can she be so naive? In the bathroom, Sun Ting had vented her anger. Anbai squatted on the ground in a daze, unable to believe that he would hurt a stranger. There was tension and panic in his eyes, but also a little excitement after venting. Sun Ting looked at Anbai's expression and sighed. "We have even moved the corpse, so what is there to be afraid of? There is no need to feel sorry for this kind of woman. Does she really think that everyone will spoil her?"
Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong.
After hearing several consecutive WeChat calls, Sun Ting looked at the phone next to her, which seemed to be this woman's phone. Yi Qingyi watched Sun Ting pick up her phone and shouted, "Give it back to me." Sun Ting looked at Yi Qingyi with disdain, then grabbed Yi Qingyi's hand. However, Yi Qingyi immediately struggled and refused to let Sun Ting open the fingerprint lock. "Xiaobai, Xiaobai, Anbai." Sun Ting called out several times before Anbai came back to his senses. "Stop being in a daze and hold her down." Oh." Anbai looked at Yi Qingyi with an apologetic look, then pressed it, and Sun Ting successfully turned on the phone. Sun Ting opened WeChat, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. "What an intimate note, Mr. Zihui, the future husband. Give it back to me. Give me back my phone." Even though Yi Qingyi was being held down by Anbai and her whole body was in pain, she still reached out to snatch the phone. However, Sun Ting's jade feet stepped directly on the back of Yi Qingyi's hand. The 5 fingers are connected to the heart. Yi Qingyi has never suffered such a punishment as today since she was a child. She has always been held in the palm of her hand and cared for. Sun Ting laughed and said, "Your future husband, Mr. Zihui, seems to be very anxious and asked you how you are doing. Why don't you reply to his message? How do you think I should reply? Yi Qingyi tried not to cry even when she was beaten, but when she heard such threats, the tears that had been suppressed for so long could not help but flow out. Because Yi Qingyi didn't dare tell her fiancé that the place was in chaos, her brother-in-law and sister were dead, and she had been arrested. You are clean in your fiancé's heart, so you must keep it that way, even be prepared to die. That pure fiancé is still in his heart and has not been defiled by others. Seeing Yi Qingyi's reaction, Sun Ting's beautiful eyes lit up, as if she had caught something. Sitting on the sofa, Tang Zhe watched TV. Now there is only online TV available, and the local satellite TV is gone. As the bathroom door opened, Tang Zhe turned around and saw that Yi Qingyi looked extraordinary after washing, but her eyes were a little empty. Master, I'll take her to dress her up first. It will be quick. Tang Zhe nonchalantly supported his chin and hummed. Although Yi Qingyi was trembling with fear now, he still didn't have a good impression of her. 20 minutes later, Yi Qingyi was finally let out. Her originally slightly dry and messy hair became extremely smooth and exuded a fragrance. The light makeup made her face even more beautiful. The pure white dress showed off her curvy figure to the fullest. A black leather belt was tied around her willow waist, highlighting her slender waist. Why don't you call someone? Sun Ting patted Yi Qingyi's buttocks and reminded her. Yi Qingyi pinched her fingers into her palms, lowered her head, and gritted her teeth. Seeing that Yi Qingyi didn't say anything, Sun Ting became angry, and Yi Qingyi whispered a few words in her ear. Yi Qingyi shuddered and uttered slowly, "Master?" Tang Zhe gave me an affirmative look and said, "I am amazed by what you did. Come here." Tang Zhe ordered, without any doubt. Yi Qingyi stood up and walked to Tang Zhe, but kept her head down and didn't look at Tang Zhe. In the past, a delivery man and the vice president of an advertising company would have no intersection at all, but now they have more than just intersection. Come and sit here. Tang Zhe patted his legs and said lightly. Yi Qingyi bit her red lips tightly, and her beautiful red lips turned pale. Chapter 25 Sweet Engaged Couple. Tang Zhe had no mercy in his heart. He placed his hands on the smooth and slender legs and said, "Look at me." Seeing that Yi Qingyi didn't respond, Tang Zhe said calmly, "I don't want to repeat what I said." The beautiful red eyes slowly looked towards Tang Zhe, and Tang Zhe found that there was still resentment and hatred in the depths of Yi Qingyi's eyes. Suddenly, a familiar ringtone sounded, a voice call. Sun Ting took Yi Qingyi's phone and glanced at it, then smiled and said, "It's your fiancé calling." Just this one sentence made Yi Qingyi panic, and she hurriedly said, "Don't answer it. That won't do. Your fiancé is worried about your safety. I'll answer the phone for you, and you can talk yourself." Sun Ting said as she answered the phone and handed it to Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi didn't have time to hang up because her fiancé's image had already appeared on the phone. Zhang Zihui's worried voice immediately rang out from the phone. Why didn't you reply to my message? I thought something happened to you. I was so worried. Why are you crying? What happened?" Listening to her fiancé's worried voice, Yi Qingyi felt uneasy. "No, I'm just very scared." Yi Qingyi held back her tears, gave a sincere smile, and told her fiancé not to worry. Zhang Zihui was heartbroken. As a man, he couldn't protect his fiancé.
I'm sorry.
"I hate myself for not being able to take you in and make you scared all day long." There was no flaw on Yi Qingyi's face, and she even said gently, "Silly, don't blame yourself, we will be fine." "Well, don't cry." "I won't cry anymore." Suddenly, Zhang Zihui discovered that his fiancée tonight was particularly beautiful. Why are you suddenly wearing makeup?" "I didn't reply to your message because I was afraid you would be angry, so I put on some makeup to show you my beautiful self." Tang Zhe's mouth curled up slightly. This woman, when it comes to cheating on her own man, her IQ goes through the sky. "You are the most beautiful woman in the world." After hearing this, Sun Ting curled her lips and whispered to Enbai beside her, "What a scumbag's quote." "Yeah, I've heard that too." Zhang Zihui's words made Yi Qingyi feel extremely ashamed. She actually betrayed the man she loved deeply. "Zihui, you should go to bed early. I need to rest too." Yi Qingyi was afraid that she would make strange noises that would arouse suspicion from her fiancé, so she didn't want to say anything more. Zhang Zihui even kissed the camera, and several people called him shameless. Tang Zhe smiled faintly and said, "What a loving couple you are. I really envy you. I like your body, but I don't like the look in your eyes." "I don't need you to like me," Yi Qingyi said in a deep voice. Tang Zhe suddenly laughed. "You seem to be more afraid of them than me. Why is that?" Yi Qingyi didn't say anything. Her pretty face turned pale with pain. Tang Zhe reached out his hand, pinched Yi Qingyi's chin, and said calmly, They will threaten you and tell your fiancé about your situation, but I won't do that. I will only find your fiancé and kill his entire family. You have seen my methods. You are not a human being. Yi Qingyi grabbed Tang Zai's clothes and screamed. She was scared. When did I ever say I was a human? I am a devil among devils, and a more perverted one at that. Yi Qingyi couldn't imagine what would happen if her fiancé found out. He might even kill Zihui's entire family. Thinking of the murderous look on her face, Yi Qingyi really didn't doubt the truth of this. From now on, you will eat their leftovers. If you behave well, you will have another chance to be like them. Now you know what to do. The next day, Yi Qingyi woke up in a daze. Her first feeling was whether she was dead or not. When she saw the furnishings around her, she realized that she was not dead, but was still in hell. Thinking of the humiliation she suffered last night, Yi Qingyi wanted to cry but found that she could not. Her sister and brother-in-law died tragically at home, and she herself ended up in the same situation. Seeing the door not far away, Yi Qingyi began to think about running away. I just moved my body slightly and felt a sharp pain in my lower abdomen. If I had known this would happen, I should have given my first time to my fiancé earlier. Enduring the pain, Yi Qingyi moved slowly. The clanging sound of the iron chains woke up the two women sleeping next to her. Sun Ting yawned and said calmly, "It seems you haven't learned your lesson yet." Although Yi Qingyi was able to become the vice president with the help of her fiancé, she was also very smart. In this situation, the only way is to swallow my anger and look for another opportunity. I will never give in. No, I'm just a little hungry.
Ye Wingyi hurriyetle aplaynet.
And Bai chuckled and said, "It's not time to eat yet. The master hasn't even gotten up yet." Yi Qingyi discovered that Bai and Sun Ting were different. Sun Ting was Tang Zai's most loyal follower, but Bai felt different, as if he was also oppressed like herself. Maybe we can find a breakthrough here. Chapter 26. Have a good rest. No matter what, I have no choice but to go along with him. Otherwise, not only will I die, but the photos will also be sent out, and even the lives of my fiancé's entire family will be threatened. After getting up, Tang Zai brushed his teeth. His progress in the past 2 days was much faster, reaching 16%. At this rate, 3% a day, it will take about a month to unlock the Doomsday Gift Pack 2.0. If we get 3 more rations, the time can be halved. Unfortunately, these 3 are already the top-notch rations so far. After being used to eating fat abalones, how can we look down on the ugly ones? When he came to the balcony, Tang Zai felt a cold wind blowing. For the south in September, the weather was a bit strange. Fortunately, there was air conditioning in the house. When he turned on his phone, the weather temperature was no longer displayed, but Tang Zai felt that the temperature outside was only about 10 degrees. The weather changed too quickly. When they came to the living room, Tang Zai looked at Yi Qingyi, and Yi Qingyi couldn't help but move back, feeling fear towards Tang Zai. Tang Zai ignored them, touched Bai and Sun Ting's heads, and prepared to enjoy breakfast. Breakfast is basically the most nutritious meal of the day, but as for Yi Qingyi's actions, she naturally ate the leftovers of the 2 women as she said. When the mushroom chicken soup appeared, Yi Qingyi was stunned. How could they have such food? That turned out to be sweet and sour pork ribs, and even a bowl of black chicken rice noodles. Sun Ting and Bai had been hungry for a long time, so they lay on the ground and started to eat. The living room was full of the aroma of chicken soup. Yi Qingyi's red lips were secreting mucus like crazy, and her jade neck couldn't help swallowing, but she could only watch. Tang Zai's meal was not that rich. He just had 2 meat buns and some porridge and checked the news in the community group. After more than 10 minutes, the 2 women were full, and the rest was left to Yi Qingyi. There were only bones left in the sweet and sour spare ribs. Only half a bowl of soup was left in the black bone chicken rice noodles, which was full of bones, and the same was true for the mushroom chicken soup. "Eat, don't just stare at me," Sun Ting said calmly. Yi Qingyi looked at the leftovers and soup. She had never eaten like this in her life, but the rich aroma of the chicken soup was really irresistible. How could she have the energy to find a way to escape if she didn't eat enough? With this self-comfort, Yi Qingyi immediately started drinking the black chicken soup. She immediately felt warm in her stomach. It was even more delicious than that in Michelin restaurants. "Mix some rice for her," Tang Zai said lightly. "You guys ate all the meat, and she can be full by drinking some soup and gnawing on bones. If she is not full, how can she have the strength to withstand the brutal collision?" And Bai said, "Oh," and quickly scooped out a large spoonful of white rice. Yi Qingyi looked up at the ball of white rice and felt that she hadn't seen it for several years. In this water shortage situation, who has water to cook rice? They just had to eat raw rice to fill their stomachs. "Eat quickly." And Bai reminded, not to make Tang Zai angry, or he would have nothing to eat. Yi Qingyi looked at Anbai gratefully. As the white rice was put into the chicken soup, it would become braised chicken and rice. The sound of Yi Qingyi eating could be heard in the living room. Even the leftover bones were not let go, and Yi Qingyi chewed them up and swallowed them. Belch. Yi Qingyi couldn't help but burp, and now even she felt ashamed of herself. But it felt like she hadn't been so full for a long, long time. If she had another bowl, Yi Qingyi felt she could finish it.
Suddenly, a familiar ringtone rang.
Your fiancé really cares about you. Sun Ting picked up the phone and smiled. Yi Qingyi had no intention of snatching it away because she knew that doing so would only anger them and get herself hurt. My dad's friend said there will be a big drop in temperature and heavy snow in the next few days, so you should keep warm. Temperature reduction? Yi Qingyi didn't feel anything at all. Well, in the south, it's around minus 20 degrees Celsius during the day and minus 40 degrees Celsius at night. It's even colder in the north. Don't touch the heavy snow, just like this rain. Tang Zhe frowned after hearing this. He thought the rain would stop, but he didn't expect the temperature to drop sharply. It seemed that he would still be trapped here. No, I have to find a chance to go out. Going out to find food is the most important thing. Okay, I understand. I will keep warm. Don't worry. Why are you crying again? Zhang Zihue was so anxious when he saw his fiancée crying. Nothing, just a little sentimental. Oh, if you hadn't gone to your sister's house for dinner that night, you would be here with me. Zhang Zihue sighed. Yi Qingyi also thought so. If she left, she would not encounter this devil. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Suddenly a youthful voice sounded, which made Tang Zhe pause, and Yi Qingyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The girl on the phone was about 17 or 18 years old, with a pretty face that showed her youth and vitality, with the innocence and spirit of youth. She was wearing a woolen sweater that revealed her slightly sexy collarbone, and a new summer model of Hermes ornament on her neck. Nana, I'm taking a rest. Zhang Nana was stunned. Sister-in-law, you should have a good rest. Everything will be fine. Okay, I will have a good rest, don't worry. Yi Qingyi's face gradually turned red. How could she become like this and even bring up her dead brother-in-law? Zhang Nana said she didn't understand what was happening. Sister-in-law, please be careful. My brother misses you so much that he even secretly looks at your photos. What are you talking about, little brat? Zhang Zihue felt a little embarrassed, and Yi Qingyi was even more ashamed. She felt that she was unfaithful to love and was no longer worthy of her fiancé. Chapter 27. Surrender. You take a good rest. I'll go and deal with her. Nonsense. Well, go ahead. Listening to the playful sounds coming from the phone, Yi Qingyi was very envious. She should have been among them. After turning off the video call, I still have to face Tang Zhe. So she is your sister-in-law. Sun Ting took the phone, opened the album, found a photo and showed it to Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe couldn't help but nod after reading it. It's a good choice. What are you going to do? Yi Qingyi suddenly shouted in a low voice. Hearing this questioning tone, Tang Zhe felt a little unhappy. In the afternoon, eat something. In the living room, Anbai secretly took out the leftovers from the refrigerator and came to Yi Qingyi. Looking at Anbai, Yi Qingyi gradually let down her guard and said thank you weakly. Sister, please don't provoke the master again. Yi Qingyi ate the food with big mouthfuls. She wanted to die, but she didn't dare to. Anbai, why are you so obedient? Yi Qingyi asked, why don't you resist? Anbai was stunned for a moment and whispered, we still have food and drink now, all of which belong to the master. If it weren't for the master, I'm afraid we would have become corpses. There are 4 or 5 more female corpses in the past few days. Of course, Yi Qingyi didn't want to think about that. Every time she saw a female corpse on the grass, they were basically brutally abused. What was wrong with this world that made it so horrible? If it was out of fear at first, now maybe it's a way of repaying a favor.
Ripa a favor.
Yi Qingyi asked in surprise. Yeah, what kind of character do those people in the community have? Did any of the girls who were caught have a good ending? We are safe under the protection of our master. What we paid and what we got is not worth mentioning at all. Yi Qingyi suddenly realized that what Anbai said made sense. Sun Ting walked out of the bedroom at this time and saw the 2 people in the living room. Yi Qingyi hurriedly put down the plate in her hand, fearing that Sun Ting would tell on them. And Sun Ting said calmly, eat, or you will starve to death. Anbai nodded and whispered, Sister Ting is not a bad person. It's just that you are too stubborn. This is not bad. It was her idea. That's why I did this. Xiaobai, don't talk nonsense. I am a bad woman. Sun Ting curled her red lips. In this kind of world, being a good person will not have a good ending. It is better to be a bad person. and Bai pursed her lips, knowing that Sun Ting was speaking in anger. Thank you, I'm full. Yi Qingyi wiped the corner of her mouth. This feeling of fullness made her want to sleep. Sun Ting reminded calmly, if you want to die, you can beg, the master will give you this opportunity, but if you want to live, then put aside your status as vice president, or the eldest son's fiancé, and don't implicate Xiaobai and me. Everyone wants to live, and no one wants to die. The living room was silent, and Bai poured Yi Qingyi a cup of warm water. Yi Qingyi took the warm water, but did not drink it. Instead, she whispered, can you find me a nice dress? Sun Ting and Mbai looked at each other. This time it seemed a little different. It seemed that life was still the most important thing. Tangze had a sound nap. He stood up and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the green belt in the center of the community, which was almost covered with corpses. Perhaps because the temperature has dropped recently, the stench of corpses has decreased a little. Tangze didn't want to stay in this kind of environment any longer, as he would be suffocated to death sooner or later. Opening the door and walking out of the bedroom, Tangze found that Yi Qingyi was no longer noisy and seemed to be much quieter, so he directly took out food as a reward. When Yi Qingyi saw a whole fried chicken leg in front of her, she suddenly had an urge to cry. This kind of junk food that she had never even looked at before actually made her give up her dignity to get it. I ate it all without thinking. Isn't it just to fill my stomach in the apocalypse? Any other requests? Tangze asked Yi Qingyi calmly. This question is tricky, but it does not pose a problem for the highly educated Yi Qingyi. She will not make any demands in front of Tangze and can only obey unconditionally, even if it means jumping off the cliff. I have no demands. I just want to bring endless happiness to my master. Sun Ting and Mbai looked at each other again. This woman is very good at making men happy. However, Tangze did not believe Yi Qingyi, and even in his heart he did not trust Sun Ting and Mbai. The law of the end times is that no one else can believe in it except yourself. Chapter 28 Double Happiness Pose to Moments. Very good. You too can eat these. Tangze gave the remaining chicken legs and wings to Sun Ting and Mbai, mainly to let Yi Qingyi know that she should not think that she is better than them just by lowering her head and acting coquettishly. If she does not make any substantial contribution, she will always eat the food left by the two of them. Listening to the sound of chewing fried chicken legs, Yi Qingyi also felt eager, but now she could only live like this. You can still communicate with your fiancé on the phone, but only under my supervision. Tangze smiled lightly as he stroked Yi Qingyi's hair. Yi Qingyi certainly understood the meaning of this supervision, but at least she could still see her fiancé. Thank you. Of course, you can also secretly ask your fiancé for help and ask your fiancé to save you.
No, I promisa.
Yi Qingyi shook her head frantically, but she had this idea in her mind. Tangze lowered his head slightly, raised the pretty face with his index finger, and touched the soft red lips with his thumb. It doesn't matter. I will chop off your fiancé's head and make a bowl out of his skull, so that you can eat from that bowl every day, and your mind will be more harmonious. Hearing Tangze say such horrifying words, Yi Qingyi even had a picture in her mind. Not to mention Yi Qingyi, Sun Ting and Mbai were also frightened. Suddenly Tangze burst into laughter. Oh, I was just joking. Look how scared you are. I won't tease you anymore. Sun Ting and Mbai looked at Tangze with resentment, but Yi Qingyi felt that Tangze was not joking, and immediately said, I don't want any contact, I am all yours. Perhaps this is the only way to save her fiancé's family. I was just joking. I don't want to break up your loving couple. It makes me sound like a bad person. Could it be worse than this? Yi Qingyi only dared to think about it in her mind, but did not continue to talk about this issue. After the contact in the past few days, she summarized several important information. Don't ask too many questions, don't ask further questions, and don't question him. Of course, sometimes you can, but that is definitely a flattering and coquettish way of asking questions. Ting Ting, give her the phone back. Sun Ting handed Yi Qingyi's thing over. Yi Qingyi was a little confused. Wasn't this something that threatened her? At this time, Sun Ting said embarrassedly, I'm sorry for impersonating you this morning. Impersonating me? I just want to know where your fiancé lives. Don't think too much about it. In an instant, Yi Qingyi's face turned pale. Tangze glared at her and said, Tisk, stop scaring me all the time. Then he hugged Yi Qingyi to him. If there is a chance to go to Hua'an City, I will let you meet. Just as she was about to say no, Yi Qingyi immediately changed her tone and said obediently, But I am the master's cat. Wouldn't that be bad? What's wrong with that? Don't you want to see it? Yi Qingyi didn't dare to say no. I want to see you. If your fiancé knew about our relationship, would he be angry and beat you? Hearing Tangze's teasing tone, Yi Qingyi said softly, My fiancé won't know. You are really getting more and more like me. Take a good rest today. Yi Qingyi sat obediently beside him and was rewarded with a bag of Lay's cucumber-flavored potato chips worth 6 yuan. Tang Zhe hugged and Bai to his side and whispered, I plan to leave this community in a few days. The three girls immediately looked up at Tang Zhe. Leaving here? Take us with you? Of course I have to take you with me, otherwise who would I go with? With these words, the three women breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Without the great god Tang Zhe, they would be robbed at any time, abused, traded, and so on. But it's getting colder and colder, and we can't touch rain and snow. If the wind blows into our clothes, we will die. Sun Ting expressed her concerns. She might die if she went out. Although there were only 3 of them here, it was better than taking risks by going out. But Sun Ting didn't know Tang Zhe's purpose. 3 were too few, and just a drop in the bucket. Besides, there is almost no one left in this community to play with me. I have prepared some things these days that can withstand rain and snow. Of course, I won't force you. You can choose to stay. I am reasonable. After saying this, Tang Zhe showed a gentle smile. But in the eyes of the 3 women, this smile was not gentle at all, but like that of a bloodthirsty beast. Without any hesitation, the 3 women nodded at the same time. Taking out his phone, Tang Zhe pointed the camera at himself. Xiaobai, be cute. Let's take a selfie. And Bai obediently closed her beautiful eyes and stuck out her pink little tongue, making her 10,000 times cuter. Card. Tang Zhe on the phone was smiling, and Bai's beautiful face had a blush on it, looking a little cute and a little shy. Her jade-like shoulders leaned against Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe immediately posted it on his moments and added a sentence. It's really well behaved. Among Tang Zhe's WeChat contacts, most of them are leaders he used to work for. He was often ordered around by them. There was no other intention, it was just pure showing off, and then he visited them one by one. Sure enough, this post in the circle of friends caused a stir. Tang Zhe, you are really good. You have such a beautiful lady by your side. I have some supplies here. Do you want some? Fuck, Tang Zhe, you're still pretending. Send the beauty here quickly. Xiao Tang, as your former leader, I want to tell you that you can't afford this kind of wealth. Tang Zhe, where do you live? I'm coming to find you now. I'm getting hot all over. This slut is the best. Various words of envy and jealousy were left under the photo, all in a condescending manner, which made Tang Zhe smile even more. Ting Ting, come here too. Let's take a photo of the 3 of us together. Tang Zhe waved his hand. Sun Ting sat obediently aside, and the 2 women kissed Tang Zhe on the cheek at the same time. The scene was as erotic as it could be. After all, most women nowadays haven't taken care of themselves for a long time, so how could they be as beautiful as them? And this time, Tangza deliberately moved the camera downwards, revealing half of the proud snow-capped mountain, with the black lace faintly visible, which was really eye-catching. Ad caption, double the joy. Sure enough, once this was posted on the circle of friends, it became even more outrageous. Xiaotang, listen to my advice. If you can't afford it, give it to me. I have plenty of supplies. Tang Zhe, where the hell did you find this woman? Brother Tang, I have some supplies here. How about we share them? Boss Tang, we are living worse than dogs, but you are so cool. Show us the way. Looking at these replies full of hostility, Tang Zhe seemed exceptionally calm and stood up slowly. Yi Qingyi, who was standing next to him, thought that he would call her to take a selfie together and was about to stand up, but Tang Zhe walked away. This made Yi Qingyi stand there in a daze. She felt like a clown. With her looks, wasn't she qualified to join in the selfie and show off? Chapter 29, Tang Zhe's Little Secret. Yi Qingyi suddenly felt a surge of frustration in her heart. Tang Zhe went to take a photo of the supplies and then sent it to his moments. I can't even finish it. With beautiful women and material goods, any man knows that this is definitely a life like heaven. All the people who were originally called Xiao Tang and Tang Zhe changed their names to this. They are all Mr. Tang. Tang Zhe said that they were all colleagues before and should take care of each other, and he promised them that he would deliver some supplies when he was free. A video call was made directly to Tangza, manager Xiao of Hua'an Hotel. Tang Zhe answered the video call, and a middle-aged Mediterranean man appeared on the screen with a lewd smile. Xiao Tang, do you still remember me? Manager Xiao, of course I remember. How could Tang Zhe forget? At that time, he was a doorman at Hua'an Hotel and manager Xiao was the hotel lobby manager. Just because he was honest, he always did the most tiring and dirty work. I still remember manager Zhao scolding. You are just a country bumpkin. You are destined to work as a laborer all your life. I respect you by letting you be a doorman. Otherwise, You should clean toilets. But the scolding look on his face from that year disappeared, replaced by a flattering smile. Xiaotang, I knew you had a promising future, but it was a pity that you left the company too quickly. I was going to give you a captain position. Manager Xiao, I am not worthy of being the captain. You think too highly of me. Xiaotang, you're wrong. You are the most promising young person I have ever met. He tried to flatter Tang Zhe with a burst of flattery. Tang Zhe sat on the sofa and pulled Yi Qingyi from the ground into his arms. When Manager Xiao saw the charming Yi Qingyi, his smile froze. This was the third one. In this day and age, having 3 top-notch women living in the house requires a lot of strength. Manager Xiao knows this very well, and he must be at least a boss. Yi Qingyi finally felt relieved, or to be more precise, a little more balanced. But then she thought to herself, why did she care about such things? She must be crazy. Manager Xiao, I think you have something to talk to me about. Tang Zhe smiled while holding the plump snow-capped breasts. Yi Qingyi bit her red lips and moaned softly, which made Manager Xiao burst into tears. It's just that the food at home is almost gone. Manager Xiao was a little speechless. How could he still have some memory of Tang Zhe back then? There was really nothing he could do. Tang Zhe understood immediately. Manager Xiao, look at what you said. You took such good care of me in the past. I should repay you. Please give me an address first, and I will send it to you when the weather is better. Oh, that's great. I knew I had the right person. Manager Xiao was overjoyed, but there was jealousy in his eyes, and he even started to have bad ideas in his mind. Tang Zhe was not satisfied with just getting an address. Former leaders sent congratulatory messages one after another. When Tang Zhe saw those addresses, the smile on his face became even more intense. Ding-dong sound. Tang Zhe's WeChat rang, and the 3 girls looked at Tang Zhe's phone at the same time. It was like when a boyfriend's WeChat rang, a girlfriend would subconsciously look over. This is not the 3 girls' fault. Tang Zhe has never called them on WeChat. Even just now, they called him via video to confirm whether Tang Zhe really has the supplies, and it is not a Photoshop picture. Tang Zhe also thought it was some embarrassed former leader, but paused when he saw the WeChat name. This is not an ex-leader. This is an ex-girlfriend. No, she is not an ex-girlfriend at all, because she never agreed to it. When the 3 women saw Tang Zhe's expression, they knew there must be something going on. How could such a strong man have something on his mind? Their gossiping hearts burned in their hearts. Even Yi Qingyi was extremely curious. It could only be said that women understood too well. Tang Zhe glanced at the 3 women, who immediately lowered their heads and looked away casually. Come and see if you want to. It's like being a thief.
Tang Zhe left.
And Bai was the first one to rush over, and Sun Ting couldn't stop him. What if Tang Zhe was just talking and you took it seriously? You might as well be careful not to have any food to eat at night. After seeing that Tang Zhe really didn't blame her, Sun Ting went to gossip with peace of mind. Yi Qingyi told herself in her heart that there was nothing to gossip about, and it had nothing to do with her. But when she saw the exaggerated expressions of Sun Ting and Bai, Yi Qingyi cursed herself and immediately went over to gossip. I saw a person with a cartoon avatar sending a message. How are you? With just 4 simple words, the 3 women were able to immediately conclude that the other party was a woman, and that her relationship with Tang Zhe was definitely special. Otherwise, she would not have used this opening method. So the 3 girls came to the conclusion that it was most likely the ex-girlfriend. You keep asking one by one. It makes my ears hurt.
Tang Zhe was speechless.
Are you women so gossipy? Yi Qingyi, start with you, then Xiao Bai, and then Ting Ting. When Yi Qingyi heard Tang Zhe ranked her first, she felt a little happy, but she soon felt something was wrong. Why should she be happy? Just because she was ranked first? What is there to be happy about? Yi Qingyi, don't be brainwashed by him. You are just bored and want to listen to his story. Sun Ting immediately suggested, should we drink some red wine? That way we can listen to the story. You are the only one who has too many things to do. Go and get it. Tang Zhe didn't care. He was bored anyway. He was afraid that no one else knew about this except himself. Sun Ting opened a bottle of 800 yuan red wine, poured it all out, and even poured a glass for Yi Qingyi. Ask. Tang Zhe took a sip and leaned back on the sofa. Yi Qingyi coughed lightly. Who is she? She should be considered the object of my pursuit in the past. Tang Zhe said truthfully. It was an unhappy past, but now he can ignore it and even share it with them. And Bai immediately asked, did you catch up with her? Or did you catch up with her and then break up? Of course I didn't catch him. Sun Ting then asked, why didn't you catch up with him? Tang Zhe was speechless. Are you stupid? If I chased one of you before, would you care about me? There is something wrong with what he said. The 3 girls did not deny this fact. In the past, they would have ignored Tang Zhe. What does she do? Does she look down on you? Yi Qingyi asked next. Tang Zhe swirled the red wine in his glass and said softly, 3 years ago, we worked in a hotel. I was the doorman, and she was the front desk clerk. Isn't that beautiful? Is she as beautiful as us? Take a look at the photos. And Bai couldn't wait to see the photos, and Yi Qingyi showed great interest. Tang Zhe sighed, there are no photos. It must be in the circle of friends. The 3 girls insisted on looking. Fuck you guys. Master, you just said you weren't angry. And Bai said pitifully.
Dankzij.
Okay. Who asked me to be reasonable? After saying that, he opened the other party's circle of friends, but it was only visible for 3 days. The 3 women were disappointed, but since she could work as a receptionist at Hua'an Hotel, her appearance must be not bad.
Chapter 30 Ex-girlfriend?
Sun Ting continued to ask, does she have a boyfriend who rejected you? Or is there another reason? Tang Zhe drank the red wine in one gulp and said calmly, I don't know, but she does look pretty good, but not as good as you guys. The 3 girls felt relieved after hearing this. Although she is inferior to you, in the eyes of others, she is also a beauty. All the workers in the hotel like her. She is a sought-after woman, and of course I am one of them. The 3 girls could not help but listen attentively and began to imagine a scene in their minds. A poor boy courting a gorgeous woman and then being... The master was so miserable that the woman's heart was immediately filled with sympathy. She wanted to comfort the injured master and make him happy. At that time, the salary for a doorman was 800 yuan a month. Yi Qingyi exclaimed, only 800? I later found out that it was just a delay in my probation period. Yi Qingyi felt that Tang Zhe was too miserable. No wonder he would take revenge in this way. I remember it was a sunny afternoon, and I spent a huge amount of money to buy her a meal from the hotel's highest quality cafeteria. As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 women burst out in laughter. They really couldn't hold it back.
Tang Zhe's mouth twitched.
I'm telling you such a sad story. Is it so funny? And Bai looked aggrieved. I wasn't laughing. It was you who were laughing. Tang Zhe said helplessly. I thought she would accept it, but the reality is cruel. I was rejected. The 3 girls could already guess the result, and they would also refuse if they were in his shoes. But Tang Zhe didn't finish his words and continued. She overturned the plate, and the expensive dishes fell to the ground. Everyone around was looking over here. Hearing this, Anbai stopped acting like a spoiled child, feeling a little bit unbelievable. Even if she was rejecting someone, she didn't need to do this. Then he said something that I will never forget. After he finished speaking, he looked at Sun Ting and said, your word Diaosi is really nothing. Sun Ting cursed herself inwardly. Why did she curse at others at that time? It was mainly because there were too many vicious words on the public screen when they were dancing. She couldn't help but feel irritated, and when she saw Tang Zhe, she took out her anger on him. She said I was a dog and should lift my legs and pee in the mirror. How could I be qualified to treat her to a meal? The living room suddenly became quiet. Yi Qingyi didn't expect that there would be such a woman. She was so hateful. Why did she say hurtful words when she could just refuse? Although Tang Zhe was not a human being, he was a devil. Did you beat her up? And Bai asked expectantly, wanting to hear Tang Zhe beat up that bad woman. Tang Zhe smiled and shook his head. I picked up the food that fell on the ground. I bought it for 199 yuan, so I can't waste it, even though there were laughter all around. The 3 women were shocked. Was Tang Zhe so cowardly in the past? This is completely different from the god of death that I saw. So, I failed before I even started. Tang Zhe shrugged and lit a cigarette. Thinking back now, he was very naive and weak at that time. Then don't reply to her. Starve her to death. And Baidu said angrily. Yi Qingyi suddenly said, that's too good for her. Now Tang Zhe and the 2 girls all looked at Yi Qingyi. You have changed too quickly. The smart Yi Qingyi certainly understood the issue of stance. Only by going along with Tang Zhe and making him happy would she have a chance. But Yi Qingyi seemed to have forgotten that her opportunities would be paid for at the cost of other people's pain. In a way, Yi Qingyi's mind began to slowly change. Then what do you think is the most appropriate response for me? Tang Zhe thought it would be interesting to see their reactions. Yi Qingyi volunteered and said, Master, how about letting me reply? Sun Ting and Mbai looked at him and thought, you are really brave. Tang Zhe paused for a moment, curious about how Yi Qingyi would handle it, and directly placed the phone in Yi Qingyi's hand. Yi Qingyi thought for a moment before replying.
Fine.
Shanhu community is considered high-end in Hua'an City, with an average price of 21,000 yuan per square meter. It is also relatively close to the city center, and there is a subway downstairs, which is very convenient. The people living here are naturally elites, and the situation like that in Tongza has not occurred, but it is only a matter of time. On the sofa, Chao Yu was wearing thin pajamas and watching TV with lifeless eyes. It didn't matter what was playing on TV. He was thinking of one thing in his mind. The local dog in the past was actually living a colorful life at this time. He was even accompanied by a girl who was prettier than himself, and supplies filled half of the living room. Looking at his almost running out of supplies, Chao Yu frowned deeply, thinking it would be great if he could just cheat his way into those supplies. Haven't I replied to you yet? A man in his 50s, who was a whole generation older, walked out of the toilet. With Chao Yu's financial strength, he naturally couldn't afford to buy the house here. This house belonged to a man who was used to support his lover. He was also the deputy general manager of Hua'an Hotel. However, this man was a bit too fat, at least 300 kilograms, while Chao Yu only weighed 90 kilograms. Sometimes he felt suffocated by the pressure. Not yet, Chao Yu said helplessly. Bai Jian sat next to her, his fat hands on her shoulders. This kind of man will show off once he is in power, especially to those who have abandoned him before, so he will definitely reply to you, and maybe even want you. Bai Jian whispered sinisterly, thinking in his mind how to snatch the supplies. Without the supplies, the two beauties would naturally leave him, and then they would be his. Ding-dong sound. See, this isn't taking the bait. Chao Yu picked up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that no one would pay attention to him. Be direct and make him happy. Bai Jian reminded. Chao Yu took a deep breath and replied, I miss you. Yi Qingyi on the other side was so angry that she laughed when she saw such a reply. This woman is so shameless. Tang Zhe smiled without saying anything and pinched Sun Ting's beautiful face. She was just a receptionist from a few years ago and could not compare with the anchor. Yi Qingyi continued to reply. Now you know you miss me. What were you doing before? Chapter 31. Damn civilization. When Bai Jian saw this reply, he smiled and said, It seems that he still has feelings for you. Continue. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Can you still forgive me? Yi Qingyi couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to rush to the other side of the screen and punch this shameless woman to the ground. She's simply a green tea bitch. And Bai said angrily, Master, you must not be soft-hearted. Haha, do you think I will forgive you? Forget it. When Chao Yu saw this reply, his face darkened. A country boy actually said this to him. But Bai Jian is a seasoned man. The angrier he is, the more he cares. You don't understand this, so keep showing weakness. I was stupid back then. It's all my fault. Can you give me another chance? Unless you kneel down and take a picture for me. Chao Yu wanted to start scolding me, but Tu Go actually asked me to kneel down. But since Bai Jian was there, he naturally took the photo and sent it to her. Yi Qingyi was secretly happy when she saw the photo. Tang, the master knelt down. Tang Zhe glanced at it and said, Good job, you got the address. Yi Qingyi continued to reply, You are much more obedient than before. Give me your address. I will see if you are obedient when I have a chance. Tell him. Bai Jian thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, Once the person is caught, there is no need to worry about the supplies running away. Shanhu Community, Building 3, Unit 1, 501. Wash your butt clean and wait for me. After replying, Yi Qingyi felt comfortable. Tang Zhe took the phone and took a look at it. You are good at chatting, and you even asked her to clean up. Why don't you go and have fun? No. I'm just helping my master vent his anger. Yi Qingyi quickly shook her head. Since you are so excited to talk, tell me about your story. Yi Qingyi asked doubtfully, My business? What business? Did she do something wrong again to provoke this devil? And Bai reminded, It's just some personal issues. I haven't seen you much in the community before. Or how did you and your fiancé meet? Yi Qingyi's expression turned sad after hearing this. I had been hiding in my brother-in-law and sister's house until that day when my brother-in-law was betrayed by his brother and killed my brother-in-law and sister. The three of them didn't react much after hearing this. It seemed like they were accustomed to this kind of betrayal. They had all experienced it before. Then how did you meet your fiancé? Sun Ting started gossiping. Well, it's actually nothing. Yi Qingyi said subconsciously, but quickly reacted and added, My fiancé and I met during an advertising collaboration. Sun Ting asked, You knew she was a rich second generation, so you pursued him? How is that possible? At that time, he was studying at my company, his position was lower than mine, and he was still pursuing me. Money offensive? And Bai asked with her beautiful eyes full of curiosity. If you can't get her by using money, you can use shamelessness and tenderness. Sun Ting laughed and said, All decent women fall for this. Then what was your reaction when you found out he was a rich second generation? Tang Zhe was very curious, Should he be happy or unhappy? Yi Qingyi joked. Isn't there a saying that you can pretend to be poor, but you can't really be poor? Very insightful. Sun Ting gave a thumbs up. Just kidding. I was quite angry at the time, but also felt happy. Anyway, it was very contradictory. Yi Qingyi thought about it and did not lie. Sun Ting suddenly raised the question of death. So now do you think the master is better or the fiancé? Of course it's my fiancé. Yi Qingyi expressed her thoughts without thinking. And by thought to himself, this is not good. The master will be angry. But Tang Zhe was not angry. He just expressed his feelings through practical actions. In the garage. Boss, let's flush Building 3 tonight. That's right. We've already taken care of Building 2 and Building 5. We don't have to worry about the number of people. That crappy gun doesn't have many bullets. Boss, think about it. That's a whole room of supplies and 3 beauties. After hearing what the younger brother said, the materials were not so attractive, but when I thought about the figures of those 3 women, this was the motivation among motivations. Which man would refuse such a stunning beauty, while that damn delivery man could play every day? When I think about the stuff in my own home, there is no way to compare it. It's just a few deaths. Let's do it. Get ready. We're going to kill the delivery man tonight, but we also need to plan and kill him directly. Ding Feng made up his mind. Either he would enjoy the beauty and the supplies, or he would be killed. There was no third choice. The brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. At night, Ding Feng gathered his confidants and promised that he would give them the beauty to play with for some time if he caught her. Only then did his confidants agree with a smile. There were 10 men sitting at the big round dining table. Ding Feng sat at the head seat, solidifying his status as the boss. Next to him sat his girlfriend, who was not pretty but young and capable. Brother Feng, now you are the boss of the neighborhood. When will you lead your brothers to conquer the world? One of the younger brothers was a little drunk and laughed. Ding Feng took a sip of beer and said with a smile, "It's a bit exaggerated to conquer the world, but it's no problem for our district. By then, you can have any beauty you want, even celebrities." Boss, can I have Li Linger? Just once, even if it means death. A rat-eyed and weasel-headed man said drunkenly. His yellow teeth could suffocate people to death. The short man sitting next to him burped and said, I miss Li Linger too.
Li Linger.
You men, can't you speak more politely? Ding Feng's girlfriend rolled her eyes. She is a popular rookie idol, so beautiful that you are not even qualified to lick her toes. The second leader laughed and said, Sister-in-law, what we are doing is not civilized. We don't care about civilized words. Go fucking civilized. Cheers. Ding Feng raised his glass and drank. Cheers. Chapter 32 Devil Tang. It feels great to take a sip of beer, and it feels even better if you add a beautiful woman to it. At this time, there was a knock on the door. One of the younger brothers stood up unwillingly and shouted, Why are you knocking on the door? These men are so ignorant and want to come in to eat. After opening the door, the young man looked at the aisle. The 4 men who were supposed to be guarding the door were lying in a pool of blood, while the delivery boy was standing at the door with a smile on his face. It's really sad that you didn't invite your brothers over for a gathering when you have something delicious. Tang Zhe laughed, and the saber in his hand pierced through the younger brother's abdomen, and his intestines were scattered all over the ground. Everyone in the room was stunned for a moment, and immediately took out the mobile phones on the table to call people. However, when they saw the delivery boy Tang Zhe standing at the door, a layer of fear gradually covered their angry faces. Why is he here suddenly? Ding Feng was originally arrogant, but now he was frightened and his hands began to tremble. Tang Zhe walked into the room dragging a bloody saber, leaving a long blood mark on the tip of the knife. As Tang Zhe sat down, the hearts of the men around him were in their throats and they dared not even breathe. He was indeed plotting to kill Tang Zhe just now, but he was just in a plotting state. When he saw him appear, his attitude was different. Otherwise, why would he plot to kill him? It was because he was afraid. There are also peanuts, which are delicious. Tang Zhe ate the peanuts easily. As the boss, Ding Feng felt that Tang Zhe had ill intentions, but it was too much of a coincidence that Tang Zhe appeared just as he was plotting. There's a traitor in the team. Just as he finished thinking, a younger brother immediately knelt in front of Tang Zhe. Brother Tang, you promised not to kill me and give me supplies. Everyone looked at this traitorous man with hatred. When did I promise you? Tang Zhe asked curiously. When the younger brother was confused, a knife flashed and hot blood splashed on the white wall. Putting the knife into the corpse, Tang Zhe looked at everyone and said, If I can't betray you today, I will betray me tomorrow, so I helped you kill this traitor. Shouldn't you thank me? None of the 9 men dared to speak. The sister-in-law was trembling with fear. Her man was far inferior to him. He could control everyone just by sitting there and scare them to death. "This is my sister-in-law. Don't be afraid. I don't kill women," Tang Zhe said with a smile. Ding Feng knew that tonight would not be peaceful. It was because he had the murderous intention. If he hadn't had the murderous intention, he probably wouldn't have come to his door. It is better to go all out than to be like a pig and be slaughtered at will. "What do you want to do?" Ding Feng asked in a low voice, but he was far behind in terms of momentum. Tang Zhe scratched his hair and said, "As the saying goes, when you want to kill someone, you must be prepared to be killed in return." "Kill him." Ding Feng immediately picked up the wine bottle and threw it at Tang Zhe. The two younger brothers sitting next to Tang Zhe immediately pressed on Tang Zhe's shoulders. The bottle fell steadily on Tang Zhe's forehead and shattered. The wine flowed down Tang Zhe's face, but there was no bleeding. "You're not strong enough. I'm going to start resisting." Tang Zhe's laughter made the two younger brothers beside him feel depressed. A huge force came, and they couldn't suppress the beast in front of them at all. He drew out his saber and chopped off the heads of the two people around him. "Do you know why I like using a knife? Compared to using a gun, I prefer the feeling of a blade chopping at a person, the skin and flesh being torn apart, the blood splattering, and the desperate and painful screams." Ding Feng thought he was perverted enough, but he didn't expect there was someone even more perverted. "What are you all standing there for? Kill him. Otherwise we will all die." Ding Feng shouted frantically. He had no way out. Under the threat of death, the younger brothers ignored their own interests and rushed towards Tang Zhe. There were hurried footsteps outside the house, and the owner's younger brothers all came in. When they saw Tang Zhe in the house and the corpse on the ground, they were scared. "He is alone. Let's kill him. Everything belongs to us." Ding Feng shouted angrily. All the men in the entire community gathered here. So couldn't they kill a delivery man? Obviously, Ding Feng underestimated the delivery man. "Kill him, brothers. Kill him and all the beauties will be ours." Sure enough, the beauties became more motivated, and some even pounced towards Tang Zhe, but Tang Zhe simply chopped her down and split her in half. This terrifying power shocked everyone. But the people at the back didn't see it and kept pushing forward, fearing they would miss out on the credit. This was simply a way of queuing up to die, but Tang Zhe became more and more excited. His eyes were red and he was obviously getting excited. He rushed straight to the door, and the corpses on the ground piled up. It was as horrible as hell. Back in the house, Ding Feng stood there blankly, the fruit knife in his hand no longer stable. He looked at Tang Zhe, who looked like a bloody man, as if he had just crawled out of hell. Tang Zhe stuck the knife into the pile of corpses, took out a few tissues and wiped the blood on his face. "Can't we be more peaceful? I didn't want to kill you. After all, I still need to live here for a few more days. I don't want the community to be dead and deserted. It's good now. I have almost killed all the men." Ding Feng breathed rapidly, and suddenly he clenched the fruit knife and rushed towards Tang Zhe, his eyes emitting the last light. "Draw your sword and stab." Phew. Before he could rush to Tang Zhe, his abdomen was pierced by a saber, and his whole body was stuck on the wall with the blade facing upwards. The veins on Ding Feng's forehead popped out, and he held the handle of the knife tightly with both hands. His body sank and was about to be cut in half. The woman next to her was so frightened that she dared not move, and her whole body could not help shaking. "Don't be afraid. I really won't kill women." Tang Zhe walked to the woman and said with a smile, then pressed her on the table. Ding Feng's eyes were bloodshot with hatred, but it quickly turned into fear. His woman turned into a mummy, as if all the blood had been drained out. "Is this delivery guy a vampire?" Coming in front of Ding Feng, Tang Zhe smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to last this long. I'll spare your life. I still have to visit other owners." Ding Feng pulled out the saber and dropped it on the ground. The blade had already cut his chest. There was blood all over the ground and his face was pale. This is not a life-saving grace. This is just a painful wait for death. "Devil, devil, devil, ghost?" Ding Feng murmured. He could have enjoyed a good life, so why should he provoke such a person? "There is a knife hanging over your head when it comes to lust, but the ancients did not deceive me." Having tasted the sweetness, Tang Zhe began to knock on doors from house to house, and instead of having the doors opened, he would simply pull them open with brute force. Standing in the master bedroom, Tang Zhe smiled and opened the bed. "Your husband wanted to kill me, but I killed him instead. You won't blame me, right?" Chapter 33, Clearing the Community. The woman shook her head violently, not daring to look at Tang Zhe. After Tang Zhe walked out of the bedroom and took away the supplies in the house, He continued to visit the next house. This night was a bloody night, a night of killing. The screams never stopped until dawn. In the living room, the three women were all asleep because they couldn't sleep. Last night Tang Zhe just said he had to go out for something and never came back. Now it's dawn and there's still no news. There are constant cries of fear coming from outside. What happened? If Tang Zhe died, what awaited them would be inhuman torture. Even Yi Qingyi didn't want anything to happen to Tang Zhe at this moment. This kind of pressure made Yi Qingyi cry softly, thinking of her recent tragic experience and the tragic deaths of her sister and brother-in-law. She couldn't help but burst into tears. Crying is contagious, and Mbai started crying too. Sun Ting couldn't help but tremble, thinking that she would become a corpse like her friend. The fear made her eyes well up with tears. Without Tangza, they were nothing. As the door opened, the three women looked over with fear and expectation. Tang Zhe walked into the room with a smile on his face, holding a big gift box in his hand, but his whole body was covered in blood. "Why are you crying so early in the morning?" "I'm not dead yet." Mbai burst into tears immediately. She was really scared. If Tang Zhe died outside, she would jump down. "It's not a suicide for love. I just don't want to be tortured anymore." "Oh, take care of her," Tang Zhe said helplessly. Sun Ting wiped the tears from her eyes. "Xiaobai is like this, timid." Tang Zhe shook his head and came to Yi Qingyi, putting down the gift box. "This is for you. No need to thank me." Looking at the gift box in front of her, Yi Qingyi was a little confused. Mbai stopped crying, and Sun Ting was even more envious, because this was the first time Tang Zhe gave a gift. It probably contained cakes or something. Sun Ting thought, Yi Qingyi didn't do anything, so how did she get such a reward? Is it because of my good performance last night? I'm going to take a shower, you guys clean up. My makeup is all ruined by crying. I look like a ghost. Be careful, or I'll kill you all. The three women were stunned and quickly packed up. Tang Zhe only likes beautiful women, not ugly women. In the bathroom, hot water poured over Tang Zhe's muscular body, and the blood was washed into the sewer. Thinking about the results of the night, Tang Zhe felt secretly happy. He had reached 63% of the progress in one go, and was only a little short of upgrading the gift package. This kind of product comes faster, but the quality is worrying. In the living room, the three girls had already finished their makeup and were sitting next to the gift boxes. What on earth is it? I'm so curious. Mbai opened his big watery eyes. Sun Ting said enviously, "We have been here for so many days and have no gifts, but you have already received a gift after just a short time. Maybe it's because I'm a young girl." These words were so discouraging that Sun Ting and Mbai looked hurt. Yi Qingyi chuckled, "I'm just kidding. Let's eat together." It is definitely necessary to build a good relationship with them. Hearing that Yi Qingyi was willing to share food, Sun Ting and Mbai were very happy, and their impression of Yi Qingyi changed a little. Yi Qingyi slowly took the box away, and the three girls' smiling faces immediately froze. Woo, woo, woo. Mbai immediately covered his mouth, his stomach churning, and he vomited into the trash can next to him. Sun Ting originally just wanted to vomit, but when she heard Mbai's vomiting sound, she couldn't help but vomit. Instead, Yi Qingyi didn't react at all, and just looked at the head in the gift box. "It was the murderer who killed my brother-in-law and sister. Harry." Sun Ting's face turned pale from vomiting. She pointed and asked, "Who is this?" "He is the one who killed my sister and brother-in-law." Yi Qingyi said calmly, "Sister and brother-in-law, you can rest in peace now. Gongzi will kowtow to you and apologize." Mbai took out a tissue and wiped his lips, saying enviously, "The master is so good to you." Yi Qingyi just smiled awkwardly. Why did Tang Zhe suddenly become like this? Was he attracted by her beauty? Soon, Tang Zhe walked out in his shorts and sat directly on the sofa. "I'm so tired." Sun Ting and Mbai understood immediately and want to give Tang Zhe a massage immediately. "Thank you." Yi Qingyi squatted at Tang Zhe's feet and said gratefully. Tang Zhe closed his eyes and said calmly, "I just happened to meet him. He said he was your brother-in-law's good brother, so I killed him directly. What about his wife and daughter?" "They're all dead," Tang Zhe said slowly, and he felt like he was about to fall asleep. Sun Ting, who was giving the massage, looked at Yi Qingyi and smiled, then asked curiously, "Master, why are you going out for the night? After killing some people, you don't have to stay in the house all the time. You can walk around the community." Tang Zhe said with pleasure and comfort. Mbai exclaimed, "I dare not walk around randomly, or I will be caught. There are only 4 of us left in the entire community." Mbai and Sun Ting looked at Tang Zhe in disbelief. Are they the only ones left in the entire community? What about the rest? Are they all dead? "Okay, I'm going to bed first." Tang Zhe patted Yi Qingyi's head and said, I like your performance very much. Tang Zhe went straight to sleep after returning to the bedroom, but there was a pistol at the door, and anyone who dared to open the door would be shot in the head. The three girls all knew the rule and would never enter Tang Zhe's bedroom. Let's go out and take a look, Sun Ting suggested. And Bai said worriedly, what if it's a joke? Yi Qingyi shook her head. He won't joke about our lives. Yi Qingyi was still smart and responsible, and Sun Ting and Anbai thought she was right. The three women came out of the kitchen with kitchen knives in their hands and opened the door. I plucked up my courage and walked to the underground garage. It was so quiet that it was frightening. Then I arrived at Building 4 and smelled blood as soon as I entered the building. Blood kept dripping from the top of the stairs. After swallowing, the three women continued to walk up. The brave Sun Ting walked in front, the timid Anbai was in the middle, and Yi Qingyi followed behind. They soon arrived at the first floor. The smell of blood filled the entire corridor. The man's body was lying on the ground. When they walked into the room, the three women gasped. The situation was totally out of control. The three women leaned against the wall and vomited simultaneously. The corpses formed a small hill, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and there was a shriveled female corpse lying on the dining table, her eyes wide open with a look of fear. Chapter 34. The rain stops. Did he kill so many people? Yi Qingyi murmured. Is this something that one person can do? Sun Ting couldn't believe it either, but the facts were right in front of her. He should be a disciple of a master, and delivering food is just a way to hide his identity. And Bai felt that Sun Ting's speculation made some sense. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful that he could chop down an entire community by himself? How could this woman become like this? Yi Qingyi endured the smell of blood and walked into the house to observe the situation. And Bai whispered, it seems like all the blood in her body has been sucked away. Is she a vampire? Sun Ting tapped in Bai's head and said, you've watched too many American TV series, including ones about vampires. So she was really sucked dry. And Bai touched his head aggrievedly. What if she got knocked stupid? The master would shoot me in the head. Yi Qingyi felt that what Anbai said was right. There was indeed no blood left in her body. This was too strange. Could it be another virus? Let's go and take another look. When they arrived at the next house, the three women also saw the shriveled female corpse. It was the same in the entire building number 4. All the women were shriveled. No, it should be said that all the women in the entire community were shriveled. This frightened the three women so much that they turned pale. Because now we can be sure that it was Tang Zhe who did it, and with a little speculation, we can be even more certain, because at that time, I almost became a corpse like this. Back in the house, the three women were still in a daze, like zombies. I think Tang Zhe is a vampire, and he's the kind that specializes in attracting girls. At this time, Tang Zhe walked out of the house yawning, and immediately saw the three women looking at him with fear. He was stunned at first, then smiled and said, you saw it all. And Bai nodded timidly. Are you a vampire? Yi Qingyi asked blankly. Tang Zhe groaned and said, if you say she is smart, she is indeed smart. But if you say she is stupid, she is a little bit stupid too. Tang Zhe suddenly became serious and said in a dull voice, I originally planned to live in peace with you, but now I won't pretend anymore. I'm Nicholas, the domestic double-line vampire of Edward's 79th branch in the country. The three women gasped after hearing this. It's really a vampire. No wonder it can create food. This is probably the special ability of vampires. This is how it's portrayed in movies. Looking at the reactions of the three women, Tang Zhe laughed in his heart. You all believe this. Forget it. Just believe it, you idiot. Walking up to them, Tang Zhe suddenly made a ferocious face, scaring the three girls so much that they huddled together. Ha ha ha. Listening to Tang Zhe's arrogant laughter, the three women believed it without a doubt. Behave yourself, or I'll suck all your blood. Tang Zhe pinched in Bai's face. This little Bai is quite cute. Xiao Bai nodded vigorously, and Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi beside him also nodded. Just tease them and that's it. I'm starving, so I'll have a whole meal. I'm going to have some filet steak for lunch today to replenish my nutrition. Master, can I ask you a question? And Bai looked up and asked nervously. Tang Zhe hummed as he finished a piece of steak in one bite. Master, why do you only eat meat and not drink some blood? Will you be malnourished?
Tang Zhe's mouth twitched.
Master, do you sleep in a coffin at night? Master, have you evolved? You are not afraid of the sun? If the blood type is different, will you feel sick when you inhale it? And Bai asked questions like a curious baby, and Tang Zhe's mouth began to twitch. He picked up the curious baby Xiao Bai and went to the balcony and said fiercely, I'm going to suck you now. No, master. Tang Zhe bit in Bai's snow-white neck directly. and Bai felt like he was going to die, but found that his neck didn't hurt. If you ask any more questions, I'll suck your blood dry, Tang Zhe said fiercely. And Bai hugged Tang Zhe's neck tightly, wrapped her slender legs around Tang Zhe's waist, raised her head slightly and panted, Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief, as they thought Xiaobai was going to die. Suddenly, Tang Zhe stopped and looked outside. The wind had stopped, the rain had stopped, and he had no idea when it happened. The rain has stopped, and Bai shouted in disbelief. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi in the house immediately went to the balcony and opened the window. Although there was a dark cloud above their heads, the rain had indeed stopped, the wind had stopped, and they could even see the sunlight in the dark clouds, as if it was about to break through. Yi Qingyi wondered in her heart, does this mean that rescue will arrive soon, or that this crisis will be overcome? Yi Qingyi's originally slightly dim eyes suddenly brightened up, even Sun Ting's. But before they could be happy, they saw scattered groups of people appearing outside the community gate. The group was getting bigger and bigger, and their shoes seemed to be covered with some plastic, so their walking looked a little strange. But if I'm not mistaken, he should be walking towards his own community. There were at least about 100 people. You have to know that there were only 50 or 60 men left in this community. With so many of them left, there was definitely no internal strife. Or at least there was little internal strife. These people all have knives in their hands. They are definitely not here to rescue you. They are here to kill you. Tang Zhe suddenly became excited. He hadn't had enough killing last night, and today someone came to get a kill. It would be great if killing people could increase his energy bar. Under the community, the man in the lead had a big bald head and looked ferocious. He held a butcher knife in his hand and even wrapped the handle and his hand together with white cloth. Boss, kill Xie Yuhong and Feng Jin later. Damn, they hacked my brother last time in the supermarket, a man said coldly, wishing he could chop the two men into pieces. Mohan turned to his brothers and shouted, today's mission is simple. Kill the men, steal the women, steal the supplies. The younger brothers raised their knives and shouted excitedly, kill the men, rob the women, and steal the supplies. Boss, I heard there are beautiful ladies in this community, flight attendants. I saw them last time. They were so pretty. The man's wretched appearance was so disgusting that it made people vomit. Mohan spat, from now on, all the women in this area belong to me, Mohan. I have 3,000 beauties in my harem. Long live the boss. Tang Zhe on the balcony hugged the panting and Bai and said with a smile, these people are united, unlike us. Why don't we hide? Yi Qingyi suggested. There were too many people on the other side. However, Tang Zhe threw in Bai, whose face was flushed, on the sofa and took out the saber again. The golden handle was engraved with complex patterns, showing its nobility, and the blade was sharp and emitted a cold light. Chapter 35. Hell has no door, so you have to force your way in. Seeing that Tang Zhe was going out to fight again, Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi began to worry. I didn't kill enough yesterday, so I'll make up for it today. Tang Zhe opened the door and paused. He took out a gun and threw it to Sun Ting and reminded her, you can use it to kill people or commit suicide. I don't want to see my rations get dirty. After that, Tang Zhe closed the door and left. Sun Ting held the cold pistol in her hand and looked at Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi swallowed, and her mind seemed a little confused. Sun Ting looked at Bai again, but forget it, she was lost. The group of people below had already entered the residential area, and when they saw the body in the central greenbelt, they paused for a few seconds. This neighborhood is really chaotic. So many people died. Isn't it? Look at these women. Tiske, there's not much for me to play with. However, there were still a few men hiding aside and vomiting. They thought that their community was cruel enough, but when they entered the Jinyuan community, they realized that their side was still too gentle. At least not so many women died. Boss, it's a bit quiet. I feel something is wrong. A younger brother looked at the surrounding floors, thinking that someone would be watching, or at least go and secretly report the news. However, he found that there was no one near any of the windows, which was so eerie that it made people's backs chill. I even felt a chill. Mohan snorted coldly, even if it's an ambush, if we don't rob them today, your wife and children will starve to death. Upon hearing this, the man, who was originally a little confused, immediately clenched the knife in his hand. Now it was either they died or he died. Follow the previously divided actions and make quick decisions. We don't know when it will rain in this horrible weather. I saw a group of people walking into different floors and putting their shoe covers outside. The group smashed the glass and went straight into the hall. Mohan came today to seek revenge on Ding Feng. He suffered a loss when he robbed things outside last time, and most of the things were taken away by Ding Feng. So as soon as the rain stopped, Mohan chose Jinyuan community instead of any other communities. Boss, there is a smell of blood. The young man who was rushing in the front was only 20 years old. He was wearing a baseball cap and seemed a little nervous. The knife in his hand was shaking. What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. Let's go. Mohan sneered. Although the floor was high, he didn't know how to take the elevator because it was too narrow. If they were ambushed, their advantage of numbers would not be reflected. Boss, there are so many dead bodies upstairs. The younger brother ran down in panic with a pale face. He didn't dare to go upstairs at all. It was too tragic, like hell. Mohan stretched out his hand and clapped his hands. You are useless. You are so scared of the corpse. Come with me. About 20 people bravely climbed the stairs. Gradually, more and more blood was seen on the steps, which was shocking and frightening. Even Mohan began to get nervous. What on earth was going on here? Soon, everyone saw corpses one after another. Some were cut into pieces, some were split in the middle, and some had their heads moved away. The ground was covered with scattered internal organs.
Ugh.
Half of the people started to dry heave. Such a scene had never been seen even in movies. When they walked into the house, they were stunned by the 3 layers of corpses. What on earth had happened here? Boss, what? What on earth happened? It looks like they were all killed by some sharp blade. The younger brother squatting on the ground said, looking at the wound. Why don't you go, boss? This is weird. Mohan looked at Ding Feng's body and felt something was wrong. There was a cut on his chest. Go find some supplies, quick. Everyone immediately dispersed to look for supplies. One of the brothers accidentally bumped into the woman at the dinner table, and her body fell to the ground. When the younger brother saw the woman's appearance, he immediately screamed, scaring the people around him. Alpaca, you're screaming to death. Boss, this woman. The younger brother pointed at the woman and trembled all over, stuttering when speaking. When Mohan saw this, he was also shocked. Only skin was left of this woman, like a mummy. Boss, there are no supplies in any room. What? Mohan shouted angrily and rushed into the bedroom to check. Sure enough, there was nothing. Could it be that they were robbed in advance by another group of people? Otherwise, how could so many people die? So what about this woman? Search the entire building. I don't believe there are no supplies. Mohan's face was gloomy. Compared to this strange woman, he was more afraid of starving to death. At this time, the phone rang. It was the person leading the other buildings. Boss, everyone here is dead, and the women have all turned into mummies. It's the same here, not a single one is alive. And there is no supplies at all. They have been looted a long time ago. It seems we are too late, otherwise The younger brother screamed before he could finish his words. Mohan immediately shouted, Hey, glasses. Speak. A panic suddenly spread, and Mohan felt that starving was better than dying here. Tell the brothers to retreat, quickly. He immediately shouted in the group to retreat. However, painful roars have begun to be heard in the community, which makes people shudder. Boss, Building 3. There are people in Building 3, they killed all our people, and they are heading towards Building 2. Mohan immediately asked anxiously, How many people are there on the other side? Only saw one, but we're not right at all, Mohan thought the other party was a group of people, but it turned out to be just one person. Brothers, you were scared by just one person. You can't just let it go if you kill our people. I guess the supplies are in this person's house. Kill him. Kill him. Mohan looked at the young men, and the fear in his heart was blown away again. He ordered the group, all brothers, go to building number 2. By the time they put on shoe covers and walked carefully to building number 2, screams had already been heard from inside, which undoubtedly served as a sedative for their excited hearts. Brother, don't be afraid. Mohan tried his best to calm people down, and everyone walked into building number 2 cautiously. Turning on his phone, Mohan called out softly, Hey, what's the situation in building 2? After waiting for half a minute, the group was quiet. Hey, Daozi, Rookie, Monk, hey, are you all dead? Say something. However, no one replied in the WeChat group. Mohan's lips began to tremble. He looked at the door and didn't dare to touch it. Suddenly, a man broke open the door of the emergency passage, and a howl of pain was heard. Rookie, where have you been? Mohan gradually became numb and found that Rookie's legs were gone and he was crawling on his hands. 2 shocking streams of blood flowed on the porcelain plate. As the noob climbed, he muttered in a trance, They are all dead. They are all dead. All dead. Devil, I want to go home. I want to go home. Chapter 36, your takeaway is here. Listening to the rookie's words, Mohan couldn't help swallowing his dry saliva. At this time, the door of the safe passage was opened again, and everyone looked in that direction. I saw a bloody man holding a saber. I couldn't see his appearance clearly, but I could see the corners of his mouth slightly raised. There are still so many people. Tang Zhe walked to the rookie and said with a smile, then he picked up the knife and chopped off the rookie's head. It explains what it means to kill people like killing chickens. At this time, some of the guys had already started running, and they were running with screams. One of them even forgot to put on shoe covers, and his shoes stepped on the undried road surface. The rubber soles melted immediately, and when the soles of his feet touched the water stains on the ground, he fell down in pain, his whole body twitching, and he died in a few seconds. Another one was wearing plain shoes and started running, but the splashed water fell on his back, instantly corroding his skin, and he fell down with a cry. Tang Zhe swung the knife, and the scarlet hot blood sprinkled a gorgeous snowflake. He put the blade on his shoulder and said, "What are you standing there for? Why don't you run?" Even the boss Mohan turned around and ran without hesitation. When the others saw the boss running away, they hurriedly followed him. Tang Zhe stood at the door and watched the fleeing man. Mohan was relieved when he saw that Tang Zhe did not chase him. "Seeing him, you wait for me. If you kill my brother, I will definitely chop you to death next time." After saying that, Tang Zhe put down the knife and took out a pair of jumpsuit from somewhere, the kind of waterproof pants used to catch fish and shrimp in a pond. But Tangza's suit was not made of rubber. When Mohan saw Tangza coming towards him again with the saber, his face turned black and he ran away quickly. The brothers next to him secretly cursed the boss. The boss didn't even chase them just now, so why were they saying such harsh words? Now, he's chasing them again. When we walked out of the community, we saw a car with only wheels on it on the street. There were 4 people sitting inside. It didn't even break and knocked down 2 people who were running for their lives. The 2 people in the back seat even raised their middle fingers and laughed. "You idiots, I'll hit you to death." Tang Zhe paused slightly, and the saber in his hand shot out like an arrow, piercing the necks of the driver and the passenger. The out-of-control car rushed into the green belt next to it and hit a tree. The people who were fleeing looked back with strange expressions, but still ran towards their own neighborhoods. Tang Zhe walked slowly to the side of the car. The 2 people in the back seat climbed out of the car dizzy with bleeding foreheads. Pulling the saber from the man's neck, Tang Zhe said calmly, "I hate it most when people call me an idiot." The man was no longer as arrogant as before. He looked at Tangza with pleading, but he was unable to stop the blade from falling. His head rolled as he looked at his body and the man who looked like a devil. "I regret it so much. Why did I say such a big deal?" In the past, talking nonsense was not a big deal, but now it can be fatal. At this moment, Tang Zhe's mood was like a lake. He killed people without any ripples, just like stepping on an ant to death. Looking at the fleeing people and their frightened eyes, the corners of his mouth gradually raised into an arc. "Close the door. Close the door." The man who rushed into the community first began to yell loudly. Many figures appeared near the windows, looking at the men who had just gone out with confusion. Why did they come back so soon? They didn't have any supplies in their hands. Didn't they rob the community across the street? No. Why are there so many fewer people? "Wait for me. Wait for me. I haven't come in yet." The man running behind shouted loudly, and he didn't know where the knife in his hand had gone. He had only one thought in his mind, to go home, close the door tightly, hide under the bed, and hope that today was all a dream. Mohan looked at Tang Zhe who appeared and said ruthlessly, "Close the door." The double iron doors gradually closed and the iron chains were immediately tied. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If he dares to turn over, stab him to death. Mohan was still frightened, but his mind was still sharp. Open the door, brother. I gave you water yesterday. Please, my wife and children are still in there." The man who was locked outside knelt down and begged. However, the brothers inside were pale and did not dare to answer a word. At a window on the 3rd floor, a woman with a child was looking towards the door. "Mom, that's Dad. Why don't you let him in?" The little girl was 7 or 8 years old and seemed to not know what was going on. She asked innocently. The young woman was only in her early 30s. She was so frightened that she was unconscious, and her peeling lips were trembling slightly. When I saw the young man with the knife walk up to my husband, raise the blood-red blade and chop down, my husband's head rolled to the ground. The woman immediately covered her mouth and subconsciously covered the child's eyes. At the door, Tang Zhe looked at the men inside the iron gate and kicked the head under his feet to the side of the trash can. Blood continued to flow out of the body. It's only natural to reciprocate. Now it's my turn to rob you. Tang Zay's chuckle sounded like the sound from hell, which made people shudder. Mohan held up the knife and laughed crazily. Boy, if you dare, come over here. As soon as he turned over, he stabbed his stomach to pieces. Tang Zay looked at the iron gate in front of him. It was indeed possible to climb over it, but why would he go through so much trouble? Tang Zay raised his saber and focused his eyes. With a clang sound, dazzling sparks burst out, and the chain was actually cut off. The men looked as if they were looking at a ghost. Is he still a human with this much strength? The man who had seemed somewhat confident just now suddenly screamed and ran towards the building, wishing his parents had not given him an extra leg. Tang Zay slowly opened the iron gate and locked it again. It was obvious that Tang Zay had no intention of letting anyone in the community go, and a one-sided massacre was about to take place. Mohan returned home in shock and started packing his clothes straight away. Husband, what are you doing? What's going on? Where are you guys? Mohan said nothing, but tried hard to pack his clothes. He was shaking all over, and even his pants were soaked with urine, but he was completely unaware. Husband? Husband? Ah! Mohan came to his senses and looked at his wife in horror. Let's go, let's go. We can't stay here anymore. The devil, the demon. He killed everyone. Looking at her husband who was already unconscious, the woman didn't know what to do. Suddenly, her daughter pointed out the window and said, Mom, it's raining again. After hearing this, Mohan's whole body stiffened, his head slowly raised. The glass window gradually became wet, and he collapsed to the ground. It's over. No one can escape now. Hurry, go and close the door, and push the furniture against the door, quickly. Mohan screamed in fear, and his wife was scared to death. As the overlord of the neighborhood, he was actually frightened to such an extent. It was obvious that Tang Zay's methods had frightened him to death. Downstairs, Tang Zay had just arrived in the building when it started raining outside. That's good. This way no one can escape. Go directly to room 101 in Building 1. Tang Zay tidied up his appearance, then knocked on the door with a smile. Owner of number 101. Your takeaway is here. Chapter 37. Killing with Rain. There were 3 people living in the house. The man had just gone out and was covering his mouth tightly. His wife did the same. The 10-year-old son seemed to be unaware of anything and wanted to speak, but the man covered his mouth directly. Whoever speaks out will die. Fear had filled the man's heart, and he didn't notice that his big hands were covering his son's mouth and nose, even using extra force. His son began to struggle, but the man just looked at the door in horror. The knock on the door was like a death knell. Boom, boom, boom. With a bang, the security door was kicked open by Tang Zay. Looking at the 3 people beside the sofa, Tang Zay said calmly, You know, I hate those takeaways that don't open the door the most. Do you know that I'm in a hurry? After saying that, Tang Zay was stunned and laughed. Brother, you are so capable. You even suffocated your son to death. That's awesome. After saying that, he gave a thumbs up. Tang Zay, am afraid I would not do such a thing. The man looked down and saw that his son was no longer breathing. Ah! The woman screamed. The man stood still like a puppet. Tang Zay walked slowly, and the blade rubbed against the ground, making a slightly harsh sound. Sitting on a small stool, Tang Zay breathed a sigh of relief. This is how the world is. You rob me, I rob you. Either you kill me or I kill you. Unfortunately, you are weaker than me. After saying that, he chopped off the man's head with his knife, and blood splattered everywhere. The women's screams echoed throughout the entire community, and all the women's faces were extremely pale, without exception. When Tang Zay walked out, he came to the door of another room again. Owner of number 102, your takeaway is here. The words sounded again like a death sentence. The sky gradually darkened, and the screams in the community did not stop. Mohan squatted on the ground, wrapped in a quilt to increase his sense of security, and looked at the community group. Someone's knocking on my door. What should I do? What should I do? Someone come and save me. Why is it a delivery man? Why can't you even kill a delivery man? Someone come save me. I don't want to die. He is knocking on my door, woo. I told you not to go out and rob people in the community, or you would be retaliated against, but you didn't listen. I can't take it anymore. A muffled sound was heard outside the house, and a man chose to jump off the building to escape his psychological fear. However, the owners who sent the message never sent a second one. Mohan's eyes were filled with despair, and his cell phone slipped from his hand onto the wooden floor. His wife looked at her husband. He was the eldest brother, and yet he was so scared at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. Your takeaway is here. The voice at the door made Mohan dazed for a moment. Looking at the half bottle of water beside him, his eyes gradually became firm, as if the bottle of water had blown away his fear. Looking at his wife and daughter, Mohan held the bottle and whispered, I will die with him. You must live well. Husband. Dad. Mohan seemed to have assumed the responsibilities of a husband and a father at this time and slowly opened the bottle cap. That's right. This is the rainwater he risked his life to catch. If you get splashed by it, you will meet the king of hell. Who would dare to do such a dangerous thing? Even though Mohan is the boss, he sleeps in fear every day, fearing that his subordinates will kill him and take his position. This bottle of water is a powerful weapon. Now, it comes in handy. Standing at the door and listening to Tangza's voice outside, Mohan showed a fearless attitude. He threw away the tables and chairs pushed at the door, suddenly opened the door, and threw the water directly at Tangza, who was half a meter away. Some water flowed down the bottle and wet Mohan's hands. But at this time Mohan was not afraid. He even laughed wildly, because the devil in front of him had rain on his face. Ha 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 ha. You damn delivery man, I finally killed you. Tangze stood there with a stiff expression. He never expected that someone would want to kill him by pouring water on him. Is he crazy? A piercing pain surged in Mohan's heart, his breathing immediately became rapid, and he slid down the wall, but the devil in front of him did not react at all. Fear appeared on Mohan's face again. Why? Why are you okay? Why is this happening? You splashed rainwater? Tangze was stunned and touched his face subconsciously. A sense of fear surged onto Tangze's face at the same time, and he shouted angrily, Fuck you! Tangze raised his saber and chopped wildly. The porcelain plates were chopped into pieces, and Mohan's body was like meat paste, emitting a foul odor. Tangze gasped heavily. Careless. He was careless. I didn't expect that someone would use rain to kill people. I never expected this. No. He's been poisoned? Why haven't I been poisoned yet? Isn't it time yet? After waiting for a minute, Tangze still felt nothing. In his impression, people who were caught in the rain would twitch in pain within 5 seconds and die in 10 seconds. Could it be that he strengthened his body so that he could resist even this kind of virus? Walking to the window, Tangze opened it directly and slowly stretched out his hand. The cold rain fell into the palm of his hand and gradually formed water droplets. It was impossible for Tangze not to be nervous at this moment. But I'm fine even though I got splashed in the face just now. Time slowly moved forward, and the smile on Tangze's face grew deeper and deeper. My strengthened body can indeed resist virus invasion. The low laughter slowly sounded, growing louder and louder, but to others, it was the devil's greedy laughter. The 3 women on the other side sat on the furry carpet, not saying much. Perhaps they were all thinking about their own things. Sun Ting looked at the rain outside, then looked at the gun in her hand. Will he come back? And Bai asked weakly, hugging her legs. Do you want him to come back? Sun Ting asked back, and Bai paused, because he didn't know how to answer. If he didn't come back, the supplies here would last for a long time, and the entire community would even be empty, so it was very safe. But on the other hand, I hope to come back because of the sense of security. Sun Ting looked at Yi Qingyi again. What about you? Yi Qingyi nodded, feeling that if she said no, Sun Ting would shoot her in the head. Yi Qingyi's guess was correct. As long as the answer was wrong, Sun Ting would shoot without hesitation, because this would mean one less person having to eat supplies, and even if Tangze came back, there would be facts as evidence. In fact, Sun Ting didn't know how to answer the question. She wanted to come back, but also wanted not to come back. Perhaps the 3 women had the same idea in their minds. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. The voice of the call startled the 3 girls. After all, they were the only 3 people left in the entire community. It's Yi Qingyi's phone. You can tell who it belongs to without having to think. Zihui. Yi Qingyi held the phone, her face tense. Chapter 38 Doomsday Gift Pack 2.0. Zhang Zihui noticed that something was wrong with Yi Qingyi. What's wrong? Why are you so nervous? Oh, the rain just stopped for a while, but it started again. I thought I could go out. What a pity. It stopped raining over there, but not over here. Yi Qingyi said, Oh. Zhang Zihui could feel that his fiancée had been acting a little strange lately. She used to be very dependent on him, but in recent days, she seemed less dependent. She didn't even ask him how he was doing, and he was the one who called her. Hold on a little longer. My dad is going to form a team. Yi Qingyi was stunned. What team? It's about making our side the safest area, with security, search teams, medical teams, and so on. Then do you have guns? After these days, Yi Qingyi knew that having a gun is the kingly way, and everything else is useless. My dad's company's security department has a few handguns. We'll go get them when the rain stops. Yi Qingyi nodded and suggested, if possible, it's best to go to the police station's gun storehouse to have a look. Ah! Zhang Zihui exclaimed. His fiancée could actually say something like robbing a police station so calmly. Seeing that her fiancé was frightened by her, Yi Qingyi forced a smile. Isn't it always like this in the movies? Idiot, that's a movie. The rain stopped and the police went back to the police station to get their guns. Why did you go and rob them? But it rained in the early morning that day, and everyone was at home after get off work. How much time would we have left if we stayed at home now? Yi Qingyi said lightly, hoping that her fiancé would consider it. Zhang Zihui almost didn't recognize his fiancé in front of him. He was worried about not having food before, but now he was worried about whether there was a gun. I feel like my fiancé is overly stressed and overworked. No matter what, wait for me. I'll come get you. I swear. Yi Qingyi smiled and hummed, but now when she looked at her fiancé, she didn't feel the same joy and dependence as before. What happened to her? Was she sick? I even felt that when my fiancé said he swore, I felt funny instead of being touched. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qingyi put her hands in her hair, looking particularly confused. At this time, Yi Qingyi's mobile phone rang again. When she saw the display, Yi Qingyi answered it immediately. Yeah. Looking at the girl in the video, Yi Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief. The girl in the phone has a pretty face, thin red lips, lively eyebrows, waist-length black and shiny hair, skin as white as fat, and especially her crescent-shaped eyes that seem to be able to speak. Moon. Aunt, I just called my parents but they didn't answer. Are you guys together? Xie Mingyue looked worried. Seeing that her aunt was fine, she thought her parents should be fine too. Yi Qingyi paused for a moment and smiled calmly. Brother-in-law and sister are talking at Gangzi's house, don't worry. I think they left their phone at home. Is that so? I was scared to death. Xie Mingyue patted his chest and smiled, a very warm smile. Yeah, what happened to you these days? Why did you turn off your phone? There was something wrong with the circuit breaker, and it was only fixed today. But I suspect someone broke it on purpose and didn't want us to contact the outside world. Xie Mingyue frowned slightly, which looked quite cute. Yi Qingyi immediately felt something was wrong. What happened recently? Is there anything to eat? The food is much less than before. I also saw some girls go to the room with the teacher. The next day, those girls got a lot of food. Yi Qingyi secretly thought that something bad was going to happen. This phenomenon was just a prelude. She was still pretending now, but later on, she wouldn't even be able to start pretending. Aunt, don't worry. I won't go. I won't go even if I die. Don't tell my parents, or they will worry. Yi Qingyi nodded, not knowing how to tell Ye about her sister and brother-in-law. After ending the call, Yi Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief. Your niece's side is about to get into chaos. Sun Ting said calmly. Everything started with the exchange of food. Once a woman is submissive, the man's greed will gradually increase. Of course, there are good ones, but being a good person these days really doesn't have a good ending. Besides, it's a university, and there's no shortage of young and pretty girls. If things get out of control, it might be even more exaggerated than here. Yi Qingyi shook her head. What else could she do? She simply couldn't get over it. A feeling of powerlessness engulfed Yi Qingyi. Didn't the master say he would take us away? And Bai suddenly whispered, which made Yi Qingyi seem to regain hope. Sun Ting sneered, he won't save anyone for you. Yi Qingyi subconsciously said, my niece is very beautiful. After saying that, she even took out her cell phone and flipped through the photos. So she is your niece. Sun Ting flipped through Yi Qingyi's phone. Perhaps out of a woman's sympathy, she did not mention the photos to Tang Zhe. Sun Ting chuckled and said, you are such a good aunt. Our place seems safe, but in a sense it is not safe. Yi Qingyi looked up at Sun Ting and said in a deep voice, one person is better than a group. At least we can stay alive by following him. You cannot die. You have let it go. Sun Ting took a sip of water and couldn't help but smile. From ancient times to the present, women have only one way, and that is to snuggle up to a strong man, so that everything will be guaranteed. And Bai hugged the pillow and asked curiously, what about your fiancé? Are you going to abandon him? This question is too sharp. It seems to be asking, do you want to fulfill your sister's last wish, or choose to go to your fiancé's house? Yi Qingyi would definitely choose to save her niece and then go to her fiancé's house. However, this idea is a fantasy and is simply impossible. If she really has to choose, Yi Qingyi would choose the former. Ye is in danger, but her fiancé is safe. Sun Ting suddenly thought of something and said with a sly smile, "Won't you two be embarrassed in the future?" And by
Jekingis maut taichet.
she had never thought about this. I'm a little looking forward to it. Sun Ting smiled slyly. The scene must be very exciting. And Bai opened his eyes wide, as if he was also a little looking forward to it. Yi Qingyi rolled her eyes, two perverts. Geese, geese, geese. Sun Ting and Mbai both laughed, and they seemed to be getting along a lot better. That night, the three women did not sleep. They talked about interesting things in the past, skincare products, celebrities, and finally men. In the end, the topic became so disgusting that they started discussing which position was the most comfortable. The sky gradually turned white, but it was still dark and the rain was still falling. Tang Zhe let out a long sigh. He finally filled up the space. He thought it would be filled up quickly, but he didn't expect that the last 10% would take him a whole night. Fortunately, the last one finally reached 100%. Unlock the Doomsday Gift Pack 2.0. Materials 2.0 has been accepted. Advanced Body Enhancement has been received. Weapons and Equipment version 2.0 has been received. Telekinesis has been activated. Note: item extracted by mind. Extracting the Doomsday Gift Pack 3.0 requires upgrading the energy tank. Chapter 39. Testing. Wow, advanced body strengthening. Tang Zhe couldn't wait to test how strong he was. How about trying to cut himself? Forget it. I'm afraid of the pain. Version 2.0 of the supplies includes additional protective clothing, modified vehicles, and medical equipment and supplies. In the 2.0 version of weapons and equipment, Tang Zhe finally saw a lot of new weapons, including grenades, RPGs, anti-tank mines, javelins, stingers, and other individual combat equipment. Compared with hot weapons, Tang Zhe still prefers to use cold weapons. It's a pity that the 2.0 version does not have airplanes, cannons, and tanks. It would be so cool if there was a Dongfeng. Check out the highlight. Telekinesis, an ability that can actually control objects. Looking at the cup on the coffee table, Tang Zhe stared at it closely, but the other party did not move at all. Damn, how do I operate this? At least give me an instruction manual. Don't always make me figure it out on my own. Do you think it can fly just because I want it to? As he thought of it, the teacup suddenly floated in the air, and Tang Zhe was surprised. It was like a magic trick. Broken. The teacup shattered instantly, but did not fall down, and the residue continued to float. Fun. As Tang Zhe moved his mind, the fragments were embedded in the wall like bullets, which made Tang Zhe gasp. This was definitely not slower than a bullet. It's interesting. I, a devil, am becoming more and more perverted. How can ordinary people live? Standing on the balcony, Tang Zhe looked at a Toyota Corolla below. The vehicle gradually floated up and then crashed heavily into a big tree nearby. However, Tang Zhe suddenly felt a little dizzy and cursed inwardly, wondering if it was because the distance was too far or the vehicle was too heavy. But perhaps it was because his strength was not enough that he felt dizzy. After sitting on the sofa and taking a short rest, Tang Zhe felt a little more comfortable. This ability was his trump card, and it was better to use it at the critical moment. Just like the water splashing this time, if my body hadn't been strengthened to resist the virus, I would probably have been lying on the ground and turned into a corpse. Thinking about it, I feel a little scared. My colorful life has just begun. All supplies in the community were confiscated. Although we are not short of supplies, we will not leave them to others. If you want me, Tang Zhe, to be a good person, it will be impossible in this life. I will just walk out in the rain. The neighborhood behind me was cleared. Looking at the damaged Corolla, Tang Zhe raised his knife and chopped it down, only to see the entire car split into two from the B-pillar. Tang Zhe was stunned for a moment and shook his head helplessly. He was so powerful that it was outrageous. As for upgrading the 3.0 gift package, Tang Zhe is not in a hurry now. First of all, this method is a bit tiring, and the quality is not very good. You have to look for it door to door. It would be okay if people line up, but people are not stupid and they still line up. Besides, the price didn't rise as fast as in the beginning. It took 10 people to get the last 1%, and they were all ready to sweep the next neighborhood. Also, there is not a single pretty girl in the entire community. Maybe they were all killed at the beginning. Tang Zhe's guess on this question was actually correct. There were indeed a few good-looking ones who died. If he had known earlier that their bodies could withstand rain, perhaps he could have captured them. After returning to the community, Tang Zhe took off all his clothes, then took out water and washed them directly, especially his hair, which was covered with not only rain but also blood, for fear that he would kill them when he returned. as there are too few beautiful women nowadays. Upstairs, the three women who had been chatting all night fell asleep, but this time they did not separate, but leaned against each other. It was not until the sound of the door opening that Sun Ting woke up immediately and pointed the gun at the door. Oh, I surrender. Tang Zhe raised his hands with a smile. If the shot was really fired, the bullet would probably turn a corner and blow your head off. Sun Ting let out a long breath. I was so scared. I thought it was someone else. And Bai immediately went to pour some water. All his worries turned into a smile, and he instantly became a good boy. Even Yi Qingyi put her mind at ease. Unconsciously, Tang Zhe's life and death seemed to represent their own life and death. If she died, Tang Zhe would surely live, but if Tang Zhe died, she might not be able to leave this city at all, maybe not even this district. Remember to turn on the insurance next time. Tang Zhe patted Sun Ting's head. Sun Ting was confused as she had never played with this kind of gun before. Here. Sun Ting handed over the pistol. She would never take such a dangerous thing. Sun Ting felt that she understood Tang Zhe's character a little bit. Having a gun was a threat to him. Tang Zhe took a look and said with a faint smile, "Keep it for yourself?" Ah? Sun Ting was stunned. Yi Qingyi and Bai were also stunned. Even more incredible things happened. Tang Zhe took out 2 pistols and gave them to Bai and Yi Qingyi. Since I'm planning on going out, I have to prepare some self-defense equipment. It's better for them to have some self-defense methods as well. I don't want to have to rescue them for no reason. Wait a moment, you all practice your shooting skills. I'm starving. Let's kill all night. Tang Zhe turned around and started preparing food with his back to the 3 women. The 3 women were holding pistols, and this was a perfect opportunity for them. Just turn on the safety and shoot Tang Zhe in the back of the head, and you'll be free. With Tang Zhe's death, the 3 guns were enough for the 3 women to ensure their own safety. There were also supplies at home, so Yi Qingyi felt that she could go find Yi. But this was just a test by Tang Zhe. It is said that human nature cannot withstand temptation. Tang Zhe wants to give it a try. Do you have the courage to kill me? In fact, Tang Zhe had wanted to try it a long time ago, but he was too risky before and actually killed himself, becoming a scapegoat. But now it's different. The telekinetic master has nothing to fear from this ability. As long as she fired the gun, she would be dead in the next second. For a moment, the living room was so quiet that it was a little scary and suffocating. Tang Zhe took out fried dough sticks, porridge, soup dumplings, steamed dumplings, and other breakfast items. Bai didn't react at all. Sun Ting frowned and didn't react either. But Yi Qingyi slowly raised her arm, but the arc was not very large. Yi Qingyi was struggling internally at this moment. If she killed him, would all her bullets really be able to escape? Yi Qingyi even thought that if she fired the shot, Sun Ting and Bai's bullets would kill her. Even if Bai was timid and didn't shoot, Sun Ting would definitely do it. In Sun Ting's heart, Tang Zhe was food and life. Killing Tang Zhe would mean cutting off her way to survival. Thinking of this, Yi Qingyi lowered her arms. Perhaps this was her fate. Tang Zhe glanced at her with a cold look in his eyes, but as Yi Qingyi lowered the gun, Tang Zhe smiled disdainfully again. I thought you would shoot, but I was disappointed. You were just an ordinary woman after all. After a hearty meal, Tang Zhe burped and started letting the 3 girls practice shooting at home. Don't stick your butt up so high. Tang Zhe slapped Bai's sweet butt. Bai felt aggrieved. If you want to spank me, just say so. My butt is already sticking up like this. Chapter 40. Practice more. Sun Ting has a strong learning ability, and she always hits the target at 10 meters. But Yi Qingyi's posture was a little wrong, so Tang Zhe personally went over and hugged Yi Qingyi. Hold it with both hands. Tang Zhe whispered in Yi Qingyi's ear, which made Yi Qingyi a little nervous, but she still did as Tang Zhe asked. But the next sentence made Yi Qingyi feel like she had fallen into an ice cave. You just raised your hand. Yi Qingyi was so scared that she pulled the trigger, and with a bang, the gun fell to the ground. Tang Zhe picked up the fallen pistol and handed it to Yi Qingyi with a smile. How come you are even more timid than Xiaobai? I am a little disappointed. I won't let you down, Yi Qingyi said firmly. Tang Zhe patted Yi Qingyi's hips and said with a mysterious smile, then it depends on your performance. You guys practice well. I'm going to sleep. When Tang Zhe closed the door, Yi Qingyi was so scared that he collapsed on the ground. He saw himself raising his hand. And ready to kill myself? A chill came from my back. The fact that he gave us the gun means he is no longer afraid, Sun Ting said. Why didn't they give it before when they had money, but now they can give it with confidence? There must be a problem. Yes, he is a vampire. Maybe after he goes out and upgrades himself this time, he won't be afraid of guns anymore. Yi Qingyi cursed himself inwardly, wondering how could he have forgotten his identity. Suddenly, Tang Zhe poked his head out of the bedroom and said with a smile, Whoever scores less than 8 rings tonight, congratulations, you have to stay with me all night. After saying that, Tang Zhe closed the door. The 3 women looked at each other and immediately began to practice shooting. Even the frightened Anbai became determined. All night long. Who can stand this? It's better to practice with this gun. You won't die. That gun will kill people. Tang Zhe slept until night and woke up while eating. As the saying goes, sharpshooters are fed by bullets, and the distance is only 20 meters, so it is not too difficult. All 3 girls passed. That will make it more difficult. At a distance of 50 meters, it's fine as long as you don't miss the target. Then at a distance of 100 meters, it's fine as long as you don't miss the target. But there are rewards for good results. Master, what is the reward? Anbai asked curiously. What reward do you want? Anbai thought for a moment and said embarrassedly, I just want to accompany the master. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi thought to themselves that this was a good opportunity. Maybe if they made mistakes in the future, Tang Zhe would not be willing to beat them to death. Where there is competition, there is progress. It is almost exactly 100 meters from the balcony to the building opposite. At a distance of 100 meters, the bottle on the coffee table opposite is just a small dot, which is very difficult to hit with a pistol. Bang, 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 there were more and more bullet shells on the ground. But Tang Zhe had already prepared 10 boxes of bullets. This confused the 3 women, thinking he was simply an arms dealer. People in other neighborhoods thought they were setting off firecrackers because of the non-stop banging sounds. After 2 days of continuous training, Tang Zhe was already very satisfied with their progress as they were able to hit the target more or less at a distance of 100 meters. Next up is the rifle. The recoil of AK is a bit too much for them, so use the G36 assault rifle. The 3 women were still a little uncomfortable with the weight of the rifles, so they started doing some strength training when they had nothing to do, such as lifting dumbbells. Sun Ting, at the 9 o'clock position below, there is a corpse wearing a white coat. Tang Zhe said, holding a telescope. Sun Ting's gun-holding posture was very cool now, and she pulled the trigger continuously at the corpse in one go.
Bang, bang, bang.
Tang Zhe showed a satisfied smile. At least all the blows were hit on the corpse. Seeing you dressed like this reminds me of Peace Elite. Tang Zhe looked at Sun Ting and teased, girl with black stockings, isn't this a perfect skin? Yi Qingyi chuckled and said, a little bit. You are no different. Sun Ting rolled her eyes. How dare you say that to me? You are much more coquettish than me. Next, Anbai and Yi Qingyi completed their shooting tasks, and the bodies were covered in blood. Master, do you have a sniper rifle? Anbai asked curiously. Do you like sniper rifles? Tang Zhe asked curiously. I usually like to play CSGO during my free time. The sniper rifle is really powerful. Tang Zhe directly took out an sniper rifle. Yi Qingyi said that she would not be surprised even if Tang Zhe took out a bazooka from his pants. Anbai's eyes lit up as soon as he saw it, and he started playing right away, even putting down the bipod, setting up the gun and lying on the ground. Tang Zhe sat directly on Anbai's back and observed the target with a telescope. At 11 o'clock, there is a crystal ball in the red curtain. Got it. Anbai was quite professional. With a bang, Tang Zhe raised his eyebrows. This little white guy has something. Too close. Give her the cows back. The street downstairs, about 300 meters, street light bulbs. With a bang. Xiaobai is awesome. Yi Qingyi couldn't help but praise him. Tang Zhe suddenly had an idea. The rations cannot be too weak. Sometimes he has to help himself grab other people's dog food. He cannot raise them in vain and waste their talents. Tang Zhe continued to look for the target, and suddenly a window caught Tang Zhe's attention and the corners of his mouth rose. Xiaobai, 2 points, about 700 meters, the middle window on the 8th floor. Anbai aimed at the target and saw a woman with her hands pressed on the window, seemingly in pain. The man behind her had an arrogant smile on his face and kept beating the woman's body. Your target is that man, Tang Zhe said lightly. Anbai let out a cry and aimed at the man's head. He was not afraid at this moment, even though it was the first time he shot a living person, because looking at that man reminded him of those guys who were worse than beasts. With a bang, Anbai's delicate body trembled slightly. Tang Zhe breathed a sigh of relief and patted Anbai's shoulders. You need more practice. Then he put down the telescope. Sun Ting immediately took the telescope and looked over. It was indeed hit, but it blew the woman's head off. Xiaobai, you have also relieved her from her pain. Sun Ting comforted her. Anbai's face looked a little bad, and he felt extremely guilty. He clearly wanted to kill the man, but he forgot that the trajectory of the bullet had a downward trajectory, which was not present in the game at all. Yi Qingyi said softly, Xiaobai, even if you beat that man to death, other men will beat that woman to death. But But this is my mistake. Tang Ze patted Bai's head and said, if you are new, practice more. This brought out Bai's unyielding spirit. As a girl, she was often criticized for her bad playing skills when playing games. Especially this sentence, if you are not good at it, just practice more. In the next 3 days, Bai practiced frantically, starting with an 800-meter distance, then gradually increasing the distance. His best result was a 1,000-meter headshot. The dead were all men. Sometimes they would scare themselves and blurt out, I almost hit the cute cat. This shocked Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi. The timid Xiao Bai before now killed men with a sniper rifle without blinking an eye, and even particularly pursued the headshot rate. I have to say, this is a girl who is addicted to games. Chapter 41, Leaving the Community. However, this also caused the curtains on all the floors opposite to be drawn, and people were so scared that they didn't even dare to show their heads. Bai and Sun Ting's shooting skills have also improved a lot. There are no intact bodies in the center of the community anymore, so all they need now is actual combat. You still have to practice close combat before the actual combat, but don't grab the hair or anything like that. As for fighting, Tang Ze doesn't have much experience. His own experience is just to chop and chop, which are all subconscious behaviors of the body, but they don't do that. Fortunately, Yi Qingyi learned a little Sanda, so a little teaching is better than no teaching at all. You still need to do a rehearsal before going out. Nowadays, fighting basically takes place in buildings, and the enemy's heavy firepower is machetes. There is nothing to be afraid of. The only thing to pay attention to is that the enemy will not fear death and will accept the rain, so you must keep a good distance. The next 3 girls started to work as a team, but they were still dressed so sexy. Tang Ze felt that they were just pleasing themselves. Who would wear T-pants and wrap their breasts to shoot? This configuration can only appear in the game, and it might be censored in the game. In the early morning, it was still raining outside, but it was much lighter. Vehicles appeared on the street from time to time. All of them were risking their lives to look for supplies. After all, there was no wind yet, and when it started to blow, no one would come out. A crackling sound rang out in the living room. The 3 women wiped their pistols with practiced movements. Tang Ze grabbed his fluffy hair and came to the living room. It seems that it's almost time. We will go out today? The 3 women stopped their movements immediately, feeling a mixture of excitement, nervousness, and fear of the unknown. Patting Yi Qingyi's round buttocks, Tang Ze said with a smile, you can't hide your gun if you go out dressed like this. Master, we have been ready for a long time. Bai put on the long down jacket beside him, leaving only his white ankles exposed. But when Bai opened his down jacket, the scene was truly thrilling and too sexy, and the gun was hidden on the side of the down jacket. I have to say that he has put a lot of effort into pleasing Tang Ze. Once the down jacket is taken off, it can be used anytime and anywhere. The main point is convenience. Take away all the supplies, not even leaving a bottle of water. This is Tang Ze's principle. Wherever he goes, no grass grows. Since it was their first time going out, the 3 girls dressed up carefully. Sister Yi is so beautiful. No wonder the rich second generation is so obsessed with her. Xiao Bai, I'm going to tear your mouth apart. Yi Qingyi pounced towards Bai with a smile. Bai quickly hid behind Sun Ting. Sister Ting, help me. Ting Ting, get out of the way. Okay, we have to go out. Sun Ting forced a smile. The rain was still falling outside. Although Tang Ze said there was a way, they didn't know it. What if they died in the rain? Bai was worried as well, but he used this method to stop himself from thinking about it. After getting everything ready, Bai suddenly whispered, if there is an afterlife, maybe we can be friends, the best kind. Yi Qingyi smiled and patted Bai's head. There will be no afterlife, so let's just live this life. Well, let's drink while we can. Sun Ting also patted Bai's head. Bai glanced and said, I was beaten silly. If the master doesn't want me, you will have to pay for it. Goose. Tang Ze, who was waiting outside, heard the laughter of the 3 girls. What happened? They were so happy but didn't even share it. Soon the 3 women came in front of Tang Ze, swaying their bodies slightly, with a bit of showing off and pleasing. I have to say that the mesh suit Xiao Bai chose is good. It has a pure desire style, a hazy sexiness, and is transparent. Yi Qingyi also looks good this time, with sexy fishtail lace, soft lace close to the skin, and soft bow decoration, giving it a sweet style. Sun Ting was more direct, wearing a black halter neck open crotch body stocking. The circular connection design was just right, showing a hot style. But looking at their high heels, Tang Ze said, is it really that good? They can't even outrun people. However, if they stood on the street like this, I'm afraid men would rush over like zombies and tear them to pieces. Let's go. The three women wore down jackets to cover up their delicate bodies, but it was useless to cover up their pretty faces because the men were not blind. When they arrived at the underground garage, the three women saw the clothes that Tang Zhe had prepared in advance, which looked like protective clothing. The whole body is sealed, warm and rain-resistant, and easy to put on and take off. Tang Zhe will definitely not let the three women die. After all, they have been trained for so long and they can be considered his thugs. Where can he find food and thugs? This clothes is from Supplies 2.0. I tried it these 2 days and it works. It's really light. Sun Ting put it on and moved around before exclaiming. And Bai said naively, why do I feel like we are the group of scientists in Resident Evil? It really looks a bit like him. Yi Qingyi tried a split, and his flexibility was also very good. Does he have a Doraemon pocket that can produce anything? Shall we walk out? And Bai asked curiously. Tang Zhe shook his head. Do I look like someone who can walk? Yes. He pressed the car key. Beep. Only a damaged version of the Tank 300 flashed by not far away. And Bai ran over curiously and then exclaimed, come and see. It's amazing. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi walked over to take a look and were also stunned. The tires of this car were actually tracks. It felt like they should be used on snow, but they were most suitable for use at this time. Tang Zhe came over and patted the hood. The original 2.0 was replaced with a 4.0 engine, a reinforced anti-collision beam, a thickened body, bulletproof glass, and no rubber parts in the whole car. With this thing, we can travel anywhere. Yi Qingyi wanted to go to Hua'an City immediately to bring her niece out. As for her fiancé, her mind was very confused. You drive. Tang Zhe threw the car keys to Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi was stunned for a moment. Isn't he afraid that he would drive away? Now he has a gun, protective clothing, and even a car. He can't help but walk around in this big world. Tang Zhe forgot to say that there are 2 C4 bombs in the car. If you drive the car away, they will explode into the sky. I'm afraid I'll be sad for 3 days. After all, Xiaobai is still very cute. But Yi Qingyi is not stupid. She knows that Tang Zhe will not hand it over to her so easily. Maybe there is a locator or something in the car. If she drives away, he will be able to find her quickly. I have to say that Yi Qingyi's brain was still working very quickly, but she overlooked one point. Tang Zhe would not look for her at all, and there was only one outcome for betrayal. D. Take off your protective suit first. Nothing will happen in the car. Put it on after you get off the car. After saying that, Tang Zhe sat in the back seat. Sun Ting and Enbai naturally sat obediently on both sides of Tang Zhe, and Yi Qingyi drove obediently. Chapter 42 Retaliation. Yi Qingyi had never driven a tracked vehicle before, so she seemed to be extremely cautious. Tang Zhe said calmly, drive as you like. After hearing this, Yi Qingyi stepped on the accelerator and felt the push on her back, but the track was still much slower. As we drove out of the underground garage, rain poured down on the roof of the car and the wipers turned on automatically. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. Tang Zhe, who was holding Sun Ting, said calmly, let's go to Yinghua Road, Dihai Community first. The appearance of the car attracted a lot of attention. Everyone looked at the road through the window with surprise and envy. I am really envious. After all, the car is full of top beauties and the air is filled with fragrance. Tang Zhe looked at both sides of the street. Burnt vehicles and scattered bodies were lying everywhere, especially in front of supermarkets and shopping malls, where there were even more bodies. But the streets seemed very deserted, with basically no one there. After all, it happened in the early morning and everyone was basically at home. Yi Qingyi, who was driving, didn't even try to avoid the body and drove over it. Tang Zhe was speechless and said, you've never driven a car before? It's so shaky. How can you be a driver? Sorry, I'm too lazy to hide the body then. Look, a lot of people died at the police station. And Bai shouted, pointing to a place not far away. There were indeed many people dead at the door. Sun Ting guessed, it's probably that several gangs want to go to the police station to get guns and kill each other. Go and take a look. Tang Zhe said lightly. Yi Qingyi drove the car into the police station and stopped. You guys go, I'll guard the car. Tang Zhe's words made the 3 girls' hearts tremble. This is a police station. If there is someone with a gun hiding inside, they would be finished. But the 3 women did not dare to go against Tang Zhe's wishes. They put on protective clothing, took the MP9 submachine guns, opened the door and got out of the car. This is not an exercise, but an actual combat. Tang Zhe found that Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi both seemed nervous, but Enbai became excited instead. The 3 women entered the hall without speaking, relying solely on gestures. The lights in the hall were still on. There were several bodies lying on the ground. One of them was still wearing a police uniform. Perhaps he was on duty. And Bai and Yiqingyi were on guard around, while Sun Ting observed the wounds on the body to see if they were gunshot or knife wounds. However, they were all knife wounds, and there were no gunshot wounds. The three women continued to move towards the building. Just after crossing the corridor, Yiqingyi found that there were more corpses in front of her. She immediately raised her hands and clenched her fists, and a tense atmosphere suddenly emerged. Yiqingyi approached the corpse cautiously and found that it had gunshot wounds. Her expression changed immediately. Walking along the corpse, I arrived at the gun store. The door was open, and all the safes inside were opened. It was obvious that the guns had been taken away. The three women looked at each other, nodded, and continued searching the room. There were at least 50 or 60 bodies along the way, all of them shot to death. There were bullet holes on the walls and the glass was broken. It seemed that a gunfight had taken place here. Tang Zhe sat in the car and waited quietly with his eyes closed. He couldn't stay with them forever, and he had to grow up as soon as possible. Half an hour later, Tang Zhe saw the three women walking out and he gained courage. The three women came under the carport and pressed the disinfection button on their wrists. The rainwater on their protective clothing evaporated slowly. They got into the car only after doing this. How about it? Sun Ting replied in a deep voice. There is no one inside, but there was a gunfight and many people died inside. No guns were found, so they must have been taken away. Even if they were taken away, there probably wouldn't be many bullets left. Yiqingyi added. Judging from the degree of decay of the bodies, they had been dead for at least 10 days or half a month. It doesn't matter, let's go. Tang Zhe didn't take it to heart. What kind of weapons could an ordinary police station have? Pistols are standard, and at most a shotgun. Maybe the municipal bureau has rifles or something. Sun Ting pursed her dry red lips and said, they are a group of desperate criminals who can rush into the police station to steal guns. Some elites in high-end communities will not take this risk. It is very likely that they were organized by the big brothers in society. What you mean is that these people are very likely hiding in entertainment venues such as clubs, KTVs, saunas, and bars.
Ye vingi eklaymet.
And Bai reminded him, in the early morning, only these entertainment venues are open. Tang Zhe suddenly laughed, and the three women looked at Tang Zhe and said, we are discussing the problem. Why are you laughing? I thought so in my heart, but I didn't dare to say it. They are really three female zhuge-liangs. They can probably guess the murderer. Tang Zhe gave a thumbs up. After getting Tang Zhe's affirmation, the three girls were a little proud. Who were they looking down on? We all graduated from university, and EE was a top student from a 985 university. In fact, Sun Ting had such a guess because when she was examining the bodies just now, she found that most of them were young people with tattoos. I have to do my own thing first. Tang Zhe didn't want to waste time on such things. Yiqingyi continued to start the car and drove towards the destination. 20 minutes later, we arrived at the target neighborhood and parked under the eaves of an alley. You wait here, I'll be back soon. Putting on protective clothing, Tang Zhe slowly walked out of the alley. The three women seemed a little quiet in the car. And Bai was playing with a submachine gun and seemed very interested in guns. Yiqingyi gripped the steering wheel tightly, not knowing what she was thinking. However, Sun Ting warned, if you dare to drive away, all three of us will die. Yiqingyi frowned after hearing this, then relaxed after a while. I won't drive away. Find a chance to talk to him about your niece's matter. Maybe he will go. Yiqingyi hummed, thank you. On the other side, Tang Zhe had already walked into the residential complex. Unlike his own residential complex, there were not many bodies downstairs. It seemed that the people in the high-end residential complex were of much higher quality and more harmonious. After finding the place according to the address, Tang Zhe knocked on the door. There were footsteps inside and the door opened. Tang Zhe saw a man with chapped lips, decadent and thin. If I remember correctly, this is the manager of the hot pot restaurant. He used to be a fat guy. When I was working in the store, he only bullied me, finding all kinds of reasons to deduct my salary, and made me work overtime without paying overtime pay. Finally, I overheard that this guy actually took the money that was deducted from me. He was so angry that he left without even asking for half a month's salary. I guess he also took his own half a month's salary.
当时,
Are you really here? That's great. Did you bring any food? The man immediately looked at Tang Zhe's hands, but Tang Zhe's hands were empty. Why didn't you bring any food? Didn't I tell you to bring some food? The manager's expression immediately changed and returned to his previous state. Looking at the face of his former manager, Tang Zhe smiled sincerely and pulled out a pistol. Boom! The manager fell straight to the ground, and Tang Zhe walked into the elevator with his hands in his pockets and left. Next. Chapter 43 Mysterious President Hua. It was just that the entire community was frightened by the sound of the gunshot, and uneasiness surged in everyone's heart. Maybe Tangze didn't know that the shot he fired caused the riot in the community to start early, but Tangze didn't care at all. In this doomsday, Tangze cares most about himself, and everyone else is just a passing cloud. Looking at the car in the alley, Tangze smiled. He was so well-behaved that he didn't even drive away. Next, Tangze executed the people on the list one by one, until he had cleared all the people on the list by 4 in the afternoon. This could be considered as an explanation to his past self. But now there is one left. I've already contacted him, and he said he'll be here this afternoon. Yi Qingyi returned the phone to Tangze. Tangze was very satisfied. I heard that Shanhu community is inhabited by wealthy people, so there must be a lot of beautiful women here. The 3 girls shook their heads and said they didn't know and that it all depended on luck. Shanhu community is a Riverview house in Hua'an City. It is also a school district house. There is also a park not far away. It can be said to be a prime property. Many bosses have bought a house here. Of course, many people also take out loans to buy it to show off their status. For Tangze, a house here is an astronomical figure. But that was in the past. Now maybe a bottle of water will do the trick. At this time, Bai Jin and Xiao Yu were discussing how to capture Tangze and force him to hand over all the supplies. Are we going to leave here? Xiao Yu seemed reluctant to leave, but the food and drinks here were almost gone. After so many days, Bai Jin's body shape hasn't changed much, but he's still a little thinner. What? You can't bear to give up this nice house?
BGN sneurted coldly.
If you weren't of some use to me, I would have thrown it away long ago. Xiao Yu said nothing. Bai Jian looked at the information on his mobile phone with a solemn expression. His community was lucky. The photos sent by colleagues in the group were shocking. Bai Jian felt that it was only a matter of time before this community was destroyed. If he did not leave as soon as possible, he would probably end up like these useless subordinates. And Tangze actually said that he had a way to come over, which undoubtedly made Bai Jian very happy. What a fool, coming here to show off for such a stupid woman. It was laughable. By then, I will have his supplies and those women, which will be much better than this. When he comes, I will put medicine in the water. Bai Jian took out a pill. How could Xiao Yu not recognize it? Sometimes Bai Jian would force himself to take it, leaving his whole body weak and letting him devastate him. Xiao Yu could only nod and dared not resist. Bai Jian used his fat body to hug Xiao Yu and make big promises. By then we will have the supplies, which will at least last us a few months, and maybe this crisis will be over. Hearing this, hope welled up in Xiao Yu's eyes and his gaze became determined. At this time, the cell phone rang and Xiao Yu looked at it. He's almost there. Bai Jian immediately revealed a sly smile. If he really brought a woman with him, he would have a great time. Tangze not only brings 1 but 3. There are people at the gas station ahead. Yi Qingyi, who was driving, looked to the front left and saw indeed a Sinopec. There seemed to be 2 cars parked under the roof, and several figures could be seen standing beside the cars. Then go get some gas. After saying that, Tangze patted Sun Ting on the head and said, "Still eating? Get to work. It's my turn soon." And Bai said pitifully. Tangze shook his head helplessly and put on his pants. Sun Ting took out his pistol, checked the ammunition, and then loaded the bullet. And Bai on the side could only stuff a piece of bubble gum into his mouth to satisfy his craving while he skillfully checked the pistol. The swish, swish, swish mechanical sound seemed to make Bai very addicted. "Crazy brother, a car is coming." A young man with dyed green hair shouted next to the car, holding a baseball bat in his hand. In Tangze's eyes, this was no different from a primitive tool. The man smoking in the car had a flat head and a silver decorative necklace on his chest. In the cold weather, he was only wearing a black vest. There was a skull tattoo on his shoulder. His eyes were sinister and fierce. He looked like a character who was not to be messed with. In his hand, he was holding a Nepalese machete stained with blood. "Fuck, crazy brother, we got lucky, and it's a modified tank 300 with tracks." The younger brother in the passenger seat was so excited that he opened the door and got out of the car with a knife. Crazy brother exhaled a puff of smoke. "Tracks, it is indeed a good idea, smart. Crazy brother, are we going to kill them all later?" Crazy brother flicked out the cigarette, but not caring at all that this was a gas station. "Since you have the ability, you must keep it. It will be helpful to Mr. Hua." But Crazy brother also warned, "You dare to come here after seeing us? You are not a good person. Be careful. Observe before you act. Don't mess up the plan." "Yes, crazy brother." When the group saw that the driver was actually a woman, they were stunned for a moment and moved closer to take a closer look. "She's actually a beauty. Crazy brother, this is top-notch." Crazy Brother was stunned. The crisis had lasted for almost a month. How could women be so exquisite? Even the women around Mr. Hua were not as good as her. Take a look first, and when it's suitable, catch the woman and send her back first. A bloodthirsty smile gradually appeared on the corner of the Crazy Brother's mouth. It was really stupid for her to be wandering around outside when she was so beautiful. Yichingi parked the car, slowly opened the door, and stretched out her white ankles. The men standing nearby looked at the red high heels and white ankles and swallowed their saliva, as if they had not touched a woman for a long time. When they saw Yichingi's face, their eyes were like those of jackals, as if they wanted to tear Yichingi into pieces. The only pity was that she was wearing a long down jacket, so her figure could not be seen. But even a flat figure is still top-notch. After getting off the car, Yichingi stretched herself, twisted her slightly stiff neck, and whispered, "I'm so tired." Crazy Brother and others on the side were confused. Could it be that she couldn't see us? Are we all invisible? At this time, the rear door was also opened. When they saw Bai and Sun Ting getting out of the car, the younger brothers, including Crazy Brother, were stunned. It had been a long time since they saw such women. Those high heels seemed to be stepping on the ground, but they were obviously stepping on the brothers' hearts. They were ecstatic. You have to grab those legs and fuck them hard. I got lucky today and found 3 top-quality items. Mr. Hua must have rewarded me handsomely. Crazy Brother even wanted to keep them all for himself. Sure enough, for a beautiful woman, anything can be done. Beauty is a disaster. Finally, Tang Zhe jumped out of the car, attracting the attention of Crazy Brother and others. 1 man and 3 women? What is the identity of this man? How could he be accompanied by 3 such excellent women? Brother Crazy? What's going on? The younger brother asked quickly. Crazy Brother was not too confused. Let's test the waters first. If he is confident enough to bring out 3 top-notch talents, he must be quite capable. Chapter 44. The Meows Go Crazy. Brother Crazy, are you too cautious? You're just a man. What do 3 women have to be afraid of? The younger brother seemed to have been blinded by the beauty. However, Crazy Brother said unhappily, "You are the boss and I am the boss." The younger brother quickly apologized. Tang Zhe smiled and took out a pack of cigarettes, and Sun Ting, who was standing next to him, took out a lighter and lit it. "You two go inside and take a look," Tang Zhe said calmly. And Bai and Yichingi hummed and walked towards the house, but all the food and water in the house had been snatched away. There were some corpses lying on the ground, 3 of which were wearing gas station work clothes. After all, a gas station is also a place for storing supplies, which is equivalent to a battlefield. At the cashier counter, there was a naked woman with messy hair and unclear face. A buck-toothed man with a hideous grin approached her, so engrossed in her thinking that he didn't even notice the arrival of Bai and Yichingi. Outside, the younger brother came over with a bat on his shoulder. "Brother, where are you from?" Tang Zhe flicked the ash off his cigarette and said calmly, "It's none of your business." This made the little brother very upset. If the boss hadn't told me to be careful, I would have hit him on the head directly. "We are Mr. Hua's people. That's Crazy Brother over there. Go over and say hello." After saying that, those eyes scanned Sun Ting's face, becoming more and more greedy. Inside her down jacket, Sun Ting held the gun and couldn't help wanting to blow his head off. The sudden appearance of Mr. Hua made Tang Zhe pause for a moment. He looked towards the car not far away and walked towards it with a sincere smile. I acted like a very sensible person and even flicked my tongue at Sun Ting. "Brother Crazy, I've heard of your name for a long time."
Tongue left.
Seeing that Tang Zhe seemed to be sensible, Crazy Brother opened the door and walked down, and also let Tang Zhe see the Nepalese machete in his hand, which had already killed 10 people. "Where are you going, brother?" Crazy Brother asked with a smile, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Tang Zhe shrugged. "I don't have any plans, just wandering around." "Are you alone?" Crazy Brother asked curiously. "My neighborhood has been killing people like crazy, who would stay and wait to die." When Crazy Brother heard that there was only one person, he laughed. "Isn't it? The community nowadays is very hypocritical. It's not like us. We value loyalty, share hardships, share happiness, and play with women together." "It sounds like the environment over there is pretty good, Crazy Brother." "Indeed. You've heard of the Imperial City Club, right? Our boss, Mr. Hua, has a lot of supplies. Anyone with the ability is happy to take them. I think your modification skills are pretty good. Do you want to join us?" Tang Zhe had indeed heard of Huangdu Club and had even delivered takeout there. It was also a well-known club in Hua'an City. The girls there were young and pretty, but a bit expensive. Tang Zhe said he couldn't afford it. If he wasn't going to Chow Yu's house, Tang Ze really wanted to go there and go wherever there were beautiful women. How about a few days? Send me a WeChat message? Tang Ze's words were sincere, but to Crazy Brother, they sounded too perfunctory, like a rejection of himself. Brother, where are you going? The smile on Crazy Brother's face disappeared a little, and the evil in the corners of his mouth gradually began to show. Go visit an old friend. I see. Tang Ze saw that the car was empty and asked curiously, where are you going? Didn't you find any supplies? Crazy Brother didn't answer, but sighed, Brother, you should know the way of this world. I will talk to you nicely, and you should also talk nicely, otherwise it will make things difficult for everyone. Why didn't I speak nicely?
Tang Ze looked confused.
Sun Ting couldn't help laughing when she saw his innocent look. Boy, you are not going to accept my toast, and you will be punished. Tang Ze scratched the back of his head and said innocently, it's very difficult for me to do this. The younger brothers standing nearby had already moved slowly, as if to surround them, with the knives in their hands gleaming. Madman! Suddenly a panicked voice sounded from the house. A young man didn't even have time to put on his pants and ran out as if he had seen a ghost. However, the people around laughed and some even joked, Brother you, why don't you put on your pants? The brothers don't like this. This brother you was probably frightened to the point of impotence. He was having a great time when he saw two guns appear and ran out subconsciously. A loud gunshot broke the fragile balance, and Brother Yu was shot in the back of the head. The brothers around him were stunned and looked towards the door. Yiqingyi raised her arm and a little smoke came out of the muzzle of the gun. The crazy guy was stunned. The woman actually had a gun. Yiqingyi walked over slowly, and the younger brothers around her subconsciously stepped back, a little at a loss. Coming to Brother Yu's side, Yiqingyi emptied the magazine into Brother Yu's crotch.
Bang, 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 bang.
The men were beaten to a pulp. All the brothers around were shocked by Yiqingyi. They originally thought she was just a weak woman, but she killed people without even blinking an eye. It was indeed Yiqingyi's first time to kill someone, but she did not feel any guilt at all for killing such a scum. She even felt very happy, especially when she saw the way these men looked at her. After ejecting the magazine, Yiqingyi took out a new magazine from his pocket and loaded the gun again with a click. The younger brothers seemed to be frozen in place, and then looked at the crazy brother. They have guns, crazy brother. What should we do? Tang Ze spread his hands and said helplessly, I told you it was difficult, but you didn't believe me. Now my cats are going crazy and I can't control them. After hearing Tang Ze's words, the three women knew what to do, but they felt there was no challenge at all because the weapons in their hands were too primitive. Crazy Brother didn't have the same attitude as before. He immediately laughed and said, Brother, how about I give you a micro? Before she could finish her words, Sun Ting raised her hand and shot him in the head. Hey, what are you doing? He just sent me a WeChat message and you shot me in the head. Tang Ze turned around and rolled his eyes. Is it really that cruel? Sun Ting pouted pitifully. I'm sorry. Why are you saying sorry to me? Go tell someone else. Okay. Coming in front of Crazy Brother, Sun Ting said seriously, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have shot you in the head. Then he shot him in the head again. The younger brothers around have never seen anyone so cruel. He killed the crazy guy while chatting and laughing, and even shot him in the head. Are bullets so worthless? Tang Ze covered his forehead with his hands. You smashed his face. How can I scan his face to open the phone later? Brother Crazy's phone is unlocked with fingerprints. The younger brother next to him quickly dropped the knife in his hand. He is indeed a role model of a man who knows how to act. And Bai gave his younger brother a gentle smile. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. I suddenly felt shy. Such a cute girl must have been coerced. Another bang. The little brother fell down in disbelief. The last image in his mind was the gentle girl holding up the pistol, wondering why she was smiling so softly. Chapter 45. You are all devils. The guys around had never seen such perversions before. It felt like they were just playing house. Two of them even ran into the rain. Then Bai and Yiqingyi raised their hands and fired. A stream of blood mist shot out from the running brother's head. He was not killed by the rain, but his head was blown off. Sister, you are a good shooter, and Bai said with a smile. Yiqingyi was modest. I'm lucky. The remaining four younger brothers knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. They were not human beings at all. They were all devils. Compared with them, President Hua was just like a good elementary school student. Tang Ze sighed, I just wanted a WeChat, but I had to fight. Now look what happened. Someone is dead. The four younger brothers cried and cursed in their hearts that the man was shameless and had no dignity. Tell me, where are you planning to steal supplies? Tang Ze said with a smile. The younger brothers had never seen such a terrifying smile, and they were so scared that they rushed to confess the truth. Brother, we are going to Shanhu community.
Tangse was stunned.
It turned out that they had the same goal. Are you guys going to rob Shanhu community? It's not about robbing. It's about teaching a lesson and testing the waters. Tangze hissed, I don't quite understand what you're saying. Sun Ting raised her hand and fired a shot. You say it. The younger brother looked at the body that had fallen beside him, with shit and urine all over his body, and he couldn't say a word. Boom! Tangze put his hand on his little brother's shoulder and gave him a comforting smile. Don't be nervous. Just don't be like those two. The younger brother nodded vigorously. Our general manager Hua has a deal with general manager Shi of Shanhu community. Our general manager Hua provides water, and general manager Shi buys it at 100 times the market price. But in the past 2 days, general manager Shi's real estate has been mortgaged to general manager Hua. General manager Hua asked her to provide young men and women. General manager Shi was unwilling, so he sent us to cause trouble and kill a few people. The 4 of them were surprised after hearing this. Can money be used to buy supplies? It has to be said that they are still looking forward to returning to the way things were before, and as businessmen, there is nothing wrong with that. Yi Qingyi suddenly asked curiously, is the President Shi you are talking about the President Shi of Kongwei Real Estate? Yes, that's her. Tangze turned around and asked, do you know him? I met her once at a banquet, and this Shanhu community is also her building. And Bai suddenly remembered something. I seem to have heard the boss of the first-class cabin talk about the real estate queen of Hua'an City, Ms. Shi, who is also a philanthropist and has donated to many primary schools. Yes, that's it. The younger brother nodded quickly. Tangze frowned. Did I ask you to speak? Sun Ting raised her hand and fired a shot. The last little brother was shaking all over, and suddenly he convulsed and foamed at the mouth. His eyes widened, and he fell to the ground, twitched twice, and then died. Could he have been frightened to death? And Bai looked puzzled. Yi Qingyi frowned. That should be it. How scary.
Tangse.
Who is scaring people? You women are even more shameless than me. But from this time, it seems that their fighting power has been formed, and their shooting skills are pretty good. They can even headshot a moving target 10 meters away. Just as he finished thinking about it, Tangze heard the sound of vomiting. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi were leaning against the gas pump and vomiting. And Bai patted the 2 girls on the back and showed a helpless expression to Tangze. You just need to get used to this situation. Go get a cell phone. Tangze said softly. And Bai took out the mobile phone from his younger brother's pocket, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and then changed the settings. Tangze just wanted to see who the so-called Mr. Hua was, and it was necessary to obtain useful information. Back in the car, Tangze suddenly remembered something. Is President Shi, whom you just mentioned, pretty? Yeah, beautiful.
Ye Wingyi nodded.
Same as you? Almost. Her breasts are bigger than mine. Tangze, who was sitting in the back row, was stunned. He stretched his head to the front row to take a look, and then reached out to scratch it. Is this true? Yi Qingyi blushed slightly. Yes, it's true. Okay, so big boss, how old are you? About 36 or 37. Old woman. Tangze lost half of his interest, and what appeared in his mind was loose flesh, sagging, and crow's feet. Yi Qingyi rolled her eyes to the back of her head. She is taking good care of herself? I've seen it before. She looks like an ordinary girl. Just blow it. Really, I'm not lying to you. Do not believe you, unless you bring someone here.
Ye Yingyi.
And Bai and Sun Ting were laughing on the side, and suddenly realized that this was the real Tangze. He was a little humorous. In fact, they thought Tangze was quite handsome. Why didn't he have a girlfriend? It's all because of one word. Poverty. Just as Yi Qingyi was about to step on the accelerator and leave, a woman in a single layer of clothes ran out of the house. Her hair was messy, but she didn't look very old. She was probably around 30 years old and had a good figure. Wait. Yi Qingyi stopped the car and lowered the window. What's wrong? Can you take me away? Please, I don't want to stay here anymore. The woman begged, bowing with her hands. Seeing that Yi Qingyi didn't say anything, the woman continued to beg. These people deliberately kept me here. Every time they come, I beg you, please be kind and work like a slave to repay them. Tangze lowered the window beside him and said with a smile, Sorry, beautiful lady, there is no room left. However, when the woman saw that there was no one in the passenger seat, she immediately knelt down and said, Brother, please, I still have my mother at home and my children, please. Tangze sighed. She is really pitiful. Let her be free so that she won't be humiliated. Yi Qingyi's heart trembled. After saving her, would he still kill her? Looking at the woman kneeling on the ground and kowtowing, Yi slowly took out his pistol. However, when the woman looked up, she saw the gun pointed at her, and her eyes suddenly turned into fear. I'm sorry. I'll leave. I'll leave. After saying that, the woman turned and ran, and Yi pulled the trigger. Boom! A blood mist floated in the air, and Bai lowered her head slightly and seemed to be a little disappointed. Tang Ze hugged and Bai to his side and said, "This is the way the world is. She will only die in torture. It is better to give her a quick death." However, Tang Ze added that if one wants to get on the bus, one must at least meet their standards. Taking out his younger brother's mobile phone, Tang Ze looked through the chat records. This Mr. Hua is indeed quite capable. There are 287 people in this group, and he is the boss. These 8 people are just one of the groups, and the so-called crazy guy is just the leader. As they said, they went to Shanhu community to cause trouble, but this trouble was not about smashing and looting, but about killing people. What do you think? These people didn't reply to the boss's message. Will they think they were killed by the people in Shanhu community?
Tang Shi joked.
Sun Ting unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Tang Ze. With Mr. Hua's methods, next time he won't threaten, but gather his brothers to capture Shanhu community. Chapter 46. Go meet President Xi. Then we have to take action first. There should be a lot of beautiful women in the communities that have not been conquered yet.
Tang Shi chuckled.
I am a big pervert now. I don't bother with ordinary women. I don't even want the ones that come to my doorstep. I don't want to suffer for the sake of gaining experience anymore. After all, gaining experience just for the sake of gaining experience is really boring and like being treated like an animal. There are definitely more than in our community. Sun Ting is a little worried now. If new people join, will it affect her? She looked at Xiaobai, who was playing with guns and had no scheming at all. Yi, who was driving, even had the fantasy of escaping. The 3 of them can be said to be united, but also to be disunited. If there were really a few beautiful girls in this Shanhu community, they would probably join up and form a different group. Then the 3 of them would be disunited. Sun Ting felt a chill down her spine just thinking about it. Xiaobai is obedient, and we'll have a good talk with Yi later. No matter what, we must unite now, and any new women who join us must be trampled under our feet. Yi, who was driving, was not stupid. The 2 women thought the same thing. No matter what kind of woman joined in the future, she would have to go through a series of training before she could take up the job. Yi has experienced this so-called training once, and it can be described in 4 words. Life is worse than death. Tang Ze probably doesn't know yet that class structures have begun to appear in his own cat nest. But Tang Ze doesn't care about these. There is progress only when there is competition. What's the difference between a group of mindless women and robots? As I said, my requirements will become higher and higher, and I won't keep idle people. Change car. Tang Ze said suddenly. Yi, who was driving, hummed. In fact, she had just wanted to suggest changing the car. After all, it was a bit inappropriate to drive such a modified car into another community. Change the lace accessories you're wearing underneath, or people will think I'm a pervert. The 3 girls chuckled at the same time. TSK, what are you laughing at? Believe it or not, I'll fuck you. Tang Ze rolled his eyes and said, if I am a pervert, you are even more perverted than me. A sexy change of clothes took place in the car, and Tang Ze teased her from time to time. This little life was very comfortable. After parking the car in a small alley not far from the residential area, the 4 of them found a BYD that only had wheels and got in. Xiaobai, after you go in, you are my girlfriend. Really? That's great. And Bai was happy. Sun Ting pouted her lips. Master, can you let me be your girlfriend next time? Okay, take a turn. Tang Ze spread his hands. Now everyone is vying to be his girlfriend. Why didn't I see them so enthusiastic when I was delivering food before? Suddenly, Tang Ze put his hand on Yi's head and rubbed it gently. Xiao Yi, how about we make a bet?
Bet?
Yi asked doubtfully. I know you have a niece stuck in school, you win. Let's go. Yi's eyes suddenly lit up with joy, and she nodded quickly. Don't be so quick to nod. You know the consequences of being rescued by me. Listening to Tang Ze's words, Yi bit her red lips slightly, and her originally tender red lips gradually lost their color. After a while, she replied, I know. Don't be so happy too soon. If I win, I'm going to kill your fiancé's entire family. Do you dare to bet? And Bai and Sun Ting, who were sitting in the back row, were stunned. This was asking Yi to make a decision. It seemed that Tang Ze had never let down his guard against Yi. I won't lose, Yi said in a deep voice, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Okay, I admire your energy.
Tang Ze patted Kingi's shoulders.
A courageous woman is much better than those who only know how to beg others. What's the bet? Tang Ze hadn't thought it through yet, so he turned around and looked at Anbai and Sun Ting. What do you think we should bet on? Sun Ting and Anbai were stunned. They were actually allowed to choose the bet. Wasn't he afraid that he would favor Yi Qingyi? Yi Qingyi turned around and looked at the two of them pleadingly. Sun Ting thought to herself that if she chose a bet that would benefit Tang Ze, Yi Qingyi would probably break up with her. And now there were also the unknown beauties in the Shanhu community who would definitely be retaliated against. It would be better to send a lover who is suitable for you, even if you have to bear the punishment from Tang Ze. How about we use Mr. Shi to make the bet? Xiao Bai at the side suddenly said. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi both paused. Using women as bets, wasn't that Tang Ze's strong point? Which woman could escape his clutches? My Xiao Bai is still the most well-behaved and sensible. Tang Ze reached out and pinched Anbai's face. Anbai rubbed Tang Ze's palm mischievously, like a big ragdoll cat. Anbai continued, just bet on whether Mr. Shi will run away in the end. Master, you can't threaten him. Haha, interesting. Tang Ze also became interested and looked at Yi Qingyi, females first. Yi Qingyi clenched her fists, her heart beat faster, her breathing became rapid, and her mind was in a mess. I won't run away, Yi Qingyi said in a deep voice. President, she is not a stupid woman. She should also realize the benefits of staying with Tang Ze. However, Yi Qingyi seemed to have forgotten one thing, which was what Anbai said about not threatening others. Then I guess she will run away. You two will be witnesses. Sun Ting and Anbai nodded. Of course, you two can provide her with a little help this time to prevent me from bullying her. Yi Qingyi was secretly happy. Although she had only met Ximing once, they could still be considered acquaintances. Hey, you can't threaten others with guns. Tang Ze reminded them not to break the rules of the game. Otherwise, they would eat peanuts. The three girls naturally wouldn't play tricks on him because they knew Tang Ze didn't like it. Anbai suddenly laughed sweetly. Master, I'm really curious about how you won this real estate queen. You can't threaten her with food to entice her into a deal. You little white guy, you've blocked the path I'm good at. Anbai stuck out her tongue and said, Master, you are not bad to begin with. You are tall, mighty, and handsome. When you stand there, Mr. Shi will bow down to you. Ha ha ha, you are such a talkative little guy. Come on, let's go and see who this Mr. Shi is. Tang Ze waved his hand, but he suddenly added, before that, let our President Shi increase the difficulty a little bit. After saying that, Tang Ze took his younger brother's phone and sent a message. Bosswa, this is bad. Crazy brother and the others were beaten to death. The three girls looked at the message sent by Tang Ze and thought to themselves that this was accelerating the attack on Shanhu community, and they didn't have much time left. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi suddenly looked at each other and suddenly realized something was wrong. Chapter 47 Simmons. Their mission is to prevent President Shi from running away, and the prerequisite for this is that they must follow Tang Ze, so they have to offer President Shi to him with both hands. Tang Ze doesn't even have to do anything. The three of them will help him catch him. Xiao Bai, what kind of question are you asking? Is Xiao Bai really naive? Obviously not. It seems that she has given Tang Ze a difficult method, but in fact, as long as they complete the goal by themselves, they will naturally achieve it. They will not let Tang Ze lose face at all, and may even praise him at that time. Xiao Bai has his own way of making Tang Ze happy. At the entrance of the Shanhu community garage, several cars were blocking the entrance and exit, and 7 or 8 men were sitting around with knives in their hands. But these men were well dressed, and at first glance they looked like social elites, and there was not even any fierceness in their eyes. It seemed that the knives were just to scare people, and the vehicles blocking the way were just to prevent people from outside from driving their cars in. After all, the rain has been lighter in the past 2 days, and many people have begun to venture outside. As one of the wealthy communities, no one dares to let down their guard. Oh, when will it end? A man in his 40s wearing a woolen sweater sighed. Mr. Shi said it will be soon. If we just hold on for another month, we will be able to return to our previous life. Another one showed a longing look. The man who led the group shaved his head, mainly because there was no water to wash it. Shaving his head was the simplest way and could also be intimidating. His name is Luo Jun, the director of the Shanhu Community Security Department. He is very capable and loyal to President Shi. President Shi gave us 10 times the salary. After the disaster, we will also own shares of Shanhu Group, which is worth tens of millions. When everyone heard this number, their eyes lit up. In their hearts, the disaster was only temporary and the sky would clear up again. Not only Simmons, some other bosses may have offered high compensation to provide security guarantees. The elites in the community naturally joined in. and were extremely confident that the light would shine on the earth again. Just as they were imagining their future lives, a horn blared and a hurried voice came from the intercom. A car broke into the garage. When everyone heard this, they immediately picked up their knives and stood up, staring at the entrance. 10 seconds later, a BYD car crashed in directly, and the wheels without tires could not stop at all. With a bang, the two cars in front were directly damaged and the airbags in the cars exploded. A group of people looked at the incoming car cautiously, and no one dared to rush forward. Only Luo Jun slowly approached and observed. When he saw a man and 3 women in the car, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that they should not be Mr. Hua's people. It is likely that they ran away from outside, but these 3 women are so beautiful, and there is a man sitting next to them. This combination is really strange. Brother Luo, support will be here soon. Just hold on. An urgent voice came from the intercom. Luo Jun pressed the intercom. We are escaping. Don't be nervous. Damn, you scared me. I thought it was those people. Tang Zhe in the car kicked the door open and said with a smile, sorry, this thing can't be stopped. Let me smoke. Seeing that Tang Zhe actually handed out cigarettes, the anger on the men's faces calmed down a lot, and they even felt a little embarrassed. To them, the cigarettes had been gone long ago, and the cigarettes that Tang Zhe took out were simply divine objects. When men deal with each other, the most direct thing is cigarettes. As the 3 women got out of the car, the men dropped their cigarettes and looked on blankly. I thought Mr. Shi was good-looking enough, but I didn't expect 3 of them to come at once. Luo Jun calmed down quickly. Although he had no cigarettes, he kept his lighter in his hand and lit it directly, and also lit the cigarette for Tang Zhe. Brother, what's going on with you guys? Tang Zhe's acting skills came out immediately. If it weren't for them, how could I risk running out? Looking at the beauty of the 3 women, the man knew in his heart that if he didn't bring them out, he would be in great danger. Tang Zhe pulled him by to his side. This is my girlfriend Xiaobai. This is my girlfriend's best friend Sun Ting. And this is my girlfriend's neighbor Yi Qing. Hello, brother. And Bai shouted tremblingly, like a frightened big cat, giving the man the impression that he was harmless. Who would have thought that she had just smashed someone's head into pieces? Yi Qingyi still looked cold and indifferent. She just nodded as a greeting. The men didn't say anything, but they were secretly happy in their hearts. Why pretend? Sun Ting instantly turned into a female anchor. Hello, brothers. Sorry to bother you. Luo Jun took a deep breath of the cigarette, feeling the smoke in his lungs, and then exhaled. Brother, you are really awesome. You ran out with 3 women like this. You are really manly. A man nearby asked curiously, why are you running to our neighborhood? Everyone in Hua'an City knows about Shanhu community. I thought it must be safer here. The men smiled. Isn't this what it feels like to buy a house here? But these 3 women are really good looking, with their figures, cute faces, and perky butts. The woman who took the lead immediately caught Tang Zhe's attention. He knew without a doubt that it was Mr. Shi, because Yi Qingyi said that President Shi has big breasts, and they are indeed big. Her long hair was tied up behind her head. She had an exquisite face, a straight nose, and fiery red lips. Even at this moment, she was wearing accessories, as if demonstrating her authority. Her red dress could not cover her peaks, as if they were about to break out. Simmons. I have to say that Yi Qingyi did not lie to herself. This Mr. Shi has fair skin and good looks. You really can't tell he is in his 30s. Not bad. Not bad. It's too big. She can't control it. Behind her there are 2 good-looking women. There are indeed many beautiful women in wealthy communities. Simmons is very wary of outsiders, just to avoid bad guys sneaking in. As long as they are checked thoroughly, they will be allowed to stay. Although there were many people who opposed it, they were unable to shake Simmons' position because Simmons had his own warehouse of supplies. There was plenty of food, but water was in short supply. However, Simmons would pay wages, so no one made a fuss. Ximeng's eyes naturally turned to the 3 girls. She seemed a little surprised that their complexions were still so rosy, even better than hers, and they didn't look malnourished at all. Why does that girl look familiar? I can't remember who she is. Mr. Shi, they were the ones who just broke in. Luo Jun said with a smile. Ximeng stood there with an aura of majesty without even being angry. Tang Zhe felt that she was much stronger than Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi was only a vice president, while Ximeng was the chairman of the group and the youngest one at that. Yi Qingyi suddenly exclaimed, Are you President Shi? Who are you? Ximeng saw that Yi Qingyi also looked like she knew you, and asked curiously. Chapter 48. Rich people's neighborhood is really different. We met in Hua'an City, at the cocktail party. I am Jiang Zihui's fiancé. Oh, why do I feel you look so familiar? Ximeng smiled kindly, and said that she seemed to have seen her somewhere. It turned out that she was Mr. Zhang's granddaughter-in-law. Yi Qingyi said ashamedly, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Shi. We really have no choice. I was originally at my sister and brother-in-law's house, but there was a riot in the neighborhood. If it weren't for Tang Zhe, we wouldn't have been able to escape." Shi Ming looked at Tang Zhe, who scratched the back of his head innocently, like a good boy in society. "They are all my girlfriend's friends, so I just stopped by." "What do you do?" Shi Ming looked at Tang Zhe and asked. "I'm a delivery guy. Any evidence?" Tang Zhe thought to himself that this woman was very cautious, but he was a delivery man himself, so he took out his cell phone and showed Shi Ming the delivery man's information. Shi Ming felt relieved, looked at him and asked, "What about you? What do you do?" "I'm from the airline, a flight attendant." Enbai hugged Tang Zhe's arm tightly and said carefully. Seeing Enbai's expression, Shi Ming didn't ask any more questions. "What about you?" "I'm a streamer, the kind that dances and chats." As Sun Ting finished speaking, a man next to her exclaimed, "No wonder you look familiar to me. I saw your live broadcast in the same city and gave you a rocket." Sun Ting said in a sweet voice, "Thank you, boss, for the big rocket." Ha ha ha. The men all laughed, and the atmosphere became a little more relaxed. Tang Zhe laughed secretly. "You women are not at all vague when it comes to lying." Little did they know, for tigers had entered the sheepfold. Behind the crowd, Bai Jian and Chao Yu were standing there. Bai Jian's eyes were always on the three women, and his eyes seemed to want to swallow them up. In this community, Bai Jian can only be under Simmons, but if he goes out, Bai Jian feels that he can become the overlord of other communities. He can play with the beauties however he wants, and all the men become his employees and all the women become his possessions. Perhaps out of Yi Qingyi's consideration, Shi Ming personally took the four of them to look for an empty house. Walking in the rich man's underground garage, Tang Zhe saw many luxury cars, enough to hold a car show. Soon, Tang Zhe came to a large house of 148 square meters. The exquisite decoration inside made Tang Zhe feel luxurious. "The owner of this place is abroad and it has been vacant. You can live here first, but don't damage the furniture." Simmons reminded Tang Zhe, thinking that girls would be more careful, but Tang Zhe might not be. Tang Zhe nodded as if to show that he was being honest. Shi Ming felt that it was a miracle that Tang Zhe could escape with three such beautiful girls. He was thin and weak, without any fighting ability, so she would let him do some logistical work when the time comes. "Tang Zhe, now that you are here, everyone will have their own work." "Okay, I understand." Shi Ming was quite satisfied with Tang Zhe's attitude, and Tang Zhe could feel that the way President Shi looked at him was no different from that of his employees. After all, he was too familiar with this kind of look. "This is your supplies for 1 week. Use it sparingly." A man reluctantly brought in a box of water and a box of breakfast biscuits.
Tangse was stunned.
Not only Tang Zhe, but Yi Qingyi and the other two girls were also stunned. The reactions of the four people seemed so normal in Simmons' eyes, and she didn't have too many doubts. "As long as you obey my orders, supplies are the most basic guarantee. After the disaster, you can all come to work in my company, and I will definitely reuse you." "Thank you, boss. I will definitely listen to you." Tang Zhe expressed his opinion immediately, and Bai and Sun Ting followed suit, but Yi Qingyi naturally did not. There are shows every night at 7 o'clock in the underground garage. There are also raffles with many prizes, drinks, snacks, and even meat. Tang Zhe was shocked that there were actually entertainment programs at this time, but he had to admit that Mr. Shi was really good at making promises. "Mr. Shi, thank you." Yi Qingyi walked forward to express his gratitude. Shi Ming turned around and smiled. "It's just a small favor. We will definitely cooperate again in the future." "Yeah." After seeing Shi Ming off, Yi Qingyi knew very well that she let herself stay here for the future. She is the investment queen, and everything she does is an investment. As soon as the others left, Tang Zhe lay directly on the sofa. "Shao Yi, this President Shi is indeed older than you." Yi Qingyi was also convinced in her heart, and spoke as if she was the steamed dumpling. "The environment here is great." And Bai stood on the balcony and looked at the lake. There was a golf course not far away. Sun Ting was also standing nearby. She had never had the chance to live in such a nice house before, and she really envied the rich people. "But now I'm not so envious anymore." "Stao Bai, check if there is any surveillance here." Tang Zhe threw an instrument to Enbai. Enbai nodded, took the instrument and started scanning the entire room, but found no surveillance. "Keep your weapons." Tang Zhe threw the pistols to the three women, so that they would be able to protect themselves. Mr. Hua might attack them at any time. Holding the gun, the three women clearly felt like they were holding their own lives, and also controlling the lives of others. "Shao Yi, It's almost time for you to tell your fiancé that you're safe, lest that Mr. Shi take the credit first. Tang Zhe patted his thigh and smiled. Old rules, you know. Yi Qingyi did not resist. Why did she have this feeling? The video call was connected quickly. You finally called me. Jiang Zihui deliberately did not contact Yi Qingyi for 2 days, just waiting for her to call him. He was about to lose control, but luckily his fiancée called him, and he was immediately overjoyed. Yi Qingyi showed a satisfied smile. Zihui, I'm sorry, there was a commotion in our building these 2 days, so I didn't contact you. I was afraid that you would worry. I'm glad you're safe now. What? Chaos? Where are you now? Jiang Zihui stood up suddenly and looked at his fiancée closely. Don't worry, I ran away with a few friends. You should know Ms. Shi from Shanhu Group. She just took us in. Thank God. I was really scared to death. Jiang Zihui patted his chest. His face turned pale with fear. But when Yi Qingyi saw this expression, she did not feel moved. Instead, she felt that her fiancé was weak and timid, especially the way he patted his chest. How could he be so feminine? As expected of a woman who has killed someone, her thoughts have changed drastically. By the way, where are your sister and brother-in-law? Chapter 49, Visiting Chaoyu. After hearing this, Yi Qingyi lowered her head slightly and said nothing. Jiang Zihui immediately understood and expressed regret. At this time, Anbai suddenly came over, waved her hand and called sweetly, Hello, Brother Jiang. Seeing Anbai, Jiang Zihui was stunned for a moment. What a sweet girl. Hello. Thank you for taking care of my Yi. Brother Jiang, I was able to escape thanks to my boyfriend. Thank you, of course. Is your boyfriend here? Yi Qingyi almost rolled her eyes in her heart. Xiaobai, you did this on purpose. Zihui, wait a minute. This confused Tang Zhe. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by your fiancé? You're being so intense. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Tang Zhe called out with a smile. Your fiancé is a little flirty today. Looking at the ordinary man in front of him, Jiang Zihui was immediately relieved. His fiancé would never like such a thing. But it was strange that the lovely girl turned out to be his girlfriend. Brother, thank you for taking care of my fiancé. When the disaster is over, the 5 million will be directly transferred to your account. Tang Zhe said, Your fiancé is on me now, with a look of satisfaction and intoxication on her face. It seems that I have taken good care of her, buddy. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. We live in the same building. As long as I'm not dead, Mr. Jiang's fiancé will be fine. Okay, let's have a couple more drinks after we meet. The camera shifted to Yi Qingyi's face again, but it was a little red. Looking at such a beautiful and charming fiancé, Jiang Zihui felt itchy in his heart, but there were some sweet words he couldn't say now. I'll ask my dad to talk to President Shi and ask her to take care of you. Zihui, I love you. Jiang Zihui didn't expect his fiancé to be so straightforward. He felt a little embarrassed, but he replied and hung up the phone. As soon as the phone was hung up, Yi Qingyi's moans could no longer be suppressed and flowed out unrestrainedly from the depths of her throat. Oh, I can't stand it. The whole neighborhood will hear it. Anbai covered his ears and shouted. After the joy, Yi Qingyi lay on Tang Zhe's chest and panted, as if she was going further and further down the path of depravity. Did you hear it just now? Our fiancé is only worth 5 million. Sun Ting smiled slyly and patted Yi Qingyi's butt. Yi Qingyi was not willing to be outdone and slapped him back. You damn Ting Ting, I won't hit you. Master, how much are we worth in your heart? Anbai suddenly asked curiously, and Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting also looked over. Tang Zhe said slowly, It's worthless. The 3 girls were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Yi Qingyi felt uncomfortable when she heard that she was worth 5 million, but when she heard Tang Zhe say that she was worthless, Yi Qingyi found it quite funny. Well, I have to go visit my so-called ex-girlfriend. Master, won't you take me with you to show off? Anbai said pitifully, begging the master to take me with him. However, Tang Zhe shrugged and said, Do I look like the kind of person who likes to show off? After saying that, Tang Zhe opened the door and walked out. Anbai felt lost because he really wanted to kill someone. Sure enough, Anbai's mentality began to change. Now, only Sun Ting was left normal, and Yi Qingyi began to gradually degenerate. After going out, Tang Zhe saw the camera on the corner of the wall. I am a telekinetic master, so it's easy for me to destroy all the cameras. Not long after entering the elevator, all the images in the monitoring room turned into snow, and the security guard on duty was still sleeping soundly. Arriving outside room 501 of Unit 1, Tang Zhe rang the doorbell. Bai Jian in the room immediately winked at Chaoyu and hid in the closet. Chaoyu was wearing translucent pajamas and had beautiful makeup on. She sorted out her thoughts before walking out of the bedroom.
Cao Iu.
As the door opened, Tang Zhe saw this woman from many years ago, who couldn't be considered his ex-girlfriend, was much more mature than before. You're here. Chao Yu lifted her temples and seemed to deliberately lower her body slightly to reveal her deep V. I thought to myself, even Bai Jian can't stand myself dressed like this. How can a poor loser like you be fascinated by me? Just drink the water I prepared for you obediently. Tang Zhe smiled slightly and said, you are dressed so sexy. Wait for me to fuck you. Chao Yu was stunned after hearing this. He didn't expect Tang Zhe to be so direct. When he was about to explain, Tang Zhe's big hand suddenly grabbed his neck, and a feeling of suffocation surged into his heart. Let me go. Chao Yu subconsciously slapped Tang Zhe's arm. But this was not something a weak woman could break free of. Tang Zhe walked into the room holding Chao Yu's neck, and the door slowly closed. Isn't this just as you wish? Let's get straight to the point. Tang Zhe showed a devilish smile and walked straight towards the bedroom. He could already sense that there was someone hiding in the bedroom. Can you buy a house here with your income? You are a mistress. Are you trying to gang up on me? Do you really take me for an idiot? No, let's have a good talk. Wait. Chao Yu begged for mercy quickly. This was not what he wanted at all. It's okay. Let's talk while we do it. You. Let me go. Kicking the bedroom door open, Bai Jian in the closet was startled. What was going on? When Bai Jian heard Chao Yu's begging for mercy, he frowned. This was different from what he thought. Get out, Tang Zhe, you beast. Tang Zhe pressed Chao Yu against the wardrobe. Bai Jian, who was hiding inside, could see Chao Yu's face through the gap and his heart gradually became nervous. You stinking loser, I won't let you go. Feeling a strong sense of suffocation, Chao Yu stopped cursing and began to beg for mercy. Don't kill me. I'm dying. Save me. Old Bai, save me. Chao Yu looked at the frightened Bai Jian in the closet for help with his eyes wide open. Bai Jian never expected Tang Zhe to be so brutal. This was totally inconsistent with the character of a delivery man. And, what's your name, you stinky woman? You'll expose me. Hey, she's your woman after all. Why don't you come out and save her? Bai Jian didn't dare to say anything, thinking that Tang Zhe was cheating. You see, it's him who won't come out to save you. When you go before the king of hell, you have to tell him his name. With a click, Chao Yu's cervical vertebrae were broken, and his white neck tilted 90 degrees as if it had no support. Seeing Chao Yu's eyes wide open, Bai Jian trembled at the terrifying look. He suddenly covered his chest and fell out of the closet. Tang Zhe hurriedly stepped back to avoid being hit by the fat man. Chapter 50 Mr. Qian. Bai Jian fell to the ground, holding his chest as if he was having a heart attack. He subconsciously took out a quick-acting heart pill from his trouser pocket, but he lost his grip and it rolled to the side. He reached out to take it, but Tang Zhe slowly moved it away with his shoe. Why do I feel like you look familiar? Yes, I've seen you at the year-end meeting. You seem to be the manager of the hotel? Bai Jian grabbed Tang Zhe's trouser leg with a pleading look in his eyes. You're so fat, go down and lose some weight. You. Bai Jian thought he was very smart, having climbed up from nothing to the position of deputy general manager of the hotel, but he fell into the hands of a delivery man. Tang Zhe just watched Bai Jian die quietly, then threw the two bodies on the bed. Remember not to practice the devil system in your next life, or you will die miserably. Soon Tang Zhe returned to the house, and Bai ran over and asked curiously, Master, what punishment did you give her? Break her neck with bare hands. Tang Zhe said with a smile while pinching Bai's neck. Bai was not afraid at all, and even looked like she was enjoying it. Sun Ting said softly, that's too cheap. If it were me, I would torture him severely. Yeah, torture. Yi Qing agreed. Tang Zhe sighed and wondered why he was hanging out with such perverts. Who taught them to be astray? In the luxurious box of the Royal City Hotel, a 50-year-old man was sitting on the sofa smoking a cigar, with a gold chain around his neck and a big gold ring on his hand. Two women were lying in front of him serving him. Fuck that bitch. How dare you kill my people? Hua'an became angrier and angrier as he thought about it. He immediately stood up, picked up the whip on the coffee table, and walked aside. An 18-year-old girl was hanging here. She was caught by Hua'an for trying to escape. Her body had been beaten to pieces, and she was only breathing weakly. Clap, clap, clap. 3 more blood marks appeared on the girl's body, which was shocking. The 2 classmates kneeling beside her didn't dare to say a word. This is what happens when you hang out in the club in the early hours of the morning. Picking up the phone, Hua'an called Qiming. You bitch, do you really think the men in your community can resist my attack? At this time, Qiming, who was sitting at home, saw the call from Hua'an. Her brows frowned immediately, but she had no choice but to answer the call. Hello. Boss Shi, I just sent someone to talk to you, and you killed them. That's not appropriate. Shiming was confused. Mr. Hua, what are you talking about? I don't really understand. Fuck you. Why are you pretending to be so hypocritical with me? If you don't give me an explanation for this matter, you will die. Shiming was immediately furious. She was accused of murder for no reason. Hua'an, keep your mouth shut. Don't think I, Shiming, am afraid of you. Okay, I've been waiting for you to say this. Just wait to die in your community. After saying this, Hua'an hung up the phone. Shiming also slammed her phone on the table, with an annoyed look on her face. At this time, a man in his 40s appeared next to him, holding a cup of hot water and said with a smile, "Wife, don't be angry, drink some hot water." This gentleman is Shiming's husband, Fu Qi, part of Good Wife. However, Shiming was able to gain a firm foothold with the help of Fu Qi's family. Otherwise, how could a weak woman achieve such an achievement? Shiming took the hot water and drank a little, then said calmly, "Husband, you should drink some too. I'm not thirsty." Simmons didn't say anything else and inserted her slender fingers into her hair. "Did you have a disagreement with Mr. Hua?" Shiming hummed. "Actually, I don't think it's a bad thing to cooperate with Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua has water, and you have a food warehouse, but water is more scarce."
Fu Qi persuaded.
In fact, this was not the first time he persuaded him, but he just wouldn't listen. Shiming immediately said in a deep voice, "Were those conditions proposed by him? Sending women to them regularly and asking men to be their thugs. When have I, Shiming, ever bowed to evil forces? Hey, things are different now. Today you let a few strangers in and distributed supplies. Some people have expressed their opinions to me." "Who?" Shiming's eyes turned cold. "Oh, don't worry about who it is. Supplies are so scarce right now, so don't be so kind. Otherwise, the people below will rebel." With a bang, Shiming slammed the table and shouted, "Dare!" Fu Qi looked at his obsessed wife and shook his head, finally realizing the terrifying compassion. In the club's private room, Hua'an slammed his phone onto the sofa and grabbed the kneeling girl's hair to vent his anger. 30 seconds later, Hua'an felt a little more relaxed, picked up his phone, dialed a number, and then put on his signature smile. "Mr. Qian, I wonder if you received my gift?" The girl's screams were heard on the phone, and at the same time, Mr. Qian's voice was heard, "These girls are very good. I like them very much. I still have some here. When Mr. Qian gets tired of playing, I'll send him new ones." Okay, Mr. Hua, you understand me?" "Hiss, Mr. Qian. What happened last time?" Qian Zhongran paused and said with a smile, "Boss Hua, guns are hard to come by now. The people on duty at the General Administration would rather destroy all the bullets than hand them over. Didn't you say last time that you could get a gun from the armed police? Haha, there are a lot of dead armed policemen outside the gate. They would rather starve to death inside than trade with me, brother." Hua'an cursed in his heart. "I sent a few pretty girls over, but you didn't even give them a gun. When I get a gun, I'm going to kill you." "Hey, Mr. Qian, I'm planning to destroy Shanhu community. If you just give me a gun, I'll tie up Shiming and send her to your bed. How about that?" "Are you serious?" Qian Zhongran's tone suddenly became serious. It seems that Simmons is still very tempting. Hua'an cursed inwardly at the old fox. "Can I cheat you out of money?" "Haha, you wouldn't dare. How about this? We have robbed a few shotguns from the escort company and we'll give you one, plus 5 bullets. Escort? Hua'an wanted to slap himself. How come he didn't expect that this group of people would let Qian Zhongran take the initiative? "Boss Qian, 5 bullets are a little short. What's less? Guns nowadays are meant to deter people. Who would bet on whether your gun has bullets? One shot will scare everyone. A shotgun and 5 bullets in exchange for a beauty like Simmons." Hua'an himself was amused. "I'll give you a piece of shit. Get the gun first." "Thank you very much, Mr. Qian. I will send someone to visit you later. Bring 2 more beauties here. Alpaca. Okay, I'll definitely give you the money to choose the best one." After hanging up the phone, Hua'an yelled loudly to vent his anger. He looked at the woman next to him and found that he couldn't raise his head. He became even angrier and picked up a whip to whip her. Suddenly, a painful sound was heard. "After we take over Shanhu community and recruit the men there, we will kill Qian Zhongran. No matter how many bullets you have, how can they compare to my numbers?" Chapter 51. President Xi's Pie in the Sky. When he thought of this, Hua'an regained his confidence. He pulled out a pistol from his waist and pointed it at the girl's head. "Serve me obediently. Don't kill me. I'll do it. I'll do it. Hua'an closed his eyes and enjoyed it. But no one knew that there were no bullets in the gun at all. Hua'an had used them all up in the police station. However, with the help of this gun, no younger brother dared to disobey, let alone these women. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Tang Zhe took Bai's hand and came to the underground garage. Sun Ting followed behind enviously. Yiqingyi looked around and found that all the men's eyes were looking at her. Compared to this kind of look, Yiqingyi prefers the looks at the gas station, the looks of fear, terror. Wipe my car for $10,000. Suddenly a voice sounded, and a boss wearing sunglasses raised a dozen red banknotes in his hand, and a Rolls-Royce was parked next to him. Boss, I'm here. I'll do it. I'll do it. Don't fight with me. 5 or 6 men rushed over and even started arguing. Oh my God, the money is still useful. And Bai was shocked. He thought the money could not be used anymore. Yiqingyi said calmly, they all think it's only temporary. Tang Zhe murmured, it costs 10,000 yuan to clean the car once. I want to go. Xiaobai, help wipe it together. Tang Zhe chuckled and pinched Xiaobai's face. It was tender and smooth. He felt that their skin was much better than before. Could it be that they absorbed his essence? Does it have the same effect when applied on the face? Brother, do you have any cigarettes? A voice suddenly came from beside him, and Luo Jun was standing beside him with a smile on his face. Tang Zhe was stunned and took out a cigarette, but there was only one left. Forget it. Just keep it for yourself. Luo Jun patted Tang Zhe's shoulder and said with a smile. Tang Zhe handed it to Luo Jun. Actually, I seldom smoke either. I'll give it to you. Luo Jun really couldn't stand it. He had to smoke that cigarette several times before he could finish it. Even taking a puff felt like a luxury. Brother, if you have any difficulties in the future, just come to me. Luo Jun took the cigarette without refusing. Tang Zhe asked curiously, what's going on? There's a stage in the middle. Is this for a speech? President Xi, this is also giving people hope and encouraging them not to stay at home. Going out and talking to each other can help relieve their mood. Is that so? Tang Zhe felt that this was just empty talk. Luo Jun sighed, Mr. Xi is a good man. I hope this crisis will pass quickly, otherwise everyone will not be able to hold on. Tang Zhe felt that this was a great man who could separate a box of water. After all, in his own community, who had such courage? Who is that beautiful girl? Tang Zhe looked at a woman. She was very delicate in appearance. She was wearing a shirt, a small tie, a black miniskirt, and black stockings. It was a very professional suit. Although it is not high-quality rations, it can also be low-quality rations. Luo Jun was a little surprised. His girlfriend was right next to him, but he was asking about another woman? But for the sake of a cigarette, Luo Jun introduced her. Her name is Feng Mingming, and she is President Xi's secretary. Can secretaries live here? Tang Zhe thought to himself that secretaries have high salaries. She doesn't live here. She was at President Xi's house reporting on her work until very late that night. Then it started to rain and she never came back. I heard that her neighborhood was in chaos. Tang Zhe let out a long oh. As more and more people came down one after another, Tang Zhe did not find that kind of top-notch one. There was only one like Feng Mingming, let alone a top-notch one like President Xi. That's not right. Are there so few beauties in the rich area? Where are the celebrity school beauties? My desire to hunt for beauty was suddenly reduced by half. If it weren't for Mr. Xi, I wouldn't want to continue playing. Sun Ting, who was observing from the side, felt relieved. There wouldn't be many people who could catch Tang Zhe's eye. Even if Ximing was included, there would only be 2 left. At this time, Ximing finally walked out of the elevator. She was so eye-catching, and her enchanting figure made people unable to take their eyes off her. She was a mature woman among mature women, like a peach. There was a man behind Ximing. Tang Zhe asked curiously, who is that man? That's Mr. Xi's husband, Fu Qi. Oh, there is a husband. Chow thieves, gather here. Standing on the stage, Simmons picked up the loudspeaker and said, Dear owners, are you all here? Everyone looked around and counted the number of people. Boss Xi, Lao Bai didn't come. Ximingyi frowned. Call him to come down. He has no sense of time at all. However, no one answered the phone and Tang Zhe stood in the crowd with a smile. Go and get him down. Good. Not long after, a man ran back helplessly. Mr. Xi, don't open the door. This is not a naked challenge to Simmons' authority. If the first one doesn't come now, there will be a second one next time. They must be severely punished. Pry the door open for me. I want to see what this guy is doing. He has a mistress and won't even attend a party. Tang Zhe laughed softly and said, that fat guy even knows about his mistress. Master, How do you know? Xiaobai asked curiously in a low voice. I won't tell you. Oh. And Bai's coquettish voice was particularly seductive, making Tang Zhe want to pull Xiaobai to the side and do it first. If Xiaobai died now, Tang Zhe would probably be sad for 4 days, that's all. Soon several men hurried down the hall. Boss Shi, this is bad, Bai Jian is dead. These words shocked everyone. Who wouldn't be afraid? In a community where no one had died before, someone actually died. Dead? How did he die? Killed? Shiming asked in a deep voice. The men looked at each other. Talk. Bai Jian and his lover died in bed. His lover's neck was strangled by him. Bai Jian himself seemed to have died suddenly from illness. When these words were spoken, everyone sighed, thinking that the fat guy must have killed himself for the sake of excitement. And Bai finally understood. So that's what it was. Shiming was relieved after hearing this. She thought it was murder. Bai Jian was always sneaky and had no good intentions. It was better for him to die. And Mr. Shi, the monitoring room seems to be poisoned. There is no picture. Everyone was suddenly in an uproar, and conspiracy theories began to emerge. Just be patient. Simmons' words calmed everyone down. Today marks a month since the disaster began. Over the past month, we have all worked together to overcome the difficulties. We must maintain this state in the future. I believe that it will not be long before this disaster will pass and we can return to our normal lives. Tang Zhe almost fell asleep while listening to this. It turned out that President Xi conveyed such ideas every night. The deeper the hope now, the more severe the riots would be later. Mr. Xi, how long will it take? Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. Everyone's eyes were on Simmons. Xi Ming smiled and said, Everyone, to be honest. I got the news today that there will be rescue as early as next month. Chapter 52 Raid. Fu Qi, who was standing next to him, was stunned and didn't know what was going on. My wife is lying. However, after hearing this, everyone smiled again, and some even shouted, There's help, there's help. I really don't know how she will end up next month. Sun Ting said in a low voice. Yi Qingyi said calmly, It won't wait until next month. I'm just trying to stabilize these people. Master, there is a beautiful lady in a white short skirt over there. And Bai reminded in a low voice. Tang Zhe had already noticed it and laughed softly. It's just average, a little worse than you. Master, please make do with this for now. Xiaobai will find you a better one later. Okay. It's really hard.
Je vingi rollet herjes.
Seeing how hard it was for him to agree, she guessed that he already had a plan in mind. Just when everyone was having fun, a frightened voice came from the intercom in Luo Jun's hand. Brother Luo, a dump truck is rushing towards the garage. Luo Jun was stunned, turned around to look at the entrance not far away, and immediately shouted, Scatter! Scatter! Everyone looked at the anxious Luo Jun in confusion. At this time, a dump truck had appeared and directly pushed away the car blocking the door. Everyone was scared and ran away in all directions. Some people were even knocked down by the car and fell to the ground wailing. Wife, what are you still standing there for? Come on. How can I leave at this time? If you want to leave, go ahead. Shi Mengjiao shouted, shaking off Fu Qi's hand and yelling at everyone, Don't panic. Pick up your weapons and fight back. Don't run. When the tarpaulin on the dump truck was lifted, 20 young and strong men jumped down with knives in their hands. The leading man was holding a half-meter machete. Boss Shi, Boss Hua asked us to say hello to you. Kill. Murder. Run. The so-called upper-class elites were so frightened when they encountered thugs that 3 or 4 of them fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. Luo Jun shouted angrily, Brothers, go. However, the brothers around were also shocked by the other side and were a little at a loss. Tang Zhe gave the 3 women a look, telling them not to shoot at this time and to go back. The 3 women, who had already formed murderous intentions, reluctantly went up the stairs, but Tang Zhe did not leave. Brother, hurry up and leave. Luo Jun looked at Tang Zhe and warned him, then rushed forward with a knife. When several men saw Luo Jun rushing forward, they followed him. While Shi Ming was still anxiously trying to stop the fleeing men, these idiots were frightened. Don't run. There are only a few of them, and we have so many. However, Shi Ming was unable to stop these elites from fleeing. At this time, Shi Ming's face became ugly and anxious, and she hurriedly shouted, Luo Jun, organize people to kill them. Mr. Shi, please leave quickly. I'll hold on here. Luo Jun shouted, but as he was distracted for a moment, he was stabbed in the back. Looking for death. Luo Jun still had some skills. He slashed the opponent's neck with a knife, and blood splattered everywhere. Seeing Luo Jun kill someone, the brothers here also became rustic and they all picked up weapons and rushed forward. However, the fighting method was worrying. Looking at Hua'an City's men, there were even straps on their wrists and arms. Thick paper, and the leader even wore a body armor. Brother Luo, be careful. Poof. Luo Jun's back hurt, and he suddenly felt as if his lower body was out of control, and someone stabbed him in the lower back. Falling to the ground helplessly, Luo Jun tried his best to wave the knife. But he was quickly surrounded by 3 people and hacked to death with knives. Huazi, with his ear clamped, slowly rolled to the ground, stained with blood. And Tangza is now in Heroes Save the Beauty. There are indeed many beauties in rich people's communities. A young man stood in front of Feng Mingming with a watermelon knife, showing a greedy smile. Feng Mingming had never seen anything like this before. She was so scared that she kept backing away, leaning against the wall and unable to move back. Looking at the men who were running for their lives, Feng Mingming felt desperate and wanted to leave here. It's a bit rude to treat a woman like this. Tang Zai's voice sounded beside him. The younger brother was stunned and immediately looked back. The fist in front of him was getting closer and closer, and he was knocked unconscious by the punch. Of course, Tang Zai was holding back, otherwise his head would have been shot through, and the others would have looked at him as if he were a monster. Feng Mingming stared blankly at Tang Zai in front of her. What are you daydreaming about? Why don't you leave? Tang Zai patted Feng Mingming on the head. Feng Mingming came back to her senses and immediately ran towards the elevator, but soon turned back and shouted, "Thank you." Tang Zai smiled and replied, "I charge for it." Feng Mingming was stunned, but ran away immediately. Looking at the battlefield in the middle, the thugs on the opposite side actually have the upper hand. Isn't that Luo Jun? Died? I originally thought he was a nice guy. Coming to Luo Jun, Tang Zai sighed and closed his eyes, muttering, "I'll send them to see you." At this time, the leading man shouted at Shiming, "Brothers, arrest that woman? Kill. Wife, if we don't leave now it will be too late."
Fu cipulle d'undicesimo Meng inside.
In front of Simmons, there were only 4 loyal subordinates, but these 4 seemed a little too few, as the other side had 17 or 18 others. Tang Zai felt that this place was too sad, just like a kindergarten. 20 people scared away hundreds of others. Can you believe this? I used to think it was a bit stupid for 8 people from the gas station to go to someone else's neighborhood to intimidate them, but now it seems that I was wrong. They are all people who are afraid of death and can only share happiness but not difficulties. Tang Zai sighed softly and then began the show. "Mr. Shi, run quickly. I'll hold on here." Tang Zai shouted and ran directly to the row of 4 people. His righteous look infected the other 4 people. Even Shi Ming was very pleased. "Mr. is righteous. Mr. Shi, please leave quickly." Tang Zai was also convinced. "Could you please stop being so pretentious? Just run when I tell you to, and don't make any noise." However, Shi Ming was ready to die. "I won't leave. I will accompany you to fight until death."
Tang Zai.
Is there something wrong with this woman's brain? However, the 4 people next to him were stunned, and one of them suddenly shouted, "Mr. Shi, be kind to my parents." After that, he rushed out. The other 3 also rushed out, leaving their last words. At this time, Tang Zai finally understood how a leader could let his subordinates die bravely. "Mr. Shi, please take good care of my girlfriend for me." Tang Zai also rushed out after saying this. Of course, Tang Zai has to be more restrained, neither too strong nor too weak. With the momentum of dying together, the brothers on the opposite side suddenly became weak, especially the 4 loyal subordinates, who held on to one of the brothers and cut him even after being stabbed several times. Tang Zai was chopping while thinking, if all the men here are like this, would I be afraid of them? It's a pity that he is not as good as Ding Feng and others. Soon Tang Zai was the only one left, while there were 8 people on the opposite side. The corpses lying on the ground scared these younger brothers. After all, President Hua said that they would not resist, but in the end people still died. Chapter 53, Garage God of War. The leader saw that his younger brothers were a little scared, and immediately shouted, "Brothers, when we go back, Mr. Hua will give us women, food, and beer." Sure enough, after hearing this, my younger brother's eyes gradually became fierce. Shiming stared at the other person, and Fuchi was desperate. "Wife, let's go. It's no use. I told you, I won't leave." Fuchi's heart almost broke on the spot. If he was still stubborn at this time, what would happen if he was caught by them? Do you still think Hua'an won't do anything to you? Don't be so naive. Is Shiming that stupid? His eyes were on Tang Zai. He had been paying attention to Tang Zai. Those little brothers were no match for him at all. Even the blood on his body was from the opponents. He was not injured at all. He is obviously different from others. Luo Jun is dead now, and the other loyal ones are also dead. If he is recruited as a bodyguard, he will have more say here. Tang Zhe, I will fight with you. Xi Ming actually walked forward and stood beside Tang Zhe. The two talented actors performed so well on the spot that the husband next to them was completely confused. Tang Zhe really wanted to pry open this woman's head to see if there was shit inside, but Xi Ming wanted to see how strong Tang Zhe was. I have to say that Xi Ming is really courageous. If it were any other woman, she would have been scared and ran away. Kill! The leader shouted angrily. There was only one person. After killing him and kidnapping Xi Ming, his mission would be accomplished. Tang Zhe could only sigh and rushed forward with a knife. After a brutal fight, he finally knocked all the opponents to the ground, but Tang Zhe had no injuries on his body. It was not Tang Zhe's style to pretend to be injured just for the sake of acting. Brother, don't kill me. Why don't you come with me to Mr. Hu's place? There are many beautiful women there. You can pick whatever you want. Really? Tang Zhe asked deliberately. As expected, Xi Ming secretly thought that things were not going well. Tang Zhe, don't be fooled by his sweet words. Brother Tang, don't trust this woman. She has cheated Mr. Hua out of many things. What nonsense. Simmons was furious. Brother Tang, I'm not lying to you. Mr. Hua has female college students, campus beauties, all kinds of them. This woman can't give you anything. Xi Ming cursed him inwardly for being shameless, actually using a woman to seduce, and Tang Zhe seemed to fall for it. Tang Zhe, I have something to gain from this as well. Kill him? Don't believe. Before he could finish his words, Tang Zhe chopped off his head. The head slowly rolled to Xi Ming's feet. Xi Ming was shaking with fear. Even Fu Qi next to her looked at Tang Zhe with fear. The bodies around were all stabbed to death, and this one was the only one beheaded. It was shocking and a result of mental torture. Of course I believe in you, Mr. Xi. Tang Zhe turned around and smiled. When Xi Ming saw Tang Zhe smile, she felt a chill. Calming herself down, Xi Ming patted Tang Zhe on the shoulder and said, Xiao Tang, I have high hopes for you. Follow me, and you will have everything. Thank you, Mr. Xi. Tang Zhe looked very happy. Xi Ming thought to herself that it seemed that his skills were not proportional to his brains. Fu Qi asked curiously, Little brother, where did you learn this skill? I was abandoned at the gate of Shaolin Temple when I was little, so I learned martial arts since I was young. Fu Qi sighed. Sure enough, none of the delivery guys are ordinary. He thought his wife had found a treasure this time. However, neither of them noticed that the curve of Tang Zhe's mouth was getting deeper and deeper. The game had just begun. As the invaders were killed, the men who had just escaped came down one after another, and when they saw the scene, they vomited everywhere. However, Simmons started her excellent speech and praised Tang Zhe as the garage god. It is true that in ancient times there was the elevator god of war, and now there is the garage god of war. Brothers and sisters, we encounter difficulties and challenges every day. Escape will not solve the problem. As long as we have courage, every step is the way to success. Don't be afraid of failure. Failure is just another way to success. Their death makes us stronger. Take a brave step. The darkest moment is usually before dawn. Keep the faith. Victory will belong to us. To our hero Tang Zhe. Everyone looked at Tang Zhe. This man was so powerful. Especially now that he was standing next to President Xi, he was even more powerful than Luo Jun. I heard that the leader's head was chopped off by Tang Zhe. What a fierce delivery guy. Ming Ming, is he really a delivery man? The girl in the white dress asked curiously. That should be the case. He saved me before. Feng Mingming said softly, seeming that she has not yet recovered from her fear. Alas, Mr. Hua has already started to take action. We may not be safe. Feng Wei said worriedly. She is a girl with no one to rely on. If she had really been caught just now, the consequences would be unimaginable. Feng Mingming sighed and looked at Tang Zhe's back, thinking that it would be great if she had such a powerful person to protect her. Feng Wei followed Feng Mingming's gaze. Perhaps she was also thinking about this question in her heart. When encountering such a thing, women will seek protection from strong men instead of rich ones. Tang Zhe became famous and was even rewarded with a lot of snacks. Tang Zhe, thank you for your hard work tonight. We can talk about some things tomorrow. Xi Ming smiled gently and felt that she had Tang Zhe under control. Thank you, Mr. Xi. You should also go to bed early. Seeing that Tang Zhe was so respectful to her, Xi Ming was very satisfied. She nodded and turned to leave. As the door closed, Tang Zhe stretched himself and said, I'm a little tired. It seems that President Xi has not yet realized his own problem. Sun Ting smiled secretly. She probably felt that she had gotten a great bargain. Yi Qingyi shook her head helplessly. Who would know Tang Zai's true background? On the other side, Ximing returned home and poured a glass of red wine. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? If it weren't for Tang Zai, we would all be dead. Ximing's smile became even wider. If I leave, will Tang Zai be willing to follow me? Now he will only feel that he has found a good boss, and the food and water are enough to make him happy for several days. Wife, think about it carefully. How could Tang Zai, who is so skilled, run away from the community with 3 such beautiful girls? Maybe he killed everyone in the community and just moved to another community. Ximing couldn't help but giggle. Hubby, he is very strong, but he is just one person. If the other side had more people today, I'm afraid Tang Zai would not be able to do it. It is precisely because of his skills that he was able to bring the girl out. Fuchi said helplessly, I just want you to be wary of him. Don't worry, with him here, these owners won't dare to do anything wrong. Ximing's eyes flashed with ferocity. Anyone who dared to go against her would be killed by Tang Zai. At this time, Hua'an was waiting for replies from his younger brothers, feeling a little anxious. As it got later, Hua'an knew that the plan had failed. I still underestimated this stinky woman, Ximing. Chapter 54. From now on you will be my younger brother. On the big bed, Ximing and Fuchi both fell asleep. At this time, Fuchi reached out his hand toward Ximing, and Ximing said softly, I am too tired today. I'll just leave it there. Fuchi said with a smile. Ximing's mind was full of important things, and she immediately said unhappily, I've already told you that it's tiring, and you can't put out the fire after you touch it, so I have to do it myself. Fuchi's face fell, and he could only turn around. I'm afraid no one knows that the husband of this investment queen is impotent. The next morning, Tang Zai enjoyed a hearty breakfast. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Okay, game over. After tidying up his clothes, Tang Zai went to open the door. The person who opened the door was a girl. Wasn't this Feng Mingming, the person he rescued yesterday? V-neck low cut, is it so sexy? Feeling Tang Zai's gaze, Feng Mingming lowered her head slightly and raised the plate in her hand. Oh, thank you. Tang Zai took it with both hands, but when taking it, he deliberately touched Feng Mingming's fingers, which made Feng Mingming blush, and she hurriedly pressed the elevator button and left. After closing the door, Sun Ting smiled and said, I told you, the master is so handsome. Don't even make a move now, the little sister is trying to squeeze in to show her goodwill. Tang Zai opened the plate with a wry smile. There were 4 fried eggs on it. It must be said that there were eggs as well. It was really generous and a huge investment. To me, women who throw themselves at others' expense are boring. I still like those who have a strong sense of resistance, like our little Yi. Yi Qingyi said tenderly, how can I resist? Sister Yi won't admit it now. Xiaobai, you're itching, aren't you? Sister Yi, I'm more than just itchy. Just as Tang Zai was sitting on the sofa, his cell phone rang. Are you free now? I have something to discuss with you. I'm free. It was Ximing calling. Well, I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Tang Zai stood up and stretched his muscles. Master, we agreed not to threaten the scoundrel. Tang Zai made an okay gesture, opened the door and left with a smile. Soon Tang Zai arrived at Ximing's house and rang the doorbell.
Ding dong, ding dong.
It was Feng Mingming who opened the door. When she saw Tang Zai at the door, she even looked away shyly. What Tang Zai said before was the truth. There is no point in throwing yourself into someone's arms. Of course, it's already been delivered to your doorstep, so why throw it away? It's a waste not to play with it if it's free. On the sofa, Simmons was looking at her mobile phone in an elegant posture, and her slightly frowned look was quite touching. But Ximing was not posing on purpose. She just received a call from Hua'an in the morning. He wanted to negotiate face-to-face in his club. Ximing certainly knew that this was a trap, but it was also an opportunity for her. If she could kill Hua'an, she would have no worries, and she could even recruit Hua'an's people to become stronger. But under these premises, it depends on whether Tang Zai can do it. Tang Zai is here. Feng Mingming said respectfully while standing aside. It was still a secretary's job, and Ximing still acted like a big boss, without any change at all. Tang Zai likes this kind of high-ranking woman. It must be very painful for her to fall down. Pour me a glass of water. Okay. Feng Mingming quickly poured 2 glasses of water. It was very luxurious. But when it came to Tangza, the curve of the waist was much larger, and Tangza could see the white and tender deep V. Ximing, who was drinking tea, saw it all. Although his girlfriend looked sweet and lovely, it was inevitable for a man to have affairs. The excitement outside was much greater than that at home. As Feng Mingming left, Ximing looked at Tang Zai with a smile, and Tang Zai lowered his head shyly. This reminded Ximing of the college graduates in the company. Isn't that the expression they had? And these people are the easiest to control. Tangze, if there is anything you need at home, tell me. You're welcome. Tangze nodded fiercely. There is everything in the room. Sorry for the trouble. That's a bit strange. You are almost my brother at the same age. From now on, you can just call me Sister Shi.
Tangze's mouth twitched.
Does it have to make the relationship so complicated? Even the sister and brother have shown up. That's embarrassing. Tangze said innocently. What are you embarrassed about? Just scream now for your sister to hear. Tangze portrayed that awkward look vividly, and even Yi Qingyi had to admit that he must have graduated from the Central Academy of Drama. Sister Shi. After holding it in for a long time, he finally shouted it out. Ximing was very satisfied. Isn't it said now? From now on, you are my brother. You don't have to be afraid because I am here. At this time, Fuqi walked out of the bedroom and said with a smile, if you recognize your brother, then doesn't that mean I will become your brother-in-law? Hello, brother-in-law. Tangze stood up and shouted. Haha, come and sit down. We are a family from now on. Tangze nodded and said, you two are quite good at scheming against people, but your methods are much better than those of Bai Jian and Chao Yu. You siblings can chat first. I'm going out for a walk. Fuqi smiled, took a sip of water, and went out. As Fuqi left, Ximing shook her head helplessly. Your brother-in-law would go out and brag to other men at this time? I often brag too. Tang Zihan smiled and scratched the back of his head. Brother, there is something I want to ask you. It is very important, and you must tell me the truth. Ximing said seriously, blinking her beautiful eyes. Well, I won't lie to you, Sister Shi. Tang Zai's sitting posture was just like that in elementary school, with his hands on his legs. If I were your enemy and I were sitting here, would you be able to kill me directly? Ah? It's that simple. Hearing Tang Zai's answer, Ximing felt that Tang Zai was bragging, and all young people were like that. Brother, you can't brag. Chapter 55 The Little Golden Man belongs to you. No, really. Then show me how to do it. Sister Shi, just throw the paper cup as you like. Tang Zai said confidently. Ximing wanted to see what Tang Zai was selling, so she drank the water in the paper cup and threw it in a random direction. At this time, Tang Zai swung out his right hand, and the paper cup was instantly pierced by the flying knife, breaking into two pieces and falling to the ground. Ximing was stunned. She didn't even see his movements clearly. In this era of knife cutting, there was such a flying knife that was like a gun. Great job, brother. Ximing applauded and patted Tang Zai's legs. Tang Zai was very shy. Ximing felt that she could control this little brother. Suddenly, the topic changed. Brother, what do you think of that girl just now? Do you like her? I have a girlfriend. Tang Zai's reaction was simply impeccable. Even Ximing, a woman who pays so much attention to details, didn't notice it. Ximing sighed and said, my dear brother, no matter how fragrant the flowers at home are, wildflowers also have their own unique flavor. Don't worry, your sister will keep the secret for you. Seeing Tang Zai hesitated and didn't say anything, Ximing thought to herself, men are just men after all. Sister, please swear and I won't tell anyone. I believe it, but... Just what? I don't like that girl. Ximing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, which one do you like? I'll talk to him for you. Tang Zai looked shy, lowered his head and stammered as if he was a little embarrassed. Ximing was stunned after seeing this. How could she be excluded? It was normal for such a young man to have some thoughts when seeing her. You can't let your imagination run wild. Ximing deliberately put on a serious look and said unhappily. Tang Zai didn't say anything, but looked lost, lowering his head without looking at Ximing. This little brat is really difficult to deal with. He even sets his sights on himself. Tang Zai suddenly looked up at Ximing. Ximing was stunned for a moment. Is this look so sad? Does my sister look down on me? Ximing. I never expected him to say such a thing. I know I'm an orphan and no one looks up to me. I only do the lowest level jobs. I'm not as glamorous as my sister. My sister and I are two different people. I'm just being sentimental. After saying that, Tang Zai stood up and prepared to leave. His eyes even reddened. It would be against the will of heaven not to give Tang Zai a little golden man. Ximing stared blankly at Tang Zai's back. How could such a powerful master be so self-deprecating? Brother, what are you doing? I didn't say I looked down on you. Ximing quickly stood up and grabbed Tang Zai. Tang Zai was her only weapon now. If Tang Zai was not around, those people below would not be content, not to mention killing Hua'an, which would disrupt all her plans. Tang Zai looked like an angry child, stubborn but aggrieved. Okay, sister is wrong. Okay, Let's sit down and talk. After some reluctance, Tang Zhe was still pressed on the sofa by Ximing. Ximing felt a headache looking at Tang Zhe. Why did she come up with such an idea? As a result, this little brother was only focused on her. She felt angry and amused at the same time. Brother, if you help me kill that man, I will do it for you. Simmons just threw a big pancake out, and any man would nod obediently. However, Tang Zhe said seriously, no. Why? Ximing was surprised. This was too decisive. My previous bosses all said similar things, but not murder, and in the end, none of them kept their promises. What kind of black-hearted bosses are these, teaching a child to be so vigilant? Looking at Tang Zhe's expression, Ximing felt helpless and chuckled. If you have any requests, you can raise them. Tang Zhe looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated, and glanced again. Ximing knew that this was a guy with the desire but not the courage to do it, so it was easy to deal with him. As long as you agree to my request, I won't let you suffer any loss after the matter is accomplished.
Huh? Tang Zhe was shocked.
He was just making big promises for me. I know my sister still looks down on me. I know. I'll leave now. As Tang Zhe stood up, Ximing became anxious. If she didn't give him some benefits, he really wouldn't agree to her request. Stop! Ximangjiao shouted, and Tang Zhe's mouth curled up. Who is controlling whom? Ximing came up to Tang Zhe and looked at him fiercely, but Tang Zhe turned his head away and didn't look at her. This made Simmons both angry and amused. Chapter 56 Easy. As long as Hua'an can be eliminated, everything we have done will be worth it. After leaving Simmons' house, Tang Zhe stretched himself, but did not leave in a hurry. He walked into the emergency passage, opened a window to get some fresh air and smoke a cigarette. I had just taken 2 puffs when I heard footsteps downstairs. When they saw Feng Mingming coming up, they looked at each other. The scene was a bit awkward and a bit ambiguous. Feng Mingming lifted her temples and seemed a little nervous. Why don't you take the elevator? Tang Zhe spoke first. I live downstairs. Waiting for the elevator is too slow. Taking the stairs is faster. Feng Mingming said with her head down. Tang Zhe said, oh, and fell silent again. Thank you for saving me last night. Feng Mingming looked at Tang Zhe and expressed her gratitude. It's a small matter, don't worry about it. Feng Mingming bit her red lips slightly, holding the documents tighter and tighter, and said in a very small voice, Did President Xi tell you? Tang Zhe was stunned after hearing this. Is this how you guys communicate about murder? Look how scared the child is. Yes. So you agree? Yeah. Feng Mingming's face turned red. Mr. Xi had already told her about this in the morning, and she didn't mind. She thought of it as a way of repaying him for saving her life, and maybe he could still protect her in the future. Tang Zhe looked at the shy Feng Mingming and felt something was wrong. You are so shy about killing someone? You are not a newbie. Feng Mingming said softly, why don't you go to my house?
Tang Zhe's mouth twitched.
He finally understood. Ximing had said before that she should accompany herself. It seems that we are not on the same channel when chatting. But when I saw Feng Mingming's conditions, they were really good, and she offered them to me automatically. Okay then. Feng Mingming was very happy to hear Tang Zhe's agreement. After all, with such a powerful backer, she would be safer. It was a long time before Tang Zhe returned to the house and began to tell his story. The 3 women listened with great interest. Sun Ting exclaimed, this is not better than Yi. Yi Qingyi grabbed Sun Ting's neck. Sun Ting stuck out her tongue and looked like she was about to be strangled to death. And Bai sighed, I never expected that it's not our turn yet. As Bai spoke, Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi smiled slyly, as they were both experienced people. Originally, Yi Qingyi was worried that Ximing would not let Tang Zhe succeed so easily. She never expected that Ximing would let Tang Zhe kill people at all costs. She is such an astonishing woman who will do anything for power. I thought Ximing was a kind-hearted person, a living bodhisattva, but it turns out that she just wanted to control the entire building. Even those rich bosses have now set their sights on another group of people. Yi Qingyi feels ashamed of herself for having such courage. No wonder other people's businesses are growing bigger and bigger. At this time, Feng Mingming came to the door of Simmons, and the whole person seemed to be bathed in the spring breeze. After entering the house, she handed out the manuscript for tonight. I'll come tonight. Fu Qi took the manuscript with a smile. Feng Mingming looked at Ximing in confusion and asked with concern, Does President Xi have a cold? Ximing didn't say anything. Her face was gloomy and she looked very unhappy. Feng Mingming was a little worried, wondering if it was because of her. Mr. Xi, you have to make sure to get some rest. We can't live without you. Feng Mingming said weakly. If Mr. Xi was not around, I'm afraid those owners would rebel. Ximing nodded. then waved her hand to let Feng Mingming go out. Feng Mingming looked at Fuqi, and Fuqi nodded. Chapter 57, Occasionally Hunting for Game. As Feng Mingming left, Fuqi comforted her. Don't worry, honey. I often give this kind of speech at work. I'll go and rest first. With a slightly hoarse voice, Simmons walked towards the bedroom. Fuqi felt a little strange. Tang Zhe had clearly agreed. So why was she still looking so annoyed? Lying in bed, Shiming tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. In the afternoon, Tang Zhe, who was bored, decided to go find Feng Mingming to play. After all, it was still the novelty period, which made the cats at home complain. However, as soon as Tang Zhe left, they were overjoyed. It was another relaxing day. Let other women bear the consequences. Arriving at the door, Tang Zhe knocked, but a strange girl opened the door. Wasn't this the girl in the white dress? Is Mingming here? Tang Zhe asked curiously. Did he go to the wrong door? Yes, I'm her friend. My name is Feng Wei. Hello, my name is Tang Zhe. The two shook hands in a friendly manner. At this time, Feng Mingming came out of the bedroom and was still a little shy when she saw Tang Zhe. Feng Mingming knew why Tang Zhe came, of course. He was just a friend playing at home. Brother Tang, come in and sit down. Feng Wei thought Feng Mingming's expression was a little strange and asked her why she was blushing. Tang Zhe hummed and walked into the house. Feng Mingming poured him half a glass of water. Now, serving water to guests was definitely the most sincere gesture. Feng Mingming was too embarrassed to sit next to Tang Zhe, so she sat at the other end of the sofa. Feng Wei sat on the single sofa hugging a pillow, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Tang Zhe was helpless. Xiao Feng was so ignorant. I was already here. Shouldn't you, being so smart, find an excuse to leave? Are you waiting to see the show? Are you guys chatting? Tang Zhe was not very good at having heart-to-heart talks with girls, so why would he have the heart-to-heart talks if he could just have conversations? Feng Mingming hummed, yeah, Wei Wei misses home. You don't live here? Tang Zhe asked puzzledly. Feng Wei sighed, I work in Hua'an City. My father was afraid that some communities were unsafe, so he bought me an apartment here. Then you are a rich second generation. Tang Zhe shrugged, but Feng Wei's sitting posture was a bit strange. Didn't she notice that she could see the white lace panties? Or was she doing it on purpose? Brother Tang, you're joking? My dad just has a little money. Feng Wei smiled modestly. Tang Zhe didn't ask further. What did this have to do with him? Feng Mingming sighed as she looked at the drizzle outside. I don't know when it will end. It would be better if it rained harder. At least Mr. Hua and his group wouldn't dare to come. Yeah, if it starts to be windy again, who would dare to go out? This drizzle is really killing me. Feng Wei also seemed very melancholy. She was thinking all the time about how to leave and get home safely. It's been much colder these past few days, and I don't have any warm clothes. If there's a power outage, I'm afraid I'll freeze to death. Thinking of this, Feng Mingming couldn't help but shivering. She was afraid that the power would go out at the next moment, which would definitely be a fatal blow. As for when the power outage will occur, no one knows, but it is only a matter of time. Maybe the next moment, there will be no cell phone signal. I'm going to the bathroom first. I've been having a sore throat lately, Feng Wei said with a wry smile. How could she not have a sore throat if she ate snacks every day to fill her stomach? After Feng Wei left and the bathroom door closed, Tang Zhe and Feng Mingming looked at each other. Feng Mingming immediately lowered her head shyly, and Tang Zhe directly pulled her into his arms. After a while, the toilet door opened. Feng Mingming immediately sat aside, and Tang Zhe acted as if nothing had happened. I don't know what's happening in other cities, and whether there are any safe ones. Feng Wei didn't find anything unusual and sighed repeatedly. I guess there will be, but we can't go out now. Tang Zhe found Feng Mingming's uncomfortable look funny. Feng Wei asked tentatively, Brother Tang, you are so powerful, you should be able to escape to a safe city. Tang Zhe just smiled and said nothing in response to this tentative remark. My car is not that easy to get into. Seeing that Tang Zhe didn't say anything, Feng Wei knew that if she didn't give something, Tang Zhe would not protect her. In addition to the revenge behavior last night, who knew when Mr. Hua's people would come next time? Think about those men who ran away. When they were bragging, they were as arrogant as the Hulk, but when they really came, they ran faster than anyone else. I'm going to the bathroom, Feng Mingming said with a slightly blushing face. Tang Zhe shook his head and asked, why do you take turns going to the toilet? Suddenly, Feng Wei came over from the sofa next to them and sat directly next to Tang Zhe, her breath as sweet as orchid. What are you doing?
Tang Zhe was stunned.
Are girls nowadays so proactive? They come up and hug his hands? I don't get such treatment when I deliver takeout. Once upon a time, I also fantasized about the female owner dragging me into the house in a domineering manner. Brother Tang, can you protect me? Feng Wei looked up at Tang Ze eagerly.
Tang zes maut twitchet.
So this was a deal with me. You seem to be quite knowledgeable. That's easy. As the door opened, Feng Wei hurriedly sat back down. Brother Tang, you were amazing last night. Don't say that. We are just trying to survive. I don't know when Mr. Hua and his group will come next time. Mr. Shi must have his own way. Feng Mingming, who knew the inside story, comforted. As they chatted, it was already past 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Tang Ze was hungry and decided to go back and have a big meal. Brother Tang, there is a piece of pork in the refrigerator. Why don't you stay and have a meal? Feng Mingming naturally wanted to please Tang Ze, and she was even willing to take out something as rare as pork. Chapter 58. The last time. As expected, Feng Wei immediately complained. When Brother Tang came, you were willing to eat meat but not give it to me. You have it now, and you're still blaming me. Feng Mingming said unhappily. You got this meal for free. Soon, Lao Gan Ma fried pork was served on the table, along with hot white rice. It was simply luxury to the extreme, but the meat tasted weird, probably because it had been frozen for too long and had lost the freshness that pork should have. After dinner, Tang Ze whistled and pressed the elevator button. He looked at the time. It was almost 7 o'clock. He decided to go and see Sister Shi's speech. It's really comfortable to live this kind of life. With the appearance of Tang Ze, people around him also showed their goodwill, and even some women began to wink at him. However, Tang Ze looked down on those mediocre women. The lowest acceptance condition was at least the likes of Ming Ming and Feng Wei. I am a picky eater. Feng Mingming saw Tang Ze coming and seemed to pass by Tang Ze, but she said softly, come to my house in the evening. Tang Ze spread his hands. He didn't know why he became so popular after the end of the world. Why was that? However, Tang Ze said that he had no interest in such a woman who took the initiative to pay for him. As Fu Qi stood on the stage, Tang Ze paused. Dear owners, Miss Shi is feeling a little unwell today, so I'll say a few words on her behalf. Tang Ze scratched his hair. He had to apologize to Sister Shi, lest he be accused of being too harsh. Soon Tang Ze came to Simmons's house and rang the doorbell. Shi Ming saw Tang Ze at the door through the peephole. She was angry and didn't want to open the door at first, but if he started to have wild thoughts again, all her efforts today would be in vain. Opening the door, Shi Ming looked at Tang Ze with a stern face and walked back to the living room with an angry look. Tang Ze walked into the room and said embarrassedly, Sister Shi, I just heard that you were not feeling well, so I came to see you. Shi Ming rolled her eyes. She had never suffered such a loss since she was a child. She always played men at will. Tang Ze was no exception, but the price she paid was too high. Tang Ze sat next to Shi Ming and suddenly held Shi Ming's hand. Shi Ming was stunned. Her heart beat faster, and she wanted to pull her hand away but couldn't. If you continue like this, sister will be angry. Today, I will let you get what you want. Shi Ming said with her beautiful eyes looking sideways at Tang Ze. Tang Ze would never be so cowardly. Actually, when I saw Sister Shi, I liked you. After saying that, I felt that I shouldn't have gone into delivering takeout before. I should have gone to Hongdian to try out acting. Maybe I could have become a star because of my good acting skills. Shi Ming snorted coldly. I've heard a lot of this kind of talk from you. You might as well just lie to your girlfriend. She doesn't understand me as well as you do, my sister. Shi Ming's heart couldn't help but tremble. This Tang Ze is really good at it. Go out and get some fresh air. Shi Ming stood up and walked out of the house. Tang Ze was stunned, then followed her with a smile. In the safety passage, Tang Ze leaned on the railing and said with a smile, Sister Shi, why don't you go home? The air outside is good. Shi Ming glared at Tang Ze unhappily. If it wasn't for the plan, how could he suffer a loss? This is not my style at all. Tang Ze threw the cigarette but on the ground and stomped it out. Well, I'll go home first. Sister Shi, you should go home soon. Don't catch a cold. Shi Ming's face darkened and she just watched Tang Ze go downstairs. This bastard. She would find a way to get rid of him after this was over. Chapter 59. You guys are so gossipy. After adjusting her mood, Shi Ming returned home. Fuchi was sitting on the sofa watching a movie. When he saw his wife coming back, he said, Where have you been? Don't go out if you have a cold. Shi Ming said softly, I didn't go anywhere. I was just taking a breath of fresh air at the stairs. I'm a little hungry. Bring me something to eat. Shi Ming said helplessly. She was hungry. Forget it. Just think of it as a dog bite. Just kill Hua'an Yin. Tang Ze didn't return home until the early morning. As soon as I entered the door, I saw 3 pairs of pitiful, beautiful eyes. Oops, I was so busy enjoying myself that I forgot to prepare meals for them. When describing what happened that night, the three women were all stunned. It must be said that this kind of affair was only possible because of the title of Garage God of War. If Tang Ze wanted to, those women who flirted with him would have been successful. Master is so awesome. It's only been a short time. Xiaobai leaned close to Tangza and acted coquettishly, just like a little kitten. Sun Ting joked. So who will win in the end? Will President Shi leave? Yi Qingyi frowned. She was always worried about the bet, fearing that she would lose and no one would come to save Ye. Master, have you thought of a way to make Mr. Shi decide whether to stay or go? Sun Ting asked curiously. Of course I thought of it, but I'll keep it secret for now. You'll know when the time comes. Seeing Tang Ze being mysterious, the three girls' appetites were completely whetted. No matter how they acted coquettishly, Tang Ze wouldn't say anything. After all, my brother Tang's heart was as hard as stone, and coquetry wouldn't melt it. The next morning, Tang Ze was awakened by a call from Shi Ming. Sister Shi, have you missed me so early?
Tangse yont.
He had worked overtime again last night, and his eyelids were a little heavy now. These gossipy women were really incredible. I miss you. Come up here. I know. Yawning, Tang Ze went upstairs and rang the doorbell. It was Feng Mingming who opened the door. Her heart was pounding when she saw Tang Ze. It was obvious that Feng Mingming liked Tang Ze's hard power. Mr. Shi, I'll leave first. Feng Mingming gave Tang Ze a look, and Tang Ze understood immediately. After entering the house, Shi Ming put down her phone and said in a low voice, I have already made an appointment with Mr. Hua for the location. Tang Ze smiled, sat aside and asked, Is the appointment settled? Shi Ming felt that she was the one who was on the pirate ship. From the tone of his voice, he seemed to be trying to take advantage of her. How could such a good thing happen? It would be fine if it was just okay. Originally, it was not so fast, but I had to speed up and said sternly, I have an appointment with Mr. Hua tonight. The location is Xinhua Bookstore on Baoyuan Road. I need you to go there in advance to eliminate some hidden dangers. Sister, what perfume did you wear today? It smells so good. I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? Shi Ming was going crazy. She felt that Tang Ze was not serious at all. She didn't know if it was feasible to give such an important task to him. Wasn't he too unreliable? I heard it.
Tangse sighed.
Is it that nervous? It's just to get rid of one person, not a god. Can you be more serious? This matter is very important to me. Shi Ming said seriously. If it were in the past, if she had such an employee, she would have fired him directly. Simmons's dream is about to break. His sloppy appearance drives people crazy and makes them feel like they have suffered a huge loss. But he is the only one who can do this. It's really confusing. Not long after, Fuqi came back and Tang Ze had no choice but to leave. Chapter 60. I'm just a delivery man. Fuqi, who had just returned, immediately asked with an accusing look, What were you talking about just now? What else can we talk about? What's that look in your eyes? Are you doubting me? When Fuqi heard Shi Ming's tone rise, he became timid. That's not what I meant. Looking at this cowardly husband, Shi Ming was filled with anger. Think about it carefully. What role have you played in the disaster these days? I am doing what you men should do. Tang Ze is my only bargaining chip now. He can do whatever he wants. After saying that, he walked into the bedroom and slammed the door shut. Bored Tang Ze could only go to Feng Mingming's house to have a cup of tea. Brother Tang. Feng Mingming beside him drew circles on Tang Ze's chest with her fingers. What's wrong? Brother Tang, you must come back safely. Feng Mingming didn't want Tang Ze to die, otherwise all her efforts would be in vain. Just a bunch of punks, don't worry. After hearing what Tang Ze said, Feng Mingming thought that Tang Ze was just bragging because she had heard too many such words. Don't worry, Brother Tang will take you away from here when the time comes. Feng Mingming's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. Is there a way for Tang Ze to leave? How do you think I got here? It's just that I didn't drive my car in because I was afraid of being robbed. Tang Ze said with a smile. If Yi Qingyi saw this smile, she would know that Tang Ze was up to something bad. Feng Mingming sat up excitedly, showing off her charming body. Brother Tang, do you have a car? The tires of today's cars are useless. The tires are useless, but my car has tracks. Feng Mingming suddenly realized, Tangzi, you are so amazing. Mingming likes you so much. You must take Mingming with you when the time comes. Mingming will listen to Brother Tang in the future. If it weren't for you being so well behaved, I wouldn't tell you this secret. You have to keep it a secret for me. Well, I promise not to tell. So good. It was almost 11 o'clock when Tang Ze left Feng Mingming's house. He had no plan to go back. After all, he was a man of his word and he still had to do his work. Taking out his younger brother's cell phone, Tang Ze showed a devilish smile. Mr. Hua, I don't know if you're like your younger brother, but please don't make things difficult for me. When I arrived at the garage, the men around me respectfully called me Brother Tang. Brother Tang, the car is ready. You can rush forward, but the tires will soon be unable to hold on. A man came over with the car keys and warned. I know. He took the car keys, and it was still a BMW 5 Series. There was a layer of plastic cloth on the hood to prevent rain from leaking in, but this car was probably the worst car in the garage. Move your cars aside, Brother Tang is about to leave. More than a dozen men looked at Tang Ze with a relaxed expression, as if he was out traveling, and wondered if he was pretending. If Mr. Shi and Tang Ze come back safe and sound today, then Tang Ze will be considered a real macho man and can be considered the second in command of the community. Unfortunately, Tang Ze was not interested in the second in command, not even the first in command, but he was still interested in the previous first in command. Royal Metropolis. At noon, Hua'an ate with his younger brothers. They had real rice and stir-fried dishes, which were no different from usual. Of course, it's only occasionally that we get to eat so well. Today, when we go out to do some work, I have to treat my brothers to a good meal. I don't bring many people with me, only about 70 or 80. But these 70 or 80 mouths need a lot of food, and even Hua'an feels heartbroken. Putting down his chopsticks, Hua'an stood directly on the table. Brothers, let me say a few words. The younger brothers looked at the boss, their eyes full of ardent admiration, especially the shotgun in Hua'an's hand. With this spray gun, we can take over the entire Hua'an City. By then, the whole city will belong to us brothers, and we can do whatever we want. This operation has only one goal. If we kidnap Ximeng, we will have more guns. It will only be a matter of time before we take over Hua'an City. The brothers were filled with excitement and had only one idea in their minds, to take over Hua'an City and become the king of Hua'an City. But according to the clues provided by the informant, a strange man appeared next to this woman named Ximeng. He claimed to be a delivery man, but he killed our brothers Daosha and others. What should we do? Revenge. 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 Hua'an was very satisfied with the reaction of his younger brothers. That's right. We in the underworld put righteousness first, and blood debts must be repaid with blood. It doesn't matter if he is a delivery man or a murderer. All are equal in front of the sprayer. After saying that, he raised the shotgun in his hand, and the younger brothers whistled excitedly. After dinner, let's go to the bookstore first and wait for people to arrive. Kill all of them except Ximeng. Before I could cheer. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. The men in the hall immediately looked towards the door. What did the gatekeeper outside mean? Why was he knocking on the door? The cops are coming. Your takeout is here. A familiar voice came from outside the door. Who else could it be if not Tang Ze? Tang Ze didn't even go to Xinhua bookstore. Wouldn't it be better for him to come directly to his old nest to save trouble? As Tang Ze finished his words, the hall became unusually quiet. At what time was it? And there was still someone delivering food. Go open the door. Hua'an frowned, holding the spray gun tightly in both hands. Who is this, trying to be mysterious? Chapter 61, Can't we just talk about business? Four brothers came to the door with machetes. Through the glass on the door, they could vaguely see a man standing there with something in his hand. The four nodded, and two of them opened the double doors. Mr. Hua, don't open the door. The brother at the door has been killed. Hua'an shouted loudly from the intercom in his trouser pocket. It should be the younger brother in charge of surveillance, but he didn't know what he was doing just now and just found out now. But the door was already open at this time, and the four brothers saw the man in front of them. With a smile on his face, he carried a golden saber on his shoulder, held two heads in his right hand, and had corpses lying beside him. Here's the takeaway for you. Tang Ze smiled and threw the head out. It rolled onto the dining table in the middle of the hall, instantly staining the delicious food bright red. Vomit. Several of the younger brothers vomited on the spot, and the bones and throats were clearly visible, and were neatly cut off. Hua'an's expression became extremely solemn. He looked at the delivery guy not far away. Delivering food? Could it be someone from Simmons? He must be crazy, coming to his own territory alone. Kill him. Hua'an shouted angrily. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you insist on breaking in. Leave your life behind and see what Ximeng can rely on. Tang Ze was stunned. Hey, Mr. Hua, I'm here to discuss business with you. Hua'an had never seen such a shameless person, using the heads of his two younger brothers to negotiate business. Is this how you negotiate business? The four younger brothers in front of them didn't care about that. They were determined to avenge their dead brother and kill him. Maybe Mr. Hua would reward the female college student. Looking at the 4 knives slashing towards him, Tang Zhe sighed helplessly. I know that the kind of younger brothers there are, the kind of boss there is, and it will be difficult for people to do things. With a swish sound, the 4 men seemed to be paused. Their raised arms and machetes fell to the ground, and then 4 heads fell without warning, and the headless corpses spurted blood, as if they were welcoming the Blood King, and dispersed. Tang Zhe's move immediately shocked everyone. This was not just a little bit strong, it was a little bit abnormal. What a tremendous amount of arm strength that horizontal slash just now required. Get out of the way. Hua'an shouted, jumped down with a shotgun, and pointed the gun at Tang Zhe, but in order to increase the hit rate, Hua'an still moved slightly closer to Tang Zhe. Now a bullet was more precious than gold. When the younger brothers around saw the boss using a gun, they cheered. In front of hot weapons, what is the knife in your hand? It is just a primitive weapon. Are you the delivery man next to Shimeng? Hua'an suddenly didn't want to kill Tang Zhe just like that. If Tang Zhe could be used by himself, his strength would be infinitely multiplied. Tang Zhe hummed, spread his hands and smiled. Yes, I came here to discuss business with you, but your little brother outside wouldn't let me and pulled a knife on me. I was also acting in self-defense. Mr. Hua, please don't blame me. Hua'an's face twitched. You killed my people, and you want me not to blame you? Is there such a shameless person? What business do you want to discuss with me? Hua'an asked in a deep voice. Just cooperate with me in acting out a scene. It's very simple. What good is it to me? Tang Zhe laughed and said, the benefit is your life. Isn't this a good deal? Are you fucking kidding me? Fuck you. Hua'an was not Simmons. When he was insulted by a delivery man, he shot him directly without caring whether he was a master or not. Looking at Tang Zhe rushing towards him, Hua'an shot directly. Boom. Mr. Hua, your shooting skills are not even as good as my meow meow. Tang Zhe held the gun with the muzzle pointing upwards and did not forget to tease. Hua'an looked at Tang Zhe in disbelief. He had clearly pulled the trigger just now, but it seemed to be stuck. It was not until the delivery man raised the muzzle of the gun that he pulled the trigger. Let go. Hua'an shouted in panic. The younger brothers around him also went from excitement to nervousness. The gun was actually held by someone else. You are a boss too? Can you be smart? After saying that, he kicked Hua'an in the belly. Hua'an fell to the ground like a cooked shrimp, and his hands loosened. Holding the shotgun with the bullet loaded, he said, I have to kick you before I let go. Why bother, Mr. Hua? When the younger brothers saw the loaded shotguns, they were so scared that they stepped back and dared not get close. In this doomsday, the deterrent power brought by a gun is really terrifying. Hua'an glanced at his younger brothers around him, his lips trembling with anger. He was so scared. What are you afraid of? He's alone. There are still 3 bullets in the gun. Kill him, and you can pick any woman you want. You'll be the boss of a district in the future. Tang Zhe clicked his tongue, pointed the gun at Hua'an and said in a deep voice, Boss Hua, it's really hard to talk business with you. You make me very unhappy. What are you going to do? Hua'an looked panicked. What do you think? Hua'an screamed hysterically. Kill him. Kill him quickly. Boom. All the brothers holding knives paused for a moment. Their boss, Mr. Hua's face was blasted. Boom. Boom. Every bullet hit Mr. Hua's face. Blood, brain matter, and other substances were everywhere. His entire head was riddled with bloody holes. The younger brothers were all stunned by Tang Zhe's ruthless method. It's not that he has killed people before, but this way of killing is shocking. There are only so few bullets left. Who has any left? Lend me a few. Tang Zhe pulled the shotgun. It was really disappointing that such a big boss only prepared such a small amount of bullets. How many people could he kill? The younger brothers looked at Tang Zhe blankly and asked, Do you think we are idiots if I lend you a few bullets? Brothers, he has no bullets left. Whoever kills him will be the boss. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. This is undoubtedly the most tempting reward. Who here doesn't want to be the boss? Looking at the crowd coming again, Tang Zhe shook his head helplessly, reached his right hand into his trouser pocket, and took out the bullets from the red shotgun. The man at the front was stunned. There were shotgun bullets in his trouser pocket? How is this possible? Seeing Tang Zhe still reloading, the younger brother's eyes suddenly turned red. Whether he could become the boss depended on this one move. While he was not done reloading, he chopped off his head. With a click. Sorry, you're a little slow. Tang Zhe looked at his younger brother with a smile. Boom. The impact sent my body flying 2 meters away, and a blood hole started to appear in my chest. When the younger brothers behind heard the gunshots, they immediately panicked. Who said there were no bullets? Isn't this asking the brothers to die? Whoever kills me will be the boss. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? After saying that, Tang Zhe blew the head of the nearest younger brother and then reloaded the bullet with a click. Suddenly, another younger brother rushed out from behind him, and Tang Zhe pointed his gun behind him. Boom! Another little brother fell down. His face was unrecognizable, and his eyeballs were exposed. Who dares to step forward? He is simply a pervert. Brothers, go ahead. Why are you afraid of him? We only have so few bullets, and we have more people. Chapter 62, Cat and Mouse. With words like this being said at this time, no one dared to go forward, and several people who wanted to be the boss were lying on the ground. Since you don't come up, don't blame me for killing. Tang Zhe put away his smile and fired a shot directly at the crowd. Immediately 4 or 5 people were shot and fell to the ground, wailing continuously. At this time, some people wanted to run, but found that the doors could not be opened, as if they were locked in the hall. Even the windows could not be opened. They smashed the glass and wanted to jump out, but it was still raining outside and the special raincoats were still upstairs. Hearing the continuous gunshots and wailing behind them, everyone was scared to death. The delivery man was simply a devil. He was not a human being at all. Killing people is like killing chickens. Brother, don't kill me. I was also held hostage by President Hua. I am a college student, and you will be my boss from now on. A young man wearing glasses dropped the knife in his hand and knelt on the ground. Tang Zhe grunted and shot himself in the head, blood splattering everywhere. Don't think I don't know. You're the loudest. Tang Zhe continued to reload and glanced at the hall. There were more than 30 people dead, and 7 or 8 of them were bleeding and injured. After loading the bullets, Tang Zhe loaded the gun with one hand and shouted jokingly, "They are all hidden. Don't let me find them." The remaining 40 or so people hid in the private room, toilet, or kitchen. Everyone was shaking. They were clearly going to chop someone down. So how could something like this happen? This must be a dream. This must be a dream. Tang Zhe seemed to be playing a game of cat and mouse and seemed particularly interested. He kicked open the door of the box. Music was playing inside, and a woman with disheveled hair was hanging next to it. Her legs were in an M shape, and her body was covered in blood. Tang Zhe walked over and found that she was still breathing. She looked to be in her 20s, but she was tortured like this. "Beauty, did you see someone coming in?" The girl looked at Tang Zhe and the gun in Tang Zhe's hand, and her weak gaze moved towards the toilet next to her. Tang Zhe smiled and kicked the toilet door open. "Brother, spare bang." Walking out of the bathroom, Tang Zhe smiled at the girl and said, "I've avenged you." Then he prepared to leave. "Big brother." Tang Zhe looked back in confusion. "What's wrong? Is there someone else? Can you kill me?" Tang Zhe took a look at the girl's condition. Every minute now was torture for her. It was such a sin. Just play with a woman. Why torture her like this? What a pervert. "Miss, it hurts when you get shot by a gun. Let me break your neck." Since he was going to take action, he still had to ask the girl's opinion. The girl smiled and nodded, not wanting to feel the pain anymore, and then closed her eyes. Tang Zhe put the gun aside and held the girl's head with both hands. With a click, the girl's body went completely limp. With a sigh, Tang Zhe picked up the gun and moved to another box. He never expected that in every box there were girls hanging or tied to the sofa. All of them were covered with bruises. After seeing them all, Tang Zhe had to say, "They are all beasts." Help the girls relieve their pain one by one. When he came to the bathroom, Tang Zhe was shocked again and felt that his young heart was hurt. The lower bodies of a row of people were exposed outside the toilet door. Tang Zhe walked over to take a look. This was probably the public toilet for those little brothers. Those with some ability had their own private rooms. Looking into the bathroom, the woman had her hands tied and was unable to move. It was unclear whether she had fainted or died. Falling into the hands of this group of people is indeed a life worse than death. Suddenly, Tang Zhe saw a black footprint. It turned out that there was someone hiding here. He fired directly at the door. Boom! Blood gradually flowed out from the door. Tang Zhe left the toilet carrying the spray gun. After seeing these things, he felt that he was too pure and honest. When he came to the kitchen, Tang Zhe felt that his methods were unreasonably kind. On the table was a disheveled head of a woman with a pair of thighs on the chopping board. There was chopped meat in a bowl next to it, and it was even cooking in the pot. "You are so perverted that you even eat human flesh. You are really awesome." Yo, there are still people hiding in the cold room. When the door of the cold storage room was opened, 7 frozen female corpses were found hanging upside down inside. Their once slender legs were covered with a layer of frost, and judging from the wounds on their bodies, they had been abused a lot during their lifetime. Be a good girl. Don't go to entertainment venues in the early morning. Wouldn't it be nice to go home early? Noticing that there seemed to be hot air coming out from deep inside, Tang Zhe didn't say anything, but simply closed the door and locked it. The three men in the cold room were shivering with cold. Have they gone? I think he left. Go out and take a look. The three of them sneaked to the door and tried to open it, but they couldn't open it. This undoubtedly made them terrified. They didn't care whether they would be killed or not, and they knocked on the door frantically. Tang Zhe stood at the door and lit a cigarette. After hearing the knocking sound behind him, he slowly closed the kitchen door. Soon the first and second floors were cleared out. Those who should be killed were killed, and those who should be released were released. I came to the third floor, which should be the office. There were fewer rooms, so I didn't have to look for them myself. General Manager's office. Tang Zhe held the door handle, but paused for a moment, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. With a bang, the wooden door was shot through, and Tang Zhe opened the door and went in. There was a bleeding man with a knife lying on the ground, with a bullet in his head. There were 4 girls sitting on the sofa, their faces pale with fear. They wondered where this man came from and how he killed the man who managed them. Tang Zhe turned his head and looked at the 4 girls. They were all quite young, but unfortunately not pretty enough. They could still be used to gain experience. Brother, don't kill us. The 4 girls trembled. Tang Zhe asked curiously, why are you here? And you are dressed so well? One of the girls said in panic, we don't know either. It seems like they are going to send us somewhere. Oh, I see. I shouldn't have beaten him to death. Wait here for a moment. I'll go find someone to ask. The 4 terrified girls nodded. After Tang Zhe left, one of the brave girls came to the door and heard the footsteps gradually moving away. He's gone. Let's run. Didn't he ask us to wait here? Said a weak girl. You are stupid. You are still waiting for him to come. Do you want to be a toilet seat in the bathroom? Upon hearing this, the girl's face was filled with panic and she immediately stood up and ran along. After opening the door, the girl saw Tang Zhe with his back to her and waved, run. I saw 4 girls running towards the stairs desperately. Tang Zhe looked back and sighed helplessly. Why are you running? Where can you run to in the rain outside?
Bang 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 bang.
The 4 girls fell to the ground, their bodies twitching from time to time and blood oozing from their fair skin. You said you would wait for me. I hate people who don't keep their promises. After saying that, Tang Zhe opened the next door. Brother.
Tang Zhe was stunned.
This person actually knelt directly in the middle, which was a bit different. Chapter 63 I Know a Star. Tell me, let's see what's worth living for. Tang Zhe sat on the mahogany desk, playing with the golden fountain pen, aiming at the kneeling man's head. I'm willing to discuss business with Big Brother. Tang Zhe couldn't help but chuckled and said, you are the first one willing to discuss business with me, and of course you are the last one. The kneeling man was terrified. He didn't expect that everyone was dead, and he was the only one left. Brother, my name is Ning Qingwei, and I sell wine in the club, so I know some things that you want to know. You are very smart. What happened to those 4 girls in the manager's office just now? Ning Qingwei lowered his head and dared not raise it, and immediately replied, those 4 women were originally going to be sent to Mr. Qian in exchange for 4 bullets. Wow, 1 bullet for 1 woman. Do you have that many women to exchange? Brother, you also know that we are in the entertainment industry, and the last thing we lack in such places is women. Mr. Huo recently concentrated all the women detained in the branches in the club to prevent them from being played to death by some of his younger brothers. Tang Zhe's eyes suddenly lit up. Take me to see it. Brother, this way please. Ning Qingwei led the way, and Tang Zhe followed behind, asking casually, how many women are locked up? About 100. So much. What to eat and drink? What they eat is human flesh, and what they drink is urine mixed with a little water. After saying this, he smiled a wicked smile, and the smile was as evil as it could be. Tang Zhe finally understood that the human flesh in the kitchen was for the imprisoned women to eat. Otherwise, more than 100 mouths had to be fed every day. However, they were being fed like animals. Just think about himself. He had bones to eat, water to drink, and could take a bath. It was too good to be true. Little Yi is still complaining. I really should bring her to see the environment here. Soon Ning Qingwei brought Tang Zhe to the secret passage. As the door opened, it was full of imprisoned women. There was even a foul smell. Tang Zhe frowned deeply and would not go to find them even for the sake of gaining experience. I thought there would be beautiful ones. All the imprisoned women looked at them in unison, some with dull eyes, some looking crazy, and some shouting for help. You show me this? With the spray gun pointed at his head, Ning Qingwei immediately said, Brother, if they are clean, they can still be exchanged. Tang Zhe pulled the trigger directly. With a click, there was a crisp sound of the trigger. Wait, let me reload. Ning Qingwei was so scared that he wet his pants. He squatted on the ground and kowtowed hard. Brother, I know a lot of secrets. Mr. Hua has more than 100 brothers scattered in various places. If I call them back, they will definitely be useful to you. Seeing Tang Zhe still reloading, Ning Qingwei's mind was working frantically. Boss Qian has a lot of trolls in the escort company. Even Boss Hua has to send him women regularly. The troll in your hand was also given to Boss Hua by Boss Qian. Also, Mr. Hua has several beautiful women around him. Tang Zhe paused while reloading. How beautiful. Ning Qingwei was secretly delighted and immediately replied, Anyway, it's prettier than these. Mr. Hua was reluctant to give it to Mr. Qian, saying that he wanted to have fun before giving it away. Lie to me again, and I'll shove the tip of this gun into your anus. You can probably imagine that scene. Yes, this way please, big brother. There are quite a lot of secret doors. Ning Qingwei took a deep breath, sweating profusely. In the past, this was a secret room prepared for some bosses and celebrities. When he walked into the room, Tang Zhe saw 3 women sitting on the sofa in bikinis. To be honest, they were not as pretty as Feng Mingming, let alone compared with Sun Ting and the others. But this kid didn't lie to himself. He is indeed better than those outside. The 3 women were a little confused when they saw Tang Zhe holding the gun, especially the familiar shotgun. Wasn't it Mr. Hua's? This is the new big brother, but you don't call him big brother yet. Ning Qingwei hurriedly reminded. The woman in the purple lace bikini understood instantly that Mr. Hua was dead and the big brother had taken over. Oh my, nice to meet you, big brother. The woman came to Tang Zhe in a delicate voice, calling him in a coquettish voice, and put her hands on Tang Zhe's shoulders. With a bang, the woman was sprayed directly onto the bed by the spray gun, and her slightly fat abdomen was pierced. She couldn't even believe why she was being killed. Ning Qingwei was also confused. Isn't this woman a good person? Even if she is, there is no need to kill her. She can still help her subordinates with things. The sound of your clip makes me feel so uncomfortable. Tang Zhe gritted his teeth. He had never heard such an uncomfortable clip sound. The other 2 women were so frightened that they knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling. This new big brother was even more brutal than Mr. Hua. And you lied to me again. Ning Qingwei knelt down again with a plop. Brother, this is really top-notch stuff. This is top-notch. Look at this nose, which looks like a ghost's. This snake-like face makes me sick. Is this the taste of your Mr. Hua? Boom. Another shot took away 1 person. Ning Qingwei swallowed hard. The remaining woman couldn't control her emotions and ran outside screaming. Boom. The woman's body fell to the concrete floor, and the women imprisoned outside were so scared that they leaned against the wall. Xiaoning, I think you are no longer of much use. What do you think? Feeling the gunpoint on his head, Ning Qingwei wanted to struggle. I am useful, big brother. Wait for me. I must have some news that big brother likes. I'll count to 3. 1, 3. Ning Qingwei suddenly shouted, I remember. There is a female star trapped in Hua'an City. If you speak slower, you'll lose your head. Tang Zhe smiled, helped Ning Qingwei up, and handed him a cigarette, but Ning Qingwei didn't dare to take it. Don't you want to give me face? Ning Qingwei took the cigarette immediately, already frightened out of his wits. Tang Zhe lit a cigarette and sat on the sofa. Let's talk about the big star. I just overheard the phone call between Mr. Hua and Mr. Qian. It seemed that Mr. Qian asked Mr. Hua to do this. Just tell me where it is. I only know it's in the Shuangdong district. Tang Zhe smiled helplessly and said, Do you know how big Shuangdong district is? Brother, celebrities definitely don't live in bad places. There is only 1 villa area in Shuangdong district, so it must be inside. Your idea is quite reliable. Which female star? Brother, I really don't know. Tang Zhe sighed, stood up and put out his cigarette. Brother? Tang Zhe acted as if he didn't hear anything. He walked outside and opened the iron doors one by one. Brother, don't open it.
Ning Qingwei sutelli paniket.
When the women saw the iron gate open, their eyes immediately locked onto Ning Qingwei, as if they wanted to swallow him up. What are you all standing there for?
Tang Zhe shouted.
The women rushed out frantically, ran past Tang Zhe, and knocked down the fleeing Ning Qingwei. They bit Ning Qingwei's arm and bit off a piece of flesh. Chapter 64 Go home earlier. Chapter 65 Who is in control of whom? Fuchi looked at his panicked wife and felt sorry for the pretty boy in front of him. You must have been blinded by him. You used the excuse of needing Tang Ze to satisfy the emptiness in your heart that has lasted for many years. Before anyone could pass, Tang Ze kicked open the car door and grabbed the bloody head on the passenger seat, as well as the shotgun. When they saw Tang Ze appear with a human head and a shotgun in his hands, the men who were originally saving people took 2 steps back in fear. He actually got a gun outside. How can this be? Whose head is that? Fuchi became even more desperate when he saw the spray gun in Tang Ze's hand. This pretty boy was getting stronger and stronger. He even felt that his wife was no match for him and was being played around by him. At this moment, everyone in the parking lot looked nervous, surprised, and frightened. No one had a smile on their face, not even Simmons. Mr. Shi, I have completed the task. Tang Ze smiled and threw Hua'an City's head at Ximing's feet. Looking at the smashed face, Ximing tried hard to hold back vomiting. Who is this? Didn't you ask me to kill Hua'an City? This is him.
Tang Ze shrugged.
I gave you such a big gift. How are you going to repay me? After these words were spoken, everyone looked at the falling head in disbelief. That person was Hua'an City?
Hua'an was beheaded by Tang Ze.
Isn't it said that Hua'an City has hundreds of brothers around him? How did Tang Ze do it? How is this possible? Ximing was not happy in her heart, because what she wanted was not only Hua'an City's head, but also Hua'an City's group of brothers who were willing to sacrifice their lives. Killing Hua'an City was just to intimidate her and make it easier for her to subdue those brothers. And now he actually killed him and brought the head back. Ximing was almost so angry that she vomited blood, but it seemed that her order was indeed like this. She was almost angry to tears, and her carefully planned plan was completely ruined. How do you prove that this is Hua'an City? Fuchi asked immediately. Who knows if it is true? What if you just killed someone randomly from outside, chopped off his head and said it was Hua'an City? Tang Ze looked at Fuchi with a smile, and Fuchi's eyes trembled. What does this smile mean? Mr. Shi can give it a try by calling. Ximing was actually a little bit unconvinced, but since her husband said so, she took out her cell phone and called Hua'an City. Ring, ring, ring. A crisp ringtone rang from Tang Ze's trouser pocket, and Tang Ze took out his mobile phone, with 2 words displayed on it. Stinky cunt. The corner of Ximing's mouth twitched. She didn't expect Hua'an City to give her such a note, but he really did it. Hua'an City died just like that? Looking at the head under his feet, Ximing felt it was unreal. His strongest opponent was already dead? She slowly raised her jade feet and stepped on Hua'an City's head with her high heels. Dear owners, Hua'an City is dead. We are safe. Woohoo! Everyone cheered immediately, and the owners upstairs also came down after receiving the news. When they learned that the scourge Hua'an City had been eliminated, everyone's hearts were finally at ease at that moment. Feng Mingming and Feng Wei also hurried down. They were delighted to see that Tang Ze was fine and had accomplished such a great thing. I feel that with my relationship with Tang Ze, at least I am very safe here. I wish I could take Tang Ze home right now and serve him well. But some bosses discovered a problem. After Hua'an City's death, new troubles seemed to be born. It was Tang Ze who held the spray gun and could directly threaten their lives. Brother Tang, President Shi said that it would be best for her to keep this gun for safekeeping. A man walked over cautiously and said with a smile. Many people looked over, wondering if Tang Ze would hand over the gun. Ximing was using this person to test Tang Ze. If he could hand him over, that would be better. If he didn't, it would mean that Tang Ze was not stupid and even had intentions. Tang Ze ignored the man in front of him, who was just a messenger, and walked straight toward Ximing. When Ximing saw Tang Ze approaching, she suddenly became nervous and was actually afraid that Tang Ze would shoot her to death. But then she immediately denied the idea and held him with her body. Boss Shi, he said you wanted to steal my gun. I don't believe it. Ximing, is this really stupid, or is he just pretending to be stupid? Fuchi on the side was very sure that Tang Ze had come here with a purpose, perhaps to control the entire community. How could that be? These are the weapons you confiscated outside and are under your personal management. Simmons showed a gentle smile, but in her heart she had already begun to be wary of Tang Ze, feeling that Tang Ze was an unstable bomb. Just say it, President Shi is so nice. Ximing smiled slightly. Fuchi just watched the 2 of them exchanging glances. If he had a spray gun in his hand, he would have started spraying them. Dear property owners, starting today, our community will have its own guns. Yes, long live President Shi, long live Brother Tang. Ximing was very unhappy after hearing this. Tang Ze had only been here for a few days, but he was already on equal footing with her. It's impossible. Tang Ze is just a man controlled by himself. He will bite whoever he is told to bite. From today on, Tang Zhe is the director of the Community Security Department and also my personal bodyguard. As soon as these words came out, it was obvious that he was telling everyone that no matter how strong Tang Zhe is, he is still my bodyguard. So everyone looked at Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe smiled and shouted, "I am willing to serve Mr. Shi." No one would have expected that Tang Zhe, who had a gun, would be willing to be under President Shi. Doesn't he want to do something else? Several bosses seemed to start discussing to use Tang Zhe to drive Xi Ming out of office. This community with many bosses was full of calculations, unlike ordinary communities where they would just start killing directly. Listening to Xi Ming's long speech, Tang Zhe held the spray gun and said to Fu Qi beside him, "Brother-in-law, do you want to go out and play cards tonight? I want to be alone with my sister." Fu Qi was almost so angry that he had a heart attack, but looking at the black muzzle of the gun, he couldn't utter a word. "Brother-in-law, if you don't say anything, I will take it as your consent. Brother-in-law, you are such a good person. I am so lucky to have a husband like you, killing people and destroying their hearts." Look at Fu Qi, his face has turned green. "Don't worry, brother-in-law. My sister and I have no feelings for each other. It's purely a supply-demand relationship. We can also exchange ideas." Fu Qi's eyes widened. His whole body began to tremble, and his teeth were grinding. How shameless. How bullying. He even shared his wife's experience. Fu Qi was so angry that he fainted on the spot. Tang Zhe immediately cried out in surprise, Boss Fu, please come quickly. Boss Fu has fainted." Xi Ming quickly walked off the stage and looked at Tang Zhe. She had just seen Tang Zhe talking to her husband on the stage. Now she was dizzy. Maybe she was talking about, "Tang Zhe gave me an expression that said I was wronged." But what can Simmons do? Now she needs to rely more on the deterrent power brought by Tang Zhe, but this is not a long-term solution. Chapter 66. When people get old, they like stability. I'm afraid I'll have to get rid of this serious problem in the future, but not now. Several men carried Fu Qi back home. Tang Zhe naturally did not want to join in the fun, so he went back first. The cats at home were about to rebel as he had not fed them well in the past 2 days. The third girl said, "No, we can just take a break." Feng Mingming and Feng Wei watched Tang Zhe go back, feeling a little disappointed. Thinking of Tang Zhe's lovely and beautiful girlfriend, who seemed to be better than themselves, they felt inexplicably uneasy. What if Tang Zhe left without them in the future? Although Mr. Hua is dead now, maybe there will be a second Mr. Hua, a third Mr. Hua. Once this idea comes into being, women will start to have wild thoughts and become more and more anxious. Feng Wei didn't want to go home, so she went to Feng Mingming's house to chat. Although the TV was on, her mind was not on it. "Mingming, how do you think Tang Zhe killed Mr. Hua? There are so many people around Mr. Hua. How did he do it?" Feng Wei couldn't understand how Tang Zhe could do it with his own strength, especially when the other party had a gun. Feng Mingming sighed. "Tang Zhe may be more complicated than we thought. Every time I see him smile, I feel creepy, right? Wei Wei, you have the same feeling. I thought I was the only one." Feng Mingming smiled helplessly, wondering if she was overthinking. Feng Wei clamped her proud pair of long legs on the coffee table. "Maybe it's because he killed someone, so we feel this way. Maybe. I feel that President Xi is a little afraid of him." Feng Mingming has been with Xi Ming for several years, and today she caught a lot of details that she had never noticed before. Feng Wei sat up and asked nervously, "Now that Tang Zhe has a gun, will he take control of the entire community?" "I don't know. At least we can see from now on that President Xi can still control him. If one day he can't control him..." Feng Mingming bit her lower lip, feeling that this place was becoming more and more unsafe. Feng Wei felt the same way, especially when she was entangled with Tang Zhe. He had no intention of cherishing her at all, just using her as a tool to vent his anger, even though it was a transaction. "The more I think about it, the more I feel that Tang Zhe is unreliable. All those words he said after the lovemaking were lies. I have to rely on myself." As they chatted, the two women fell asleep on the sofa. "I even had the same dream, and Tang Zhe came and opened my eyes directly." A warehouse on the outskirts of Hua'an City. The warehouse was brightly lit, with boxes of supplies piled up into small hills. The men were playing cards or drinking, and after drinking they would go into the small room next door to solve their problems. In the office on the second floor, a man in his 60s was listening to his subordinates' reports. The man with gray hair on his temples is Mr. Qian Zhongran. He was not a big boss, and he was not even qualified to carry Mr. Hua's shoes. After all, he only owned a few large warehouses. But now it's different. These warehouses are worth more than gold, and everyone has to obey. And this is just one of the warehouses with the least supplies. As for matters such as transporting supplies, Qian Zhongran handed them over to his two sons. Outsiders had no way of knowing, and thus controlled their lifeblood. With two shotguns in the sons' hands, the people below became even more obedient. Dad, something happened to Hua'an. Standing next to him was the eldest son Qianming, who was now 42 years old, but looked a little old, almost the same age as Qian Zhongran. Qian Zhongran frowned. What happened? Was he killed by Mr. Shi's men again? Didn't they give him a gun? Our little brother went to pick up the goods today, but found the house full of corpses. Hua'an's head was missing, and the ground was covered with shotgun shells, the same model as ours. Qianming's face was heavy. The enemy was very strong. Qian Zhongran's eyes shot out a vicious light. It turns out that there are people who share the same idea as us, but why would they try to rob Hua'an? Dad, are you from Simmons? Haha, how could there be a gun in that community? It must be that Hua'an has offended someone he shouldn't have offended. Don't expose me. Qian Zhongran was very angry. After all, the main point was a wretched development. But young Qianming didn't think so. Dad, we have guns in our hands. We can just rush in and kill them. Why do we need to look for others? You just know there's no one more powerful? It's only been a short time, just over a month. Whoever makes a move first will definitely die first. Look at Hua'an. Didn't he get into trouble? I wasted a gun and bullets, but I didn't even see a hair of Shiming. Qian Zhongran was really a pervert. I had witnessed Simmons' unparalleled beauty before, but if disaster had not struck, I would never have thought that I would have the chance to taste those red lips. But I don't want to do it myself, for fear of being targeted by others. Speaking of women, Qianming smiled and said, Dad, although Hua'an is dead, the club is full of women. Although many died, we brought them all back. There are about 60 of them, all between 20 and 30 years old. They just smell a little bit and need to be washed. Haha, Hua'an has so many women, and he lied to me that he has no women. It's good for him to die. Don't waste too much water. Okay, Dad, how about I arrange one for you to try? Wash it clean and don't let your mother know. Don't worry. Qianming left the office. A man was lying on the guardrail smoking. It was the second brother Qianpu, who was 2 years younger than Qianming. The two brothers looked very similar, both with square faces. However, Qianpu obviously seemed to be a bit more ferocious. From his eyes, it can be seen that he has killed many people during this period. What did Dad say? Qianpu asked. Dad still advocates stability. He told us not to worry about so many things and wait a few months to take action. Wait a few more months? Qianpu put out his cigarette and looked at his old father in the office with dissatisfaction. Brother, don't be so irritable. I'll find a decent woman to relieve your anger. Qianpu shook off Qianming's hand and said in a deep voice, Brother, you and Dad should stop thinking about women all day long. The world has changed now. We have a lot of people and guns. We must occupy the territory first. First come, first served. You have to be able to hold on to that. If you recruit a lot of brothers, how many mouths will you have to feed? Don't always think about fighting and killing. Look at the brothers below. They have food, drinks, and women to play with. Isn't this a good life? Brother, have you ever thought that if you don't kill them, they will come to kill you? And the warehouse in Dad's hands will be discovered sooner or later? Qianming said nothing after hearing this. His father advocated stability, while the second son advocated killing. Qianming was caught in the middle and felt very embarrassed. Seeing that his elder brother was slightly relaxed, Qianpu whispered, Dad likes that woman Shiming, right? If I bring Shiming here, can we do it according to my plan? Please help me ask her. This? Brother, Dad is old, and old people like stability. Qianming sighed and could only go into the office again to ask. Qianpu stood outside, looking at his father with strange eyes from time to time. A few minutes later, Qianming came out with a gloomy face, and Qianpu felt something was wrong. Suddenly, Qianming grinned and patted his brother on the shoulder. Dad said that if you can really bring Shiming here, he will agree to it. Chapter 67, Preparing for the Attack. Chapter 68, You guys really ran away. He strode into the bedroom and turned on the light. Fuqi was stunned. The light was so blinding that Feng Wei covered her eyes. Don't turn on the light, it's too blinding.
Mr. Fu.
Feng Wei finally saw clearly at this time and hurriedly covered herself with the quilt. Feng Mingming, who was standing beside her, also woke up slowly and was startled to see Fuqi standing at the door. After a while, Feng Mingming said helplessly, Brother Fu, why are you here suddenly? Ha 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 ha. Fuqi suddenly became a little crazy, covering his face and laughing wildly. We just want to save our lives and each get what we need. Feng Wei said calmly. Are you really so naive that you think Tang Zhe will save your lives? He is a liar. He deceived good-looking girls like you. Even my wife was deceived by him. All of you have been deceived by him. You are stupid. You are all idiots. Feng Mingming suddenly said, Brother Fu, why don't you come with us?
Meng Meng.
Feng Wei scolded immediately. Brother Fu is trustworthy, and it's too dangerous for two of us girls. Feng Wei was a little angry and turned to look away. Go? Where to?
Fuchi asked puzzledly.
Feng Mingming whispered, Actually, Brother Tang drove here. His car was parked not far away, and he gave us the car keys. What? Fuchi couldn't believe it, and it also verified his guess. It was indeed premeditated. It felt like the car keys were all fake. Impossible. It must be fake, trying to trick you girls. Feng Mingming took out the car keys, pointed outside the window, and pressed a button. Suddenly, car lights appeared in the dark alley not far away, which was particularly obvious in the dark night. It's actually true. Fuchi was shocked again, thinking that Tang Zhe was stupid, actually giving the car keys to the two of them, trusting them so much. Was he really smart, or just pretending to be smart? However, Fuchi still asked in confusion. Since he is willing to take you away, why do you want to leave secretly? Because I feel that Brother Tang is very dangerous. Besides, there are 3 girls around him who are prettier than us. Sooner or later, they will be abandoned. Feng Wei's friend said that there is a shelter in the nearby Zhonglin city. We plan to go there. Fuchi felt that it made sense. The 2 of them were of above average looks, and were lacking a little compared to the other 3. But I always feel like something is wrong, but I can't put my finger on it. When do you plan to leave?
Fuchi asked.
Now. Fuchi was shocked and wanted to leave, but he couldn't leave his wife with the devil. Isn't it too hasty? Feng Wei said in a deep voice, Now is the only way for us to know that Tang Zhe is at your house and we won't be discovered. Feng Wei's words were like a knife stabbing into Fuchi's heart, as if to say, What's the point of having a wife like this? If it weren't for her, I wouldn't want to take you with me. Feng Wei said coldly, put on her clothes and went to prepare supplies. Brother Fu, please come with me. Feng Mingming pleaded. After all, he was really good to her before the end of the world, and he would be the same after the end of the world. He was a trustworthy man. Fuchi gritted his teeth and decided to leave instead of staying here and waiting to die. Okay. The 3 of them immediately packed some supplies and put them on their backs, and put on the raincoats and shoes provided by Tang Zhe. Fuchi was wearing Tang Zhe's set, which seemed to fit him very well. Fuchi even had the illusion that this was prepared for him. Taking advantage of the night, the 3 of them quietly came to the first floor and walked directly out of the floor. The light rain hitting the raincoats made a deathly sound, but the 3 of them also knew that after taking this step, there was no turning back, and they walked firmly towards the gate of the community. On the other side, Tang Zhe put on his pants and smiled at Ximing. I'll go back first. Ximing's beautiful face was flushed, and she didn't have the strength to answer. Tang Zhe left with the spray gun and immediately returned to his room, scaring the 3 big cats who were watching TV. Our bet begins now, Tang Zhe said with a faint smile as he entered the room. And Bai was immediately surprised and asked, Are those 2 girls really planning to run away? Sun Ting smiled faintly and said, As expected, human nature cannot stand the test. Then they won't call me president, she either. Yi Qingyi whispered with a frown. In her heart, she didn't care about those 2 girls at all. Betrayal had only one outcome, because Ximing's husband is also planning to run away with them. Now it depends on whether Fuchi will ask Ximing to run away with him. If Fuchi doesn't call and Ximing stays without knowing it, you win. Tang Zhe was generous for once, so as to avoid being accused of bullying them. Yi Qingyi immediately calmed down a bit, knowing that Tang Zhe was giving her a break, and immediately gave him a kiss to express her gratitude. Sister Yi doesn't even try to avoid suspicion now, Xiaobai immediately teased. Tang Zhe took out the monitoring device, and the 4 of them waited quietly for the result. Yi Qingyi also became nervous. If she lost, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the dark alley, the 3 found the modified Tank 300. Especially when he saw the crawler-type wheels, Fuchi believed it. No wonder it could drive over here. When I opened the trunk, I found several boxes of mineral water and various vacuum-packed foods inside. Get in the car, let's go. Feng Wei urged. Staying here all night would only cause trouble. After all, this would be considered stealing Tang Zhe's car. If they were caught by him, they would be beheaded. Fuchi was driving, Feng Mingming was sitting in the passenger seat, and Feng Wei was sitting in the back. Don't turn on the headlights, Feng Wei reminded. Feng Wei's voice also reached Tang Zhe, who couldn't help but sigh. Actually, I had a pretty good impression of them. It's a pity that they still ran away behind my back. I really gave up a stable life. Sun Ting sighed. Tang Ze suddenly laughed and said, actually, you can try and see if you can run away. If you can, it will be considered that you are capable. Tang Ze's words frightened the three girls so much that their faces turned pale, and they quickly snuggled up to Tang Ze. It was just a joke. Look how scared you are. Hate it, master. In the car. Fu Qi started the car, and the roar was still quite loud, but Fu Qi couldn't help but think of his beautiful wife. Why don't we take my wife with us? With her status, it will be easier for us to talk to her when we go to Zhonglin City. After all, she also has property in Zhonglin City. Chapter 69. She is my wife. Fang Wei immediately said, no, what if she tells Tang Ze? What Brother Fu said makes sense. If Zhonglin City is safe, President Xi will have influence, and we can live well. Fang Wei was so angry that she laughed. Feng Mingming, his wife is here. What do you have to do with her? If Xi Ming knew you were the mistress, she would kick you to death. Fu Qi immediately said, I promise I won't, Mingming. You have to believe me. Well, of course I believe that you are the best, Brother Fu. When Fu Qi heard this, he felt like he was possessed by Superman. He took out his cell phone and called his wife. The cell phone on the coffee table started buzzing, and the buzzing of the phone made Siming very unhappy. She picked up the phone and saw that it was her husband calling, which made her even more unhappy. Couldn't she just give herself some peace and quiet? What? Why aren't you coming back? Wife, pack up and come downstairs immediately. I found Tang Ze's car. It's fully modified. Simmons woke up instantly, stood up excitedly, but sat down again with a frown. How did you find it? Don't ask so many questions. Just come downstairs and I'll drive the car inside. Ximing's mind was suddenly confused and she didn't know what to do. Don't think about it. It's too late if you don't leave now. The nearby Zhonglin City is safe. You have business there. You don't need to stay here and worry. This sentence still works. If it is really safe over there, you can indeed go there. But is it true or false? Now that I am controlled by Tang Ze, he can do whatever he wants. This result is not what I want. Escaping from his clutches may be the right choice. Without any extra words, Ximing said in a deep voice, okay, see you downstairs, I'll clean up. As Ximing's words entered Yi Qingyi's mind, she felt as if she had lost her soul. She felt that she had lost. Yaya could not be saved, and her fiancé would also die. Tang Ze gave her a helpless look, saying, you have to accept the defeat. It's a pity for Ximing. Sister Xi, you are really stupid this time. Stao Bai comforted her. Sister Yi, don't be sad. Sun Ting also sighed, and finally Ximing chose to leave. Yi Qingyi originally thought that Ximing was a very smart woman and would definitely choose to stay with a strong man, but she never expected that Ximing was unwilling to submit to the strong man, and she wanted to become a strong man herself. My condolences.
Tang Ze patted Yi Qingyi's shoulders.
Sun Ting and Xiao Bai also cast the same look. In this world, they were already lucky enough to be able to protect themselves. Ximing was already ready at this time. She stood on the first floor looking outside and also sent a message to Fu Qi. And Fu Qi also drove towards this side. Fang Wei looked at the residential area getting closer and closer, and her fear was growing. She was afraid that she would see Tang Ze appear and then shoot him one by one. At this moment, even Ximing's figure on the first floor could be seen. Simmons also saw the car approaching and became excited. Don't go. Fang Wei suddenly grabbed the steering wheel, and Fu Qi quickly braked to stop, which stunned Ximing. What are you doing? We almost crashed into it. Fu Qi shouted angrily. If the car broke down, everyone would die. Fang Wei said in a deep voice, a woman who has changed her mind will do anything. Tang Ze is already waiting beside us. As long as we go over there, we will be beaten to death by Tang Ze. Feng Mingming looked at the first floor. The angle was indeed a bit blocked. Not only Feng Mingming was scared, but Fu Qi was the same. Everyone had seen Tang Ze's methods. Fu Qi, you have an idea of how your wife treats you, right? With Feng Mingming by your side, are you any worse than her? Now that you have taken the risk of accepting this ancestor, you still have to face a woman who doesn't treat you as a man. She even disregards your feelings for the sake of power. Is such a woman worth your risk to save? After hearing this, Fu Qi grabbed the steering wheel tightly, struggling frantically in his mind. Why is it not worth it? She is my wife too. Fu Qi cried out. After saying that, he immediately put the car in reverse gear and stepped on the accelerator. I'm sorry, I just can't forgive you. Ximing stood there in a daze, watching the oncoming car suddenly reverse away. Why didn't it come to pick her up? He took out his cell phone and called Fu Qi immediately. Come here. I'm sorry, I just can't get over this in my heart. After hearing this, Shiming smiled miserably. Who did I do that for? I sacrificed so much, and you just left me and took your mistress away. Although it was dark, Shiming could still see that the person sitting in the passenger seat was his secretary, Feng Mingming. You betrayed me.
Fuchi roared.
You betrayed me too. Shiming couldn't control her emotions anymore. The only relative around her abandoned her. Brother-in-law, come back soon. My sister is waiting for you. A voice as if from the abyss sounded from behind. Shiming turned around and looked at Tang Zhe and the three women behind Tang Zhe. Yi Qingyi, who had originally looked ashen, was now smiling. Sun Ting and Xiaobai beside her were also happy for Yi Qingyi, because as long as Shiming stayed, it would mean that Yi Qingyi won. Of course, Tang Zhe still has to try his best, just in case he can win. But after hearing Tang Zhe's voice, it was estimated that even 100 Kuns would not be able to pull Fuchi back. You? Take care of yourself? Sure enough, after hearing Tang Zhe's voice, Fuchi hung up the phone. Simmons slumped on the ground, leaving herself alone in hell. Hee 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 hee, Shiming suddenly laughed. Tang Zhe squatted beside her and touched Shiming's head. Sister Shi, why are you crying? Don't touch me. Shiming reached out and slapped Tang Zhe's hand away. This is the sister Shi I like. Look, I have a button here that can stop the car. Tang Zhe stretched out his hand, but before he could finish his words, Shiming snatched it away and pressed it directly. In the car, Fuchi, who was driving, suddenly heard a beeping sound. Did you hear anything? The beeping sound became more and more rapid. Feng Mingming and Feng Wei looked at each other, and a bad premonition emerged in their hearts. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and the night was instantly illuminated by flames, appearing so dazzling. The originally dark buildings around it turned on their lights, one after another, to see what was happening. I saw a ball of fire at the intersection. It looked like a burning car. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but a head flew over and rolled down to the side. Isn't this my brother-in-law? The remote control in Shiming's hand fell to the ground. She became dazed and looked at her husband's head with her beautiful eyes. Chapter 70: The Messenger Who Saves the Girl. Sister Shi, you haven't even finished your words yet, and you've already blown up my brother-in-law to death. Press once to explode, press twice to stop. Why are you in such a hurry?
Tang Shi sighed.
Shiming was filled with anger at this moment. This anger was not because of her husband's death, but because of the game between herself and Tang Zhe. She had lost miserably and even blew up her husband to death with her own hands, and his head flew in front of her. I've never failed like this before. There has never been.
Tang Shi.
Simmons immediately pounced towards Tang Zhe, as if she wanted to eat Tang Zhe's flesh. Sure enough, Tang Zhe was about to become Tang Monk. However, before he could pounce on Tang Zhe, Xiaobai suddenly reached out and grabbed Shiming's hair. Mr. Shi, you can't be rude to your master. Sun Ting was even more direct. She raised her hand and slapped the beautiful face directly, waking up the angry Shiming. Sister Shi, what are you looking at me like? I don't owe you anything. After all, we have always been using each other, right? You're playing tricks on me. Simmons couldn't accept that she was being played like a clown while she thought she was in control of the overall situation. Tang Zhe shook his head. In fact, I gave you many opportunities, but you cared too much about your own rights. You didn't want to lose this high position, which led to the current situation. You also made me lose. Tang Zhe's words touched Shiming's heart. She really didn't want to lose, and Shiming had a bigger ideal in her heart, which was to become a modern Wu Zetian. You lost? What do you mean? Xiaobai smiled sweetly and said, because before we came here, we made a bet on whether you would stay or leave in the end. Shiming never expected that she thought she was the hunter, but in the end she was their prey and lost so badly that she couldn't even get up.
Ye Vinki.
I took you in out of kindness, and you treat me like this. If the Jiang family knew what you did, they would definitely kick you out of the family. Yi Qingyi said softly, the Jiang family is not that important to me, and I also have people to protect. Tang Zhe yawned, that's enough. Let's go home and sleep. Game over. No, I didn't lose. I was just careless. Tang Zhe looked at Yi Qingyi and said, you will take care of her from now on. If anything goes wrong with her, you will be responsible. I understand. Yi Qingyi understood what this meant, having experienced it herself. Also, it's so loud in the middle of the night. It's really bad to disturb the neighbors' rest. Let's start with ourselves. Yi Qingyi nodded and said to Shiming, stop yelling. Yi Qingyi, you will die a miserable death. With a snap, Yi Qingyi slapped him in the face. You took me in because you also want to profit from the Jiang family, don't you? Don't pretend to be so kind. These words stunned Ximing, but she was still unwilling to give in. I didn't lose. I, Ximing, have never lost before. I will never let you succeed even if I die. Tangze stopped, and the other three women also stopped, thinking to themselves that Mr. Shi would have a hard time in the future. Then I'll give you another chance. Tangze turned and looked at Ximing, feeling fortunate for his magnanimity and fortunately not becoming a murderer. The road is behind you. Do you want to die with dignity or live happily like a cat? Please make your choice. Ximing froze in her place, then cried out, I'd rather die than be your cat. After saying that, Simmons ran outside. This made the three women stunned. They didn't expect Ximing to be such a strong-willed woman. They immediately admired her, especially Yi Qingyi. They were still not as good as her. When faced with the choice between life and death, she chose the dignified one, while they bowed their heads towards death. It's not just these three women. Tangze didn't expect that even at the end of the world, there would still be strong-willed women who would not fear power. I admire them. Just as the four of them were sighing in their hearts, Ximing suddenly braked and stood at the edge. The four of them twitched their lips. They were quite impressed just now. Why did he suddenly stop? Simmons is scared. Standing on the edge, I couldn't lift my feet no matter what I did, as if I was being pressed by a jack. Be careful not to get splashed by the rain, or you could die. Tangze kindly reminded her, and indeed, Ximing was scared so much that she took a step back. After all, people are afraid of death, and they are even more afraid of dying meaninglessly. Sister Shi, you have impressed me again, Tangze said lightly, but these words were like a knife stabbing into Ximing's chest, and she didn't even have the courage to die. Ximing looked at Tangze fiercely and asked, What on earth are you going to do? What use am I to you? Compared to those girls who throw themselves at me, I personally prefer those who have a strong sense of resistance and are insidious and vicious, because I will put them on the right track in life and give them wholehearted help and love. Look at them. They have now completely adapted to the way of the end of the world and will no longer be bullied by anyone except me. The last three words are the essence. Ximing said that she had never seen such a shameless person. Her husband was right. This was his true face. If she had listened to her husband and drugged him, the situation would be very different now. Sister Shi, there is still a long way to go in the future. You are a smart woman. Ximing said coldly, Don't you know that smart women can be stubborn? We did use each other before, but now you are of no use to me, and don't even think about asking me to be your dog. I told you, don't be a dog, be a cat. Fuck, is there any difference? Simmons couldn't help but swear. Xiaobai said weakly, Of course, cats are so cute. Ximing was completely speechless, and Bai looked weak and fragile. If she wanted to escape, she would probably have to start with her. However, when Ximing saw Anbai take out a silenced version of the USP and put it against his temple, his face turned pale instantly. Sister Shi, you must be obedient. Ximing finally understood that Anbai said the most tender words but did the most cruel things. No wonder Tangze said that they had adapted to life in the end times. And they also have guns. I didn't know about this before. Were they searched when entering the community? Where did the guns come from? Did Tangze bring them in from outside? Xiaobai, she is not your responsibility.
Tangse reminded.
Anbai made a pitiful sound and put the gun into his down jacket. Let's go, Ximing. Don't let me do anything. Yi Qingyi said lightly. You are really a good daughter-in-law of the Jiang family. With a snap, Ximing covered her cheek. This was the third slap she had received tonight. I'll say it again. I have nothing to do with the Jiang family. He is my master and yours. Ha 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 ha. You guys are cheap. I'm not that cheap. These words ignited the anger of the three girls. Tangze teased, Boss Shi, it looks like you're going to have a hard time in the future. What are you doing? Let me go. Sun Ting knocked Ximing unconscious without saying anything, which was really noisy. On the other side, a suburban warehouse. 3 trucks were ready, with their tires converted to crawler types, but they looked like they had been unloaded from an excavator and the modification was very crude. Qian Pu stood on the table holding a shotgun, glanced at the hundreds of people around him and shouted, Brothers, let's go do something big tonight. You should have heard of Shanhu community. It's the community where the rich people in Hua'an City live. When these words came out, the younger brothers were excited. I heard there are so many beautiful women. Maybe there are celebrities living there. Rich people must have hidden a lot of food and drink, supplies and beauties. This ticket is great. Qian Pu grinned and said, That's right. This time the mission is to plunder supplies, kill the men who resist, capture the women, and more importantly, capture the boss of Shanhu community, Ximing. Could it be the real estate queen of our Hua'an City? I heard she's as beautiful as a fairy. What man wouldn't be confused by that pair of breasts? I saw it on TV, and it came on the spot. This immediately caused a burst of laughter. Qianpu shouted loudly, "Yes, it's her. From now on in Shanhu community, you can live in whichever room you want. Everyone will get 2 wives. If you do a good job, you will get double the number of wives." Wow. There were constant shouts. Once upon a time, it was a problem for these men to get married. Not only did they need a dowry, but they also needed a house. But now they can directly get a house and a wife. As long as they are ruthless enough, it is no problem to marry 17 or 18 women. What? You mean the bride price? Does this butcher knife look like a betrothal gift? Chapter 71. They are coming. Let's go. Following Qianpu's order, everyone got on the bus with great enthusiasm. Qian Ming came over and warned, "Be careful and don't save bullets. Life is more important. Just wait for my good news." After all, the richer the people, the more afraid they are of death. They are just a mob. Qian Ming smiled and patted Qianpu on the shoulder. "When you return victorious, I have prepared the most beautiful woman for you."
Qianpu no dead.
Compared to women, Qianpu prefers the pleasure brought by power. It was already early morning, and the Shanhu community was silent. Everyone had fallen asleep, and there were only 4 people on duty in the underground parking lot, all of whom were dozing off due to boredom. Inside the room, Tang Zhe sat on the sofa, resting his chin on his hand to admire instructor Ye's performance. After all, Yi Qingyi was also an experienced person and had received profound guidance from Sun Ting. But the target this time is the strong woman Simmons, and she cannot be made to obey with just a few words. Sun Ting was massaging Tang Zhe's thigh and asked curiously, "Master, how do you know that Fuqi's lover is Feng Mingming?" "Haha, I felt something was wrong at Fuqi's house. He was making eye contact with me and was 100% sure that he would steal my car. They all couldn't stand the test." Sun Ting quickly praised him several times, saying that Tang Zhe was testing people all the time, and if they failed the test, they would be crushed to pieces. "You want me to go along with you? Dream on." Simming has a strong will and has been resisting since she woke up. Yi Qingyi said in a deep voice, "What do you mean by going along with the crowd? Women in the last days are no match for men. They have all become commodities and accessories. But as long as we unite, we can survive. Don't you understand this truth? Haha, aren't you just an appendage? What's the point of talking so pompously?" Sun Ting smiled and suggested, You have to use my method. Isn't it too cruel?" Xiaobai said softly. He always looked so fragile and pitiful. Hearing this, Ximing paused slightly. Tang Zhe stood up and stretched himself, shouting, "Ting, come with me, come on." Sun Ting was slightly delighted, as this was the first time she was called to the bedroom. And Bai and Yi Qingyi beside her were slightly surprised, as this was the first time after all. Soon, there were subtle noises coming from the bedroom, which made Xiaobai envious. "You should call me next time. You have been brainwashed by him." Yi Qingyi said calmly, "Without him, we would have died in the community long ago. You have never seen how chaotic ordinary communities are. There is no bottom line at all. Yeah, without him, maybe even my body wouldn't be spared." Ximing was very surprised. "Is it so exaggerated?" Yi Qingyi persuaded in a low voice. "As long as you follow him, you don't have to worry about supplies, and you don't have to worry about being kidnapped by men. As long as you serve him well, you will be second to none." "Will he not die?" "You are really dreaming. The master will not die," Xiaobai said firmly, but in Ximing's eyes, this little girl had gone crazy, and only Yi Qingyi still retained a little rationality. Ximing sneered, "He won't die. Could it be that he still has an immortal body?" Yi Qingyi's beautiful eyes turned cold. "Ximing, I'm not afraid to tell you that we killed people before we came here, and the master cleared out 2 communities. You should be thankful for having such a face, otherwise your fate would be the same as Feng Mingming and Feng Wei." As he spoke, Yi Qingyi grabbed Ximing's chin and said, "Why do you think the master brought back Hua'an's head? If he wanted to, no one in this community would be alive." After all, Ximing had never experienced a harsh environment and didn't know what desperate help meant. She had never even seen a corpse before Tang Zhe came. In Sun Ting's words, Ximing was still a flower living in a greenhouse. She had a lot of passion, but all her ideas were so naive. Especially planning to take people to see Hua'an. That is no different from a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. Nowadays, the word credit has long been thrown into the sewer. Half an hour later, Sun Ting walked out of the bedroom naked, with a blush on her beautiful face. She lay down on the carpet, covered herself with a blanket, and whispered, "Keep your voices down. Xiaobai pouted her red lips and said teasingly, "Your voice is not as loud as it was just now." Sun Ting just smiled and fell asleep. Tang Zhe in the bedroom was also sleeping soundly. After all, having sex before going to bed helps you sleep. "You guys sleep here tonight?" Ximing couldn't believe it. "Isn't there a bedroom? You don't even sleep here even though you have a bed?" Yi Qingyi said calmly, "This is the rule." "What a broken rule. I'd rather die than do this." Xiaobai pointed at the balcony and said, "No, just jump down. No one will stop you from committing suicide." Simon's mouth twitched. "You are really a little princess who is trying to sabotage others. I wonder if this might be an adjective? Can't you just express your dissatisfaction? Think about it carefully. If you can't figure it out, don't blame me tomorrow." Yi Qing delivered an ultimatum according to the law. He couldn't let Ximing delay his time to save people. Ye was still waiting for him. However, before going to bed, Yi Qingyi put a collar on Ximing to prevent her from running away. As the lights in the living room went out, Simmons pulled at the collar around her neck, but there was no way to remove it. "Damn it, I have become a prisoner. How can I escape?" If Ximing had experienced what happened to Yi Qingyi, perhaps she would not be so naive as to want to run away now, because she would not be able to run away at all. Tang Zhe had given a chance before, but Ximing called Tang Zhe back herself. In the end, it was her own fault. If she hadn't called Tang Zhe back at that time, Tang Zhe would naturally not have stayed. But Tang Zhe knew that Ximing was a woman who was greedy for power. As she felt sleepy, Ximing curled up in the corner and fell asleep, thinking about how to negotiate and bargain with Tang Zhe, completely unaware that a bloody battle was about to begin. At 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 trucks appeared not far from the community. All the men in the trucks had eyes shining with excitement, without any sense of sleepiness. They held the knife handles tightly in their right hands. Some experienced men tied the knife handles to their palms with cloth to prevent them from slipping out of their hands. "Boss, look over there." The man driving looked to the side. Qianpu looked and saw a car shell overturned on the green belt, and there seemed to be a burnt person in the passenger seat. "What's so good about this? Haven't you seen dead people in cars?" Qianpu lit a cigarette and said disdainfully, "But this car looks like it was blown up. How do you know this is fried? Burned ones won't work. That's how it's played out in the movies." Qianpu laughed and said, "Watch fewer movies. They are all fake." "Boss, I feel my heartbeat is a little fast. When I came out, I read my fortune and it was a bad omen." Qianpu burst into laughter. "You call out a very bad omen and see if I can change it into a very auspicious one." While we were talking, we had already arrived next to the residential area. Rushed directly into the underground garage. After saying that, Qianpu picked up the shotgun and loaded the bullet. In the garage, the man on duty was fast asleep, and even the man guarding the gate on the floor was asleep. Even if they were not asleep, it would be difficult to notice that the 3 trucks did not even have their lights on, and they had no idea that death was approaching.